Well, hello. What's up? What's up? I didn't want to I was sitting here and I was like, I forgot about something. There's something I forgot about. But I thought about it for like 2 minutes and I still don't know what it is. So I'm sure it's not that important. Right? Surely. I did not forget about you. Oh my god, I cannot. There it is. All right. Coffee. I have coffee again, guys. That's cool. We have coffee. Look. Look, it's coffee. Inside the Naguura mug. Oh my god, I almost spilled it. Nothing happened though. Nothing happened. Yeah. Hey, GM Frog. Yeah, we need some more hype music. Before we play some video games, we can look at the new talents because patch is supposed to be tomorrow, right? At least in NA. No EU patch just yet. Oh, I can also do a giveaway. I'm not sure when I can start doing that. Let me see. Let me look at the TLDR. The 24th, okay. Apparently I'm not allowed to talk about it until the 24th. You didn't hear anything. Nothing has been said about a giveaway.
Many deals for a friend of the Grummels. He's like you.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, anyway. Okay, let's take a look. Let's quickly talk about the 10.0.5 Moonkin changes. Alright, so first of all... Let me find the talent calculator. There it is. Let's do this screen. Can you change my mind about Moonkin players? The recent history with them have not made me happy. Well, first of all, you should stop judging people according to the interactions you had with other people that do something similar previously. That's just generally a bad idea to do, no matter in which context. People can have things in common and still be very different people, you know? It's a thing. There's many different people that play Moonkin. Thank you so much for 15 months, Wartor. What's up? Hey, Domi, what's up? Anyway, so we have our new Moonkin tree. They reworked, well, the Druid tree as well. They reworked the Druid tree and they reworked the Moonkin tree. The Moonkin tree, the reason why it was reworked was mainly because of solar beam, I believe, and there was also some other issues that people had with the tree, and then they just reworked it, which I think is good. So now solar beam is gonna be basically a must-have if you want Starfall, which some people have complained about. Some people basically said, "Oh, I don't like it that I'm forced to take solar beam now." Because they didn't like the fact that it was a damage loss to take it before, and now they don't like the fact that they have to take it just because they want Starfall. Which I do understand their point of view, because there are definitely some fights where solar beam is useless, right? For sure. There's definitely some fights where you do not need to interrupt anything, or in fact, there isn't anything to interrupt at all. So it feels like you're wasting a point into solar beam just to get to Starfall. Now, the reason why I personally don't mind that at all is that by having solar beam as like a mandatory talent point almost, you never like feel bad for taking it if you need it. Like, I'd rather have solar beam be like something you always take or you have to always take, rather than it being like an optional thing that is a damage loss to take, though. Because even if the damage loss is smaller than it was previously, so let's say you could take a different talent here instead of solar beam, even if it was just like a small damage gain, people would still maybe feel bad for taking the solar beam instead, you know? So that's why having a mandatory solar beam will never make you feel this way. This way, it just feels like, oh, we just have solar beam all the time, right? But as soon as you are in a situation where it's like an optional talent and another talent that you could take instead gives you a damage increase, it would feel like, it does feel a little bit bad. Even if it's only 0.1% of damage that you lose for taking it, it feels like, maybe I don't need solar beam here, you know, like maybe I can go without it, get this 0.1% damage increase, you know? So I think it's okay that it's here. But that said, there definitely are builds that you can do without solar beam in the next patch, but only like pure single target, because you don't have Starfall, right? So if there's a fight where you really do not need Starfall at all, like there's only one target and one target only, like Taros, then you wouldn't have to go with solar beam. And then you also don't go with Starfall, and you also don't go with Ethereal Kindling and so on. Right? But yeah, as long as whenever you need Starfall, you're gonna have solar beam, and I think it's good. I like it. Some people also argued that, oh, it will be a damage loss because now we have to spend a point into solar beam that we didn't have to do before. So people are basically arguing that before the patch, we put all of our points into damage abilities, and after the patch, we put 1 point into solar beam, resulting in a damage loss, which I do understand your thought process, but keep in mind that Blizzard always balances the class according to what people's skill. Like, it's not that Blizzard looks at each individual talent and balances the talents. They look at the whole talent tree as a whole, see how much damage your class does, and then balance that. So even if we would have like, let's imagine for some reason that half of our talent tree, our spec tree, would be utility that gives us 0 damage. Does that mean that we would do less damage than other classes? Not as a given, right? Just because other people spend 30 points into damage abilities, it doesn't mean that we do less damage than them because we only have 10 points that we spent into damage abilities, right? So, because Blizzard in the end can balance everything however they want. They can give this talent a 5% damage increase for you. This is a 10% damage increase. This is a 20% damage increase, you know, like they can do whatever they want. So it's not like this is going to be a damage loss just because we have solar beam. That is just not true. All right. So that's the thing about solar beam. Then let's look about the tree otherwise. So the tree, in my opinion, is pretty good. There are some weird things that I'm not like 100% happy about, but I think it's not like the worst thing in the world. So first of all, they removed Circle of Life and Death, and they replaced it with Cosmic Rapidity. But Cosmic Rapidity is just better than Circle of Life and Death. So basically, this makes your dots deal damage quicker, but they don't disappear faster. So that is going to be much, much better for Moonkins, because now your dots don't disappear instantly anymore because you have Circle of Life and Death. They're actually going to be up for longer. So even if you don't have Ethereal Kindling that elongates your dots whenever you Starfall, you will still have them up a little bit longer. Now, this is technically, it's a little bit of a mobility nerf though, which is something that people sometimes don't consider. So like on a pure single target fight, this means that you have to refresh your dots less often, which people think of as a good thing, and understand why, because it can be annoying to constantly refresh your dots, right? But it also nerfs our mobility on pure single target fights, because we have to cast our dots less often, and therefore we have less globals for movement, right? So that is technically a little bit of a mobility loss in like a perfect scenario, like a single target scenario or whatever. But outside of that, it should always be a time gain, like for AoE fights, especially if you don't have Ethereal Kindling for whatever reason. If it's like a raid fight that doesn't have like a lot of AoE, but like an AoE once in a while, then it's really nice that your dots don't fall off super fast. I think that is really nice. All right, outside of that, they did rework a little bit of stuff with Umbral and like generally our Eclipse. So basically, they buffed our splash damage with Starfire. They want Starfire to be more of a thing in our AoE rotation, I guess. I assume at least, because in the previous patch, we didn't cast Starfire that much at all. We were just like constantly dotting, constantly starfalling, casting mushrooms, casting stellar flare, you know, doing all of these things and not really starfiring because it wasn't really that much of a damage gain and you would rather just do other things. So now they changed some talents and changed Eclipse and changed our Starfire a little bit to make sure we're casting more Starfires and to increase our splash damage of Starfire, which I guess it's good for some people because some people really didn't like this whole like dotting playstyle, whatever. I personally don't like it because I think it makes us, well, I don't just think, it's a fact that it makes us less mobile. The more important Starfire is, the less mobile we're gonna be, because for Starfire, we have to stand still and cast it. And we do not have Stellar Drift anymore like we had in the previous expansions, where we could just run around while casting Starfire. We don't have that anymore. So I personally don't necessarily like the fact that they're putting more importance onto Starfire, because I don't think, in an plus situation, I don't think it's a good thing that you have to cast more Starfires. I just don't think it's gonna be that nice. But there's gonna be different talent builds that you can now go that will basically determine your playstyle a bit more. So for example, if you want to spam Starfire and you want your Starfire to be a really big contributor to your overall DPS, which probably is going to be what most people do, then there's some talents you can go that increase your Starfire damage. And if you don't necessarily want to do that, if you don't want your Starfire to be such a big hitting thing, then you just don't go with those talents that buff your Starfire, right? So you definitely have a little bit of options, I feel like. At least for now. I guess once the patch comes out and people play around with the talents a bit more, I assume that there's going to be one build that everyone's going to be playing in the end again. But yeah, for now we only have the theory crafting numbers. We don't necessarily have a like best in slot build for either single target or AoE or hybrid fights. Because yeah, we have the numbers, we have the simcraft numbers, but we don't really have like we didn't have people test these builds properly in like real scenarios, because we all know sometimes the sim numbers give you a result. It's like, this is the best, but then in reality it's not true, because it doesn't keep in mind movement, it doesn't keep in mind some like ads dying fast. There's just much fewer variables in a simulation than there is in actual like real and plus or whatever, or real raiding environments. So yeah, we're gonna take a look at those different builds in a second, and then we're also gonna I guess we're just gonna look at the builds, and then I guess I'm gonna have. I can tell you what I think is gonna happen, but yeah, we'll see. Thank you so much for the Prime, by the way, Coffee Cake. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for 2 years, Whistle Blast. Thank you so much. Welcome back. And thanks for 15 months for a tour. Thanks for the Prime to show. Thanks for the Prime, Gerald, as well. Man, these are like 12 hours ago. I'm reading out subs from 12 hours ago. Okay, anyway. Let's go over some of the talent. Well, I mean, I guess the other talents, they're all just the same, you know, like they got shuffled around, but we don't necessarily, like the tree looks very different, but it's not. Like it's just a lot of talents that have been shuffled. We now have Force of Nature and Warrior of a Loon in like as choice node, which in my opinion is really nice. So everything just has been shuffled. There's also some talents that now have 1 point instead of 2, and there's some talents that have 2 points instead of 1. So that is something that they have to change a little bit. But outside of that, nothing too crazy. All right, so let's go to some builds that people came up with. So there's this. Recently we also got a nerf, by the way. Well, it was a PTR nerf, so it wasn't like a live server nerf. But they nerfed Starfire because because there were some preliminary sims that have been done for the patch, and Starfire seemed way too strong. Like it did so much more damage than Starfall that I think at some point it wasn't even worth to cast Starfall at all. Like you would just sit there and cast Starfire. Like overcapping Astral Power, basically, you know? Like just like sitting there, it's like Starfire, you know? So I guess it's good they nerfed it because it was a bit ridiculous. So anyway, these are like the post-nerf sims, which means after the Starfire nerf. Let's take a look at single target first. Let's see all of these sims. I guess I have to open them like this. Okay. So this is our live server sim right now, just so you have a comparison. So this is currently our, and keep in mind these sims are being made with best in slot gear, right? So you basically have everything that is best in slot in this profile. And we sim 79.8k DPS on a 5-minute patchwork fight. This is all like just, you know, like normal full single target stuff. Keep in mind that the full single target sim also involves Convoke the Spirits and New Moon, which is something that in reality people don't play. So a real full single target sim is going to be a bit worse than this. This is like a full optimal single target build that people don't actually play. Like there's even Force of Nature here and stuff, for example. All right. Then this is live servers, and this is the patch sims that we have. So this is the first patch sim. This one is without Starfall, which, you know, like I don't think this is like a very realistic thing that people are gonna do unless you really just have like a pure single target fight like Taros, right? Like in Taros, you definitely do not need Starfall, right? Like you just don't. So I think this is this makes sense. So the reason why there's a point in Solar Beam is because you need to put an additional point here before you can go down, in case you're wondering, all right? So basically, with this sim, they picked up every single talent that gives them any sort of damage before they can go down, right? Now, of course, Twin Moons is also a useless talent, right? On a full single target build, Twin Moons does nothing. And Solar Beam also does nothing. So there's 2 points that basically are wasted. But yeah, It is what it is. Technically speaking, you can put this Twin Moons point into Starfall as well if you would want to play Starweaver, you know? Because sometimes people want to play Starweaver and single target, so you could still do this build by removing Twin Moons and going Starfall, right? And then you can play Starweaver instead of Rattle here at the bottom. Because, again, Twin Moons obviously does nothing if there's only one target and one target only. Actually, wait, it does 10% more damage? Well, I mean, yes, technically does nothing, okay? Realistically, it does 10% more Moonfire damage, but yeah, I mean, Moonfire is, on a pure single target fight, Moonfire is very little damage. I guess I forgot about the fact that it does a little bit more damage from the Moonfire as well, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, keep that in mind. If you want to play a Starweaver, you can do this, but yeah, Twin Moons is still a little bit of a damage increase on single target because of the Moonfire increase. But yeah, it's not a lot at all, so. All right, let's see, what else do we have here? All right, so we got the same talents as before. We still are waning. Cosmic Rapidity is basically Circle of Life and Death. Then you're running Salt of Force and Nature's Grace like we did before. Running Pulsar like we did before. Power Goldred like we did before. Red Stars is the same. New Moon, keep in mind New Moon again is being simmed on a full single target is always better. But in reality, as soon as you add movement and stuff, New Moon just, it's just not like a, you know, like it's good. But the problem with New Moon is the fact that, especially when you have 4-piece bonus from the current year, then you just have to cast so many things. Like, you constantly have to apply dots. You constantly have to use your instance. You constantly have to do this. You constantly have to do that. And then if you add movement on top of that, then casting New Moons is just taking away so much time that you maybe, like, you just have a hard time doing that, basically. Now, in a patchwork fight, in a simulation where you stand still, you can do it. But as soon as you add anything else, like movement, realistic scenarios, blah, 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 then New Moon just becomes much harder for barely any gain in comparison to Fury of Elune. And that's why most people just play Fury of Elune anyway. Just because it's easier and because the damage difference is not, like, insane, right? So yeah, here, you know, play Fury of Elune probably instead of New Moon. But at the same time, maybe New Moon is not going to be as bad anymore next patch because we don't have to refresh our dots as often anymore. Because we don't have Circle of Life and Death anymore, and we're not playing Mushrooms anymore, at least on some of the single target builds. So it is technically possible that New Moon might be less annoying to play with in 10.0.5, and maybe it makes more sense to go with it then. But that's something we can try once the patch comes out, right? See if it's not that annoying anymore. Then we still play with Umbral. Still Standard Firmament, Balance of All Things, Denizens of the Fae, Convoke. On pure single target, Convoke has always been better. We play Star-Lord. So yeah, the pure single target talent build here without Starfall seems very similar to what we had before. No major changes. One thing that I want to know that people have been asking is that do we still enter Lunar Eclipse on single target? The answer is yes. Do we still cast Wrath in Lunar Eclipse? The answer is yes. Do we still use Starfire with our Umbral Embrace procs in Lunar Eclipse? The answer is yes. Alright? So from our single target rotation, nothing has changed. Outside of our talent choices and the things that we play around, but we still go Lunar Eclipse. We still cast Wrath in Lunar Eclipse, okay? Alright. So this is like one of the builds, right? This is just one of the sims. Keep in mind all of these sims are like, it's not a given that these sims are like set in stone, because these are PTR sims that of course are being made by our amazing Moonkin Theory crafters that are always doing an absolutely insane job keeping up the APLs and everything. But keep in mind that they also have a life and do things. So sometimes some of these APLs might not be like 100% optimized just yet, because I mean, it's not even on live servers yet, right? So just keep that in mind. So some of the numbers might not be accurate, or some of the talents might not be singing properly, or blah, blah, blah. Thank you so much for 1 year, NF. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. They also said Boomy would be dead in a plus and recommended going feral. The Moonkin Theory crafters definitely did not do that. Unless you were asking about low and plus, and then the answer, then it is true. I mean, it is true. If you want to do plus 10 keys or whatever, you would be much better off going feral than play Moonkin. Even still to this day. Because yeah, Moonkin is really good on high and plus, but does that mean Moonkin is also good in low and plus? No, right? Can you explain why we use Starfire and Luna with Umbral? I'm wondering why, because Umbral... The reason why is because if you look at one single cast, like one single cast of Wrath versus Starfire, it's just more damage with Starfire, right? Like you basically... The reason why you cast Wrath in Lunar Eclipse is not because it does more damage, right? It's because it gives you more Astral power, and the damage that you lose from not casting the Starfire is worth more, right? You always, whenever you think about casting Starfire versus Wrath, you don't only think about the damage, you also think about the Astral power it generates and how fast you can cast it, right? Because Wrath is a faster spell, and so yeah, Wrath, because it's faster, will generate more Astral power, but in comparison to Starfire, it will do less damage, right? But whenever you have an Umbral proc, you would want to cast a thing that does more damage because I guess the extra damage that you get from casting the Starfire is more than what the extra Astral power generation will be from the Wrath. You know what I mean? It's just a math thing. And keep in mind that all of these things are very minor. Like, for example, casting Wrath on Lunar Eclipse is a very minor gain compared to casting Starfire. It's not that it's like an insane damage gain to do that, right? All of these things that we're talking about are really minor things. So if you cast Starfire in Lunar Eclipse, it's not like you do 10% less damage or whatever, right? If you want to cast Starfire in Lunar Eclipse because it feels weird to cast Wrath in Lunar Eclipse, you're going to be totally fine. You still do fine damage, right? And if you use your Umbral procs accidentally on a Wrath instead of a Starfire, it's also not an insane damage loss, right? All of these things, like, it honestly, in the end, you can just think about it this way. It really doesn't matter what you cast. Like, if you are in Lunar Eclipse and you cast a Starfire on accident, you're fine. If you're in Lunar Eclipse, you get an Umbral proc and you cast a Wrath on accident, you're fine. If you cast... It really doesn't matter, you know? Whatever you hit, you know? It's really whatever. But yeah, the reason why you cast Starfire with an Umbral proc is just because the extra damage that you get from casting a Starfire with it is outweighing the Astral power that you gain from casting a Wrath. But it's not doing that if it's not an Umbral proc, you know? So it's just... But yeah, it is true that both Wrath and Starfire would be boosted by the Umbral proc, yes. Since they are both Astral damage. It wouldn't necessarily matter. Like, they both gain the benefit of it. It's just in one... If you look at it in an isolated instance, because the Umbral proc is only one proc for one cast, and if you look at it in an isolated way, then it's just better for, like... It's just better for Starfire. For multiple reasons. For... damage that it does versus Astral power that it generates, blah, blah, blah. Every time someone asked how's Moonkin and going into the Dragonflight, the answer was trash and plus, okay, and raid. But it's fine, people get me wrong. Oh, Chicken. It is true, Chicken actually was dooming pretty hard. I mean, there's quite a lot of Moonkins that were dooming. I personally... Like, I personally was really confused, honestly. Because I was doing some beta in Plus. And I didn't feel like Moonkin was, like, horrible. It definitely felt bad on low keys. But on higher keys, I was like, it doesn't feel that bad. Like, I felt like it was... it definitely didn't feel good. Like it didn't feel OP at all. But it felt just like middle-ish, like viable, you know? And then the thing is, the thing what happened afterwards that I guess some people just necessarily didn't logically think about is the fact that after the beta cycle was over, we realized that the Mastery of Sunfire was bugged, which was like a 10% overall DPS loss in M+. So we were doing 10% less damage in M+, on beta, because it was bugged, right? So all of our beta testings, we did 10% less damage, which if you think about that, then of course people said that Moonkin is going to be bad, right? Because all of the testings that we did like 10% less damage. And then you also have to think about the fact that there were quite a lot of classes that were even more broken on beta than they are now. Like, for example, Demon Hunter. Demon Hunter was nerfed numerous times before the numbers that we have now, right? So when you played beta as a Moonkin with a Demon Hunter in your group, then you saw the Demon Hunter doing like 500k overall DPS, and you as a Moonkin, you were doing like 50k or whatever, right? So looking at those numbers, you were like, okay, what the fuck, Moonkin sucks. But then obviously what happened afterwards is that Moonkin was bugged. So basically we did 10% more damage after they fixed the bug. And then they also, not only did they give us damage by fixing the bug, but they also nerfed the top performing classes, which is something that people, I feel like they just forget about it, that this is happening. Because people on beta specifically compare damage to one another, right? You look at the top performing classes and you look at your damage. And then you just think that you suck. Instead of, like, your brain doesn't say, oh, these other classes are OP. Your brain thinks your class sucks, right? And then when the top specs get nerfed, and you do not get buffed, then your brain doesn't maybe comprehend that you might be good now, you know? Because in the end, you didn't get buffed, but the top performing specs got nerfed. So that means that you automatically do better in comparison, right? So yeah, I think a lot of Moonkins were just like brainwashed from beta, where they saw that they weren't doing well. And then whenever those nerfs happened for Demon Hunter and Rogue and Windwalk, like all of these nerfs that happened to the top performing classes, I guess that also flew over their heads. But I personally was always kind of thinking, after I saw the Sunfire buff, or the Sunfire bug, and after I saw that the top performing class got nerfed, I was thinking, okay, Moonkin is probably going to be really good. Like, I was thinking that, but I never really said it out loud because people were dooming so hard, and I didn't want to be this person that is like completely wrong. And I also didn't want to be, because there were people really upset about me putting Moonkin in like a high tier when I was invited into I was invited to Max's stream when he was doing a tier list. And I said something like this. Okay, so I think a lot of people think that Moonkin is going to be bad and that the talent tree is bad, but I personally think that it's good, and I personally think that we're going to do well. This is what I said. I basically said that I think we're going to do well, but I also know that everyone else thinks that we're going to do bad. And I got so much hate for it. Like, people were like, oh my god, I cannot believe you said Moonkin is gonna do well. Like, now we're not gonna get buffed because of you and blah, 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 right? And then we ended up doing really well. Almost as if I said it, right? But yeah, that's why I was careful to not say it too many times. Because I did say it quite a few times on stream. To the people that watched my stream, I did say that Moonkin is gonna be fine a lot. But then I was also not like super harping on it either. I was like sitting here saying, oh, Moonkin is going to be amazing. Moonkin is going to be like the best thing ever. Like, I didn't say that, right? But I definitely said, Munkin is gonna be fine. I think it's gonna be fine. I think it's gonna be good in M+, you know? Like, I kind of said all of those things. But yeah, people were just like, sure, yeah. But yeah, in the end, the problem is that he... I think the problem is as well that you just do not have... Like, people are all just guessing, you know? Thank you so much for 5 months, Saxon. Appreciate that. Like, people always say, like, oh, this is propaganda, or, like, sandbagging or whatever. But sometimes people just have, like, there is no statistics or, like, data to back up your claims usually. Especially because this all happened after after the game already came out. Like, Dragonflight was released, and after Dragonflight was released, our Sunfire thing got debugged. And after Dragonflight was released, Demon Hunter got nerfed, blah, 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 right? So all of these, like, fixes happened after the beta cycle was already over. So all of the numbers that we had in our memories were from before all of these fixes. So it's really hard to, like, imagine how we are standing currently. You know? So it's like... I personally don't think that you should ever blame a person for predicting something, because no one knows for certain, and some people just have a feeling and then they just say it out loud. In the end, whoever was right, like, you know, was right. It's not, I don't know, like, it's just not a perfect science, you know? So if some of the Moonkins said Moonkin is gonna be bad in a plus, it could have been, you know? It's like we don't have the numbers to back up our claims. We're just, like, assuming things, right? And someone said this and someone said that. You know, it is what it is. Well, the meme with Twitter, or with Moonkins on Twitter, is... I think that the reason why the memeing on Twitter is, like... I think it's just that people don't understand when the Moonkins are, like, obviously joking. Because sometimes Moonkin will do really well. Like, actually be, like, OP or something. And then people are like, buff Moonkin as an obvious joke, right? But then people don't understand this. And it's like, what? You're asking for buffs, you're so OP, blah, 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 right? And then sometimes Moonkin will not do well. And then Moonkins ask for actual buffs, like actually being serious. And then people don't take it seriously, right? Which, because they don't understand the difference. But yeah, that is what it is. One thing that I do want to talk about, though, and this is something that I was so confused about, is do you guys remember when they nerfed Starfall? At the start of, like, Dragonflight? I think they nerfed Starfall by, like, 30% or something. No, well, maybe not 30. 10%? I don't remember. Either way, they nerfed Starfall. And people were so outraged about it. Like, actual Moonkin players. Like, there were people like, oh my god, I cannot believe that you would nerf Starfall. Like, we're already bad. And then I was thinking about this Starfall nerf, and I was like, I was thinking about it. I was like, I think this makes sense. Like, I honestly was thinking, dude, I think that in, like, super sustained AoE, which is where Starfall is good, I think in super sustained AoE, we're gonna be, like, really good. So nerfing Starfall, I think, made a lot of sense. And then if we are bad in, like, bursty scenarios, then they can just buff mushrooms, you know, or, like, buff any other AoE that is, like, more... Like, they could buff mushrooms. They could buff, what is it called? Lunar Shrapnel. They could buff Starfire Splash. You know, like, I was basically thinking that nerfing Starfall makes sense because Starfall is just too good of an ability because it hits everything, right? If it looks like we are underwhelming on stacked AoE, then they can buff those other things, right? So that's what I was thinking. And then I saw all of these Moonkins like go absolutely ham about that Starfall nerf, and I was like, are we sure that we should complain about this? Like, and then the funny thing is, now we know how good Starfall is after they have after the nerf, right? Imagine they didn't nerf Starfall. Just imagine how good Moonkin would be in High and Plus if they didn't nerf Starfall. So now we know that that nerf was definitely warranted. It was a good nerf. But people were like losing their minds. Anyway, sorry, I completely digressed. So this is a full single target build that without Starfall. And keep in mind, if you look at the damage number, so this is 79,500 DPS, right? In comparison to our live sim, our absolute best live sim is 79,800 DPS. So it's a little tiny little bit of a single target nerf on a full single target build. All right. Now, keep in mind as well, though, that this is playing with Convoke the Spirits, which you usually don't do. It's also playing with Force of Nature. It's playing with New Moon, blah, 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 right? Like, it's playing a bunch of stuff that you don't actually play. All right. Then, it's the same gear. Hey, Rake. All right, then we have some different builds here, because this is obviously, this build here without Starfall is obviously not like a real build for like actual raid bosses. You're not going to play this on any fight other than Taros, right? So it's like... So here's another build. This one is with Starfall. Let's see. I guess that's the only difference. It has Starfall, that's it. Yeah. Okay, this one literally just has Starfall and no Nature's Balance. It's interesting, by the way, because what I said earlier is wrong, right? Earlier I said if you want Starfall, you can drop Twin Moons. But apparently dropping Nature's Balance is better. Right? So in case you want Starfall, I guess you would rather drop Nature's Balance. So Twin Moons is apparently a bigger damage gain on single target than Nature's Balance is. But yeah, so this one is 78.4 KDPS. So it's a 600 damage loss to run Starfall rather than Nature's Balance. Let's see what the difference is between Twin Moons. Is this showing which talents you're not running? It is interesting to me that Nature's Balance is worse than 10% more Moonfire damage. But I mean, I guess it makes sense, just numbers. But anyway. So yeah, this is a build without Nature's Balance and Starfall instead. But you're still not running Ethereal Kindling on this build, right? So if there would be a boss fight where... Like, this is something you run on a boss, let me think. But it still has Convoke, which is unrealistic. Let's look at a non-Convoke build. This also has Convoke. This also has... Do they all have Convoke? Eh. Is there no Incarn Sim? I mean, we know that Convoke is better, so it does make the sim Convoke. It does make sense to sim it, I guess. Whatever. I can do my own sims afterwards to look at Incarn. But yeah, so this is with Starfall. Then this is with let me see. This is Star Weaver instead of Rattle, which seems to be 77.6k DPS. Yeah, it's only a 600 damage loss to not run Rattle. For some people, it's a damage gain though, so we'll see. Depends on your gear, I guess. Then let's see, what's this last build here? This is with Kindling and Starweaver. And this is 77.3. And you're dropping Force of Nature for this. Okay. Yeah, it makes sense. Like, all of these talent builds, the pure single target ones, though, you're basically playing the same thing. The one thing I do want, like, the main difference, I think, between these talents and our old talents is the fact that we're gonna be less mobile. Like, that's the main thing, right? Because we don't refresh our dots as often anymore, and we don't play mushrooms. So you have less globals. That's like the main difference that I can see between these builds. Other than that, nothing much changes, really. You still do the same thing as before, kind of. Right? It is like it's a very, very slight, like people are comparing this number here to all the other builds, and then yeah, it's obviously a damage loss, but this is also not like a realistic single target build that people are running, right? Like, this is our best single target sim with like best in slot talents, with talents that you're not realistically running in most scenarios, right? So you cannot compare this build to this build, right? Because in this build, you're running Ethereal Kindling, you're running Starfall, you're running Starweaver instead of Rattle, right? So you cannot necessarily look at this number here and then compare it to the 79k DPS. If you want to compare these builds, you would also want to run a similar build with the current talents, right? And yeah, to get the most accurate numbers, you would even want to run your own character anyway. But yeah, so this is like the best, technically speaking, the best single target build that we have next patch, with New Moon, Convoke, no Starfall, Rattle. All right, then we have some 4-target sims. I'd rather look at the 8-target sims, I think. Oh, here's the lunar versus solar comparison as well. Thanks for 6 months, Valder. What's up? All right, so this is Enter Luna filled with Wrath. Here you can see the difference in them. You can see how tiny these differences are, though, right? All right, so on single target, entering Solar Eclipse versus entering Lunar Eclipse, if you fill with Wrath. Here you can see if you enter Lunar and you fill with Starfire, then that would be worse than entering Solar and filling with Wrath, right? So if you enter Lunar Eclipse on single target, then you should cast Wrath. Because if you enter Lunar Eclipse on single target and then cast Starfires, then that would be a damage loss over just entering Solar Eclipse, right? But yeah, entering Lunar and filling with Wrath is the best thing. But you can see the numbers are like it's all very small differences. So yeah, that's something that this is for the new patch of always, right? Right, then we have Enter Luna, Fill with Wrath, Star Embrace. This is with the Embrace procs. So this is Enter Solar. And this is Enter Lunar, Fill with Wrath completely. And this is Enter Luna, Fill with Wrath and use Starfire on 2 or more 2-piece stacks. And this is Enter Luna, Fill with Wrath and Starfire Embrace procs. So you can see that next patch we would still cast Starfire with 2 or more Embrace procs on single target. And we would cast Starfire with 2 or more 2-piece procs, sorry. And with Embrace procs, we would also cast Starfires. All right, so that's that. Oh, these are the different sims. Okay, so this one, let me show you. That was Smolder build, and this one is Smolder UI builds. Ah, okay. And this is the Smolder build, right? Yeah, so this is the Smolder build. But yeah, we already set that. And this is, again, for single target, I believe, right? Yeah. So if you, oh, okay, so let me go back to what I said earlier. So, this is for with the pure single target build, you do this. Now, if you run the Smolder builds in M+, then you would already cast Starfire on two-piece stacks, not just 3, like we usually do, right? So it's a little bit of a change, but keep in mind it's not a tiny thing, right? And if you're running the Smolder and UI build, so Umbral, what is it called? Umbral Intensity, then you would actually want to enter Solar. Which is interesting. So that means if you run, like depending on which M+ build you're running, you want to do different single target rotations. So yeah, if you run Smolder and Umbral Intensity, then technically you would want to enter Solar Eclipse instead of Lunar on single target. But you can also see that it's quite a lot of difference in damage here. Let's see, this is 70k single target DPS with the non-UI builds, and it's 68k with the UI builds, and 72k with single target builds. So decent single target damage loss with these talents. That is something that is pretty important, I think, but I'm going to talk about that a bit later. Starfall versus not Starfall with Weaver. What does that mean? Starfall Pulsar is the best Starfall pre-CA. Starfall 4-piece. Ah, this is always single target. Okay. So you don't want to Starfall pre-CA. You do not want to use Starfall for your 4-piece proc on single target. Okay, so yeah. So nothing changed for Starfall procs. So you still want to activate your Pulsar with Starfall like we always do. You do not want to use your... Because, by the way, before they nerfed Starfall, because they nerfed Starfall a while ago, before they nerfed Starfall, we would actually always use Starfall with our 4-piece bonus, no matter what. Like, even on single target, we would use Starfall. But after they nerfed Starfall, we actually cast Star Search with our 4-piece proc, right? And now that is still the case. So you still use Star Search with your 4-piece proc whenever you enter an Eclipse, and you don't Starfall pre-CA either. All right, so that's all we have there. Then these are some dungeon sims. Now let's look at the 8 target sims. I like the 8 target sims. All right, so this is the first bit. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the damage numbers first, just to get a feeling for this. All right, so let's order them in like top to bottom. So 430 is the most, 427, 402. So like this, right? So it's 430k, 427k, 414k, 402k, and 398k. Okay, so this is the damage in order. Okay, so this is apparently our biggest DPS build, which keep in mind, this is always a simulation, so it might not be true. realistically. But yeah, so this is in a simulation on 8 targets. Let's see, on a 5-minute sim, the most DPS we could possibly do is with this build. Okay, so this has Starfall, of course, Ethereal Kindling, of course, and then it's playing with Smolder and Umbral Intensity. Smolder, in case you guys don't know what these talents do because we haven't played them in a while, Astral Smolder. Your critical strikes from Starfire and Wrath cause the target to languish for an additional 40% of your spell damage over 4 seconds. So it's just like a dot that stays behind. And Umbral Intensity makes Wrath do 20% more damage. And Lunar Eclipse increases the damage Starfire deals to nearby enemies by an additional 20%. So it just makes Starfire splash damage do more damage. All right. Then, so we played those 2 talents instead of... So we're basically dropping Starweaver or Rectal. So that's the biggest difference, and Mushrooms. So we're not playing Mushrooms, and we're not playing Rectal. I guess it's the biggest difference in this build in comparison to what we had before. Everything else still stays the same. Yeah. So this build mainly focuses on casting Starfires because we have a lot of things that buff Starfire here, right? We have Umbral Intensity that buff Starfire. We have Smolder that buff Starfire. We have 2 Umbral Embrace that buff Starfire. So a lot of like Starfire buffing stuff in there. I guess we can see if there's like a... like a damage breakdown. Okay, whatever, we don't need it. It's basically just Starfire does a lot of damage in this one, okay? Looking at damage breakdown is too complicated for now. We need to go over this quick. Alright, so yeah, this is a Smolder build. Smolder and UI build. Then a little bit less damage, but not actually a lot. It's just like it's very little DPS loss to run this, which is basically, let me see the difference. So here you just run Mushrooms. You still don't run Rattle or Starweaver, but you put 2 points in Mushrooms, and you drop 1 point of Balance of All Things, and we drop 1 point of what exactly? Oh, it's Sundered, right? That you're dropping? Yeah. So you drop Sundered and Balance of All Things for Mushrooms. Which, like, this already seems more realistic to me, honestly. Because, I personally think that in a 5-minute AoE sim, Mushrooms lose a lot of value because of waning, right? Like, I think in a 5-minute in a 5-minute constant AoE sim, Mushrooms lose a lot of value because they are not providing Waning Twilight anymore. Because Stellar Flare is going to be up on all of those targets all the time because you're going to be applying it, right? And you have more than enough time to apply your Stellar Flares if you're just standing still. But in an M+ scenario, that is not the case. Like in an M+ scenario, you're not fighting the same mobs for 5 minutes. In an M+ scenario, you're keep pulling new packs, and you always have to apply your waning, so your Stellar Flare, as you go. So that's why I do think that in an M+ scenario, Mushrooms have more value than in a sim. And therefore, I think if you compare these 2 sims here, like this one and this one, I think this one is a much more realistic sim with Mushrooms. I don't think we want to drop Mushrooms, realistically. Because even on a consistent 5-minute sim, it's only a 3k DPS loss. And keep in mind, 3k DPS seems like a lot, but not if you do 430k DPS, right? Like, that's not a lot of DPS in comparison. So anyway, I do think this is a more realistic build. If you want to play, like, Starfire at all, which we don't need. And this is also... actually, this would be a bigger single target loss, though, I guess. Because on single target, Sundered Firmament and Balance of All Things is better than Mushrooms. So, yeah. That's also something you have to consider. And yeah, this is a big... If you're playing this build, in my opinion, it's going to be more difficult to play in M+. And also, don't mean more difficult because of like the rotation is more difficult, but rather the fact that we have to cast more Starfires. Which, especially right now, how Implessis in Dragonflight is going to be a bit annoying, right? Because there's so many swirlies where you have to move instantly, and you can't just like finish your cast and then move. And there's just generally a lot of things you have to move with, right? You have to line of sight, you have to do this, you have to do that. And with all of that movement involved, I think if a big portion of our damage is from Starfire, I think realistically, we're going to have a much harder time than we have now. But I think we don't necessarily even have to play Smolder and Umbral. We can just play our full like Starfall kind of build anyway, right? I don't think we necessarily have to do these builds, but yeah, we'll see. We're gonna see or look at the difference in a second. Yeah, Smolder also procs Waning, but you have to crit the Starfire. Like, it's not a given that you're just gonna get an Astral Smolder proc. Is what I mean, right? Because if you have mushrooms, you guarantee to apply Waning. If you don't have mushrooms, you can apply Waning with Smolder, of course, or with Stellar Flare, but it takes a while for that to happen. Or it doesn't happen at all, you know? Like, maybe you don't get a Starfire crit. Like, maybe it just doesn't get applied. Who knows? Anyway, now we have this build here, which is... Now we're getting to builds that are quite a decent amount of damage loss. From 430k DPS to 414k DPS. And you're still running Astral Smolder and Umbral Intensity here, actually. What does... Oh, this one has Rettle. Ah, okay. So this one is running Power of Golden and Rettle, which I do think is probably going to be something you maybe run for Tyrannical. Because I assume for single target, this is going to be quite a lot better, right? Because if you look at these builds, for single target, this is going to be a bit meh, right? Because we're losing Starweaver or Rattle. We're losing Power of Goldrin, which is already like two decent or two decently good things that we have for single target, right? Then we gain Smolder and Umbral Intensity, but those are not really the best thing for single target anyway. So yeah, for single target, this is a bit... So if you run this here, it has Goldrin and Starweaver, Rattle. And then we do 414, which, yeah, it's a bigger damage loss for AoE, but it's not that it's horrible. Then this one... Oh, wait, this is our live server build. Which one is this? 5-minute 8 bosses. Oh, this is just a live server build in comparison. Let's see what this build is running. Okay, yeah, this is a pretty standard and plus build. Yeah. This is a pretty standard and plus build. Some people don't have second point in Balance of All Things and rather do Denizens or Power of Goldrin. But otherwise, it's a standard and plus build. And you can see it is 402k DPS on 8 targets in comparison. So all of the things that we looked at before had more DPS than our current best like live build, right? Keep in mind though that the better builds all revolve more around Starfire, which realistically is harder to reproduce than our current live build. I think our current live build is much easier to reproduce in an actual like live scenario, while these PTR builds are not. Thank you so much for 2 months, Bayjack. What's up? All right, so this is the live build for 2, and then there's one more PTR build, and this one involves Rattle and mushrooms. So you're basically dropping Smolder for mushrooms. I assume this is going to be the best single target build. And you're going to lose some Starfall damage. Because yeah, we had the single target build earlier. Let me see. It was here, right? Singular air smolder build. Yeah, those were the two. Wait, so this is a smolder build and this is the UI build. Wait, they both have smolder, but not UI. Wait, now I'm confused. Didn't one of them drop smolder? Yeah. Okay, now I'm confused. Because this build has smolder and UI. Actually, all of the builds have smolder in the UI. Other than this one only has UI and no smolder. But these two builds here drop UI and not smolder. So now I'm confused on why they simmed this instead of dropping smolder. Thank you so much for Prime, Mr. Didi. Thank you very much. Interesting. Or maybe they just mistyped in a document and it's actually not running that. Where did you see the talents? So we just copy this. And this is smolder and UI, and then the other one. Okay, this one's running 2 smolders and 1 or 2 UI. Yeah, I guess this just doesn't really matter that much then. Whatever. Thanks for sub, Bumpton. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. And then we have some dungeon sims. Academy Fortified. Let's see. Ooh, normalized HP. I like that. It's always simming Starweaver on these dungeon sims instead of Rettel. But it's interesting to see though. Like it's interesting to see that for like a dungeon sim, it's simming it's not simming Umbral or Astral Smolder to be good. While on the pure Patchwork sim, it's definitely simming them to be really good, right? And then it's also simming Starweaver instead of Rattle. And it's simming Power of Golden to be better. It's simming Denizens. So yeah, it's definitely interesting to see to look at the difference between Dungeon Sim versus like an actual like AoE Patchwork sim. Thanks for Prime Toasty. Thank you very much. There's 113. Okay, yeah. Then we have some trinket sims. Let's look at that. Okay, Whispering Icon and Rage Feather. The usual. Shadow Gem being up there. Icon and Furious Rage Feather. This was 2 targets, right? Yeah. And then pure AoE, we have the thing trinkets. Like we have it right now as well, right? All right. Yeah, that all makes sense. I didn't look at 4 targets yet. Just take a look at those. All right, so let's see. This is wait, let me close all of these. Oh my god, there's too many sims open. Jesus Christ. I'm very confused. All right, again, let's open single target first. I mean live servers first. Okay, so this is a live server sim for 4 targets. Look at the talents. Yeah, all makes sense. Yep. All right, then this is in comparison. If you look at the damage, 216k live servers, 230k PTR. Now this simming smolder UI. No mushrooms, no rattle. Yeah. And this is 230. Let's do 22, 226, 219. Okay. So this is the highest damage build apparently for 4 targets sustained. Then this is the second highest for 2 targets sustained, and this one's dropping smolder. 1 point of smolder into mushrooms and 1 point of balance of all things. So you're basically just gaining mushrooms. This is already more realistic than this build, in my opinion. Having mushrooms just makes sense, in my opinion. Then this one dropped a little bit more DPS, but not a lot, 4k, and it picked up rattle. But it dropped mushrooms again. So you're dropping smolder completely, dropping 1 point of balance of all things, putting 2 in Goldrin and 1 in rattle. And then this one has mushrooms and rattle and Goldrin, dropping both astral smolder and in umbral intensity. And then you also have to keep in mind that even the lowest damage build, like this one does the least amount of damage at 219k, right? But even that build does more damage than our live server build. It's only a small difference though. And I kind of feel like that this is going to be a much more realistic build for us, personally. Like, I personally think that, yeah, this whole Starfire hype that we're getting through these sims, like, I'm not sure if this is going to be really relevant. Like, I'm not sure if this is going to be realistic. Because maybe it just depends on the dungeon. Because Astral Smolder and Umbral Intensity and this whole, like, Starfire build, that seems to be really good next patch. Like, is it gonna be, like, is it actually gonna be good? Or is it just, like, good for simming? You know, like, I personally think that we're probably gonna be running more of a build that is like this. Like, more of a build where we don't run Smolder or UI, and we'd rather just play Rattle, Goldrin, Mushrooms, kind of the same build as we run now. The reason why I think that is because I don't think we're gonna sit there realistically and cast Starfires a lot. Like, we just have to move. There's thundering we have to clear. There's tornadoes you have to dodge. There's swirlies on the ground you have to dodge. There's things you have to line of sight. You have to go bear form. You have to do this, blah, 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 right? You constantly have to, like, interrupt your spells and move around. And if Starfire is going to be your main damage dealing ability in a plus, then you're going to be losing so much damage from doing all of those things, right? So if your whole talent build is set up to buff your Starfire, I think you're just gonna be losing so much damage for playing the dungeon in, like, a realistic way. So I think it makes more sense to go with a build that sims less damage, but it's easier to hit those numbers, right? Like, if you run a build like this, it's much easier to hit 219k DPS with this. Even though the other build sims higher, right? Like, this sims 230k DPS, but is it going to be easy to hit 230k DPS if most of the damage from this build comes from Starfire? I don't really think so. And then additionally, we're going to do less single target with this build. Like, this whole Smolder and UI thing is set up for like really big pulls when you need consistent AoE damage, especially when it's like lots of targets, right? And I think we're already good at that scenario anyway. So should we be dropping damage on other scenarios where we're not good at just to gain damage in a situation where we're already good? And I don't think that's true. Like, I don't think that makes sense. So in my opinion, I think we're gonna be still running very similar builds to what we did before the patch, just because this whole Starfire focused build is not very realistic to do in an M+ scenario. And additionally, I also don't think that it makes sense for us to drop damage on single target and drop damage on like lower amounts of targets just to gain damage in big AoE scenarios where we already are good no matter what we do, right? Like the difference between doing like 430k sustained or 415k sustained, like, you know what I mean? Like, I think we're going to be tapping the damage meters no matter what we do on a sustained AoE fight. And yeah, is it good to do more sustained AoE? Of course. But is it worth it to drop a lot of your single target damage and lower target damage to do more? I think not. Especially because Mythic Plus consists of majority smaller pools. Like, if you look at all of the dungeons that we have in the current dungeon pool, the amount of huge pulls that you're doing in M+ is very low. Like, there are some big pulls, but they're not the majority of M+ in a percentage-wise. Like, I think percentage-wise, in a whole dungeon, you do like 50% of the time you probably do smaller pulls or single targets, or maybe even more. Maybe it's more like 70%. 70% of the pool, you either kill a boss, you kill like 3 or 4 targets, you kill 2 targets, you do a bunch of targets but one priority target that you're focusing, and then maybe 5 to 10% of the pools are going to be big AoE pools where you need consistent AoE damage, right? So completely changing your whole talent tree just to be better on those 10% pools, probably not worth it, right? So I personally think in a realistic scenario, we're going to be playing more of a build that is very similar to what we play right now. And just continue to do what we're doing, just putting a bit more emphasis on Starfire. Because Starfire is going to be still good, even if you drop Umbral, even if you don't play Smolder and Intensity, Starfire is still going to be a good spell, right? So I definitely think we're going to be putting more emphasis on Starfire no matter what build we're running. But I just don't think that we should change our whole talent build to just be Starfire focused, right? Thank you so much for Prime, Stavo, and thank you so much for 11 months, Macron. I did look at the single target sims, yeah. But yeah, so in the end, looking at all of these numbers now, I think the conclusion is that damage-wise, I don't think very much is going to change realistically. Like, I think we're still going to be more of like bottom tier single target spec in raids. So none of that is going to change. We're not going to get buffed on single target or whatever. We're still going to do kind of bottom tier damage to single targets in raids. In M+, we're still going to be very good on sustained AoE pulls, if not better than what we were before. And depending on which build you're running in M+, it might be a slight single target nerf for you on single target with the AoE and plus talents. So if you go for a full AoE damage build and a plus in the next patch, then you're going to lose single target damage into like the comparison that we had before, right? But if you run more of the similar build that we did before, then you're probably not going to lose much single target either. Thanks for 28 months, Vikatoria. What's up? So yeah, that's my conclusion. I think the tree is good. You have options what you can do. You know, you can run more Starfire focused builds on AoE. You can not do that if you don't want to. You have the options of running Mushrooms or not. You have the options of running Rattle or Starweaver or not running it, depending on what you want to do. For single target and for raiding. For single target and for raiding, nothing much probably is going to change, I don't think. We're still going to be running very similar builds as we did before. Like, I think a build something like this is still something we're going to run in raiding too. On fights where you need a little bit of AoE and you want your dots to be extended and you want to apply waning. Like, maybe this is going to be a build for something like the Thea, maybe I could imagine, where you would want to have the Mushrooms. And maybe you want to have ethereal kindling as well. And yeah, I think it's fine. It's good that we have solar beam baseline now, unless you run a super fully focused single target build. We're never gonna run Lunar Shrapnel anymore because that talent is just horrible. It used to be horrible before. We were just forced to take it before. We're not gonna be running Denizens as much as we did before, like in M+. In the raid, you're still very much gonna be running this, I believe. Did I look at a single target sim? Was it running Denizens? I don't remember. This one is a pure single target build, right? Oh, it's not. Okay, so yeah, so basically we're probably never gonna run Friend of the Fae anymore, which is whatever. There's still some builds that run Denizens, like this build here, for example, is running Denizens, but not Friend of the Fae. You just the thing with this talent tree is that at the bottom we don't have a lot of points, even though we want more, right? Like I feel like in this area there's definitely a lack of points in comparison to what we had before. There's just a lot of things that we would want technically, right? So we have to drop some things that we were able to pick up before. But it's not the end of the world because a lot of these talents are not very good anyway, right? Like Friend of Face kind of meh, Mushrooms is meh, Single Target, Illumin's Guidance is meh, so like Radiant Moonlight is not something we ever skilled anyway, so it's like all of this stuff is like whatever. Now, one thing that I didn't mention yet is that they did actually change Astral Communion to give us 20% more Astral Power. So instead of having 100 Astral Power, we have 120 if we go with Astral Communion. Now, none of these builds included Astral Communion because it's a damage loss to take it compared to having other talents in a simulation. Now, is it going to be a damage loss in an actual real scenario? I don't know. It might be possible that this is something that we run. I'm definitely going to have to test it to see if it's like a good thing. Because having 20 more Astral Power is going to be nice, in my opinion. For certain like scenarios where you're basically running out of globals. I think the 20 extra Astral Power is going to help you so much when we're setting up a pool, whenever you feel overwhelmed and you want to do everything simultaneously, right? Like you're going into a pool, you want to put your Moonfire, you want to put your Sunfire, you want to enter Eclipse, you want to cast Mushrooms, you want to cast Fear Balloon, you want to do all of these things, but we have to cast Starfalls in between because we are otherwise going to overcap Astral Power, and we don't want to do that, right? So having 20 extra Astral Power is maybe gonna be maybe it's gonna be nice for those situations where you would, like overcap Astral Power, but you're like, oh, I have 20 more Astral Power, so I can finish my Mushroom cast before I start spamming Starfalls. You know what I mean? Well, in the past, maybe you felt like, oh, I have to cast Starfall now because otherwise I have an overcap, so I'm gonna cast Mushrooms in the next global, right? But getting Mushrooms out is really good early on to get your waning up. So maybe having the extra 20 Astral Power is going to help a little bit for those pulls, and maybe it's going to be a damage gain in a realistic and plus scenario compared to picking something else up. I think the biggest problem with this Astral Communion pick is the fact that it's in the bottom side of the tree. Like if Astral Communion was at the middle part of the tree, you would pick it up so much more. But the thing is, it's at the bottom part. And this bottom part here, there's so many points we want, technically speaking. So wasting a point for Astral Communion to have 20 more Astral Power is a bit like, I don't think that really makes sense. If it was here, like somewhere here, it would be no problem to pick it up, I think. But yeah, down here is a bit, yeah. Thanks to 20 months, Lagissimo. What's up? But anyway, so this is my opinion of the new patch. I don't think any of these builds are like set in stone or anything, so I don't necessarily want to link any builds anywhere because these are just like preliminary sims that might not be like final at all. Maybe it's not realistic to do any of this. So you can of course copy the builds by like looking at them and like just trying them out. But I don't necessarily want to link any sims anywhere, and I also don't want to link any builds anywhere, because you know, like maybe none of this makes sense. So take all of this with a grain of salt and maybe look back or try. You're definitely welcome because obviously the patch comes out or is out already when people watch this on YouTube. But yeah, look at like try out these different builds and play around with them. And once we have like actual builds, like real builds that we know are good, then you can check back in on my stream, or it's going to be in the Dream Grove Discord channel as well. I'm sure they're going to have lots of stuff there. So yeah, that's it. The class tree, on the other hand, I didn't really talk about the class tree, but the class tree is almost all just utility anyway. The only thing that we still want to pick up Lycara's teachings, of course. We still want to pick up Astral Influence because we need improved Sandfire. Like, you have to pick it up to get here. You, of course, want to pick up Moonconfirm and Sandfire. It makes sense. And other than that, you can do whatever you want. You can go to the... You can go down here and go damage taken reduced. You can go down here for Inca Roar. You can go there for Vigil, Heart of the Wild. You know, like, you have options. Just do whatever you want. You can even go down here to pick up increased movement speed, which is something that I might do in Plus, actually. I haven't thought about it yet. Depends on the dungeon I do. But yeah, picking up Feline Swiftness is not going to be a horrible thing anymore. I mean, it's still pretty horrible, because you have to waste a point in Thrash and Rip, and then like pick up the Feline Swiftness. But it's not as bad as it was before, so you have the ability to do that if you want. And you can also get Tireless Pursuit as well if you want, technically. So yeah, that's it. Yeah, I mean, movement speed is generally always going to be good. And I think the tree... How do you reset this tree? I think the class tree really gives you so many options now. It's crazy how many points you have. Like, you can easily do everything you want, really. Especially, like, for example, look at this early stage here, right? We still have... we still need to put a lot more points into this. So, like, what do? Let's say we want Thick Hide, because Thick Hide is insane, right? So I guess you pick up Frenzy, you pick up Improved Bark Skin, you pick up Verdant Hide, and Iron Fur. And now we can go down here, but we still need 2 points, right? So let's say we do not need Remove Corruption. Well, now since you have 2 points, you can either pick up... oh wait, I mean, obviously you need Nurturing Instinct. I forgot about this talent. You need this one. Okay, so now we can go down. Now we have to take Astral Influence. We have to take Improved Sandfire for almost all scenarios. Then we want Thick Hide. We want Wild Charge. And we want Stampeding Roar, right? So now we have this. Now let's see. We need 4 more points, which... I mean, honestly, it doesn't necessarily... I don't know, like... there's anything you can do. You can go Typhoon if you want, but it's not necessarily needed for a lot of... If this is a plus build, then you have to pick up Typhoon. I think Typhoon is just too useful to not have it. So let's say this is in plus. So now we need 3 more points. Since we do want Inca Roar, we want to pick up Matted Fur. Even though Matted Fur is horrible. And I wish they would actually buff this ability because it's absolutely useless in my book. But yeah, so we can pick up the new talents here, Gale Winds and Incessant Tempest, but I don't like either of these abilities. I think they're bad. So I wouldn't pick this up. Now I still need to spend 2 points. Technically, I could go down here to Feline Swiftness if I want. Otherwise, I don't know what else I would want for M+ anyway. I could go Cyclone now if I want. Or Hibernate. But let's pick this up for now. So now we have Lycara's Teachings. Now we pick up Renewal. We pick up Vortex, Innervate, and Vigil. We pick up Inca Roar. And now we still have 3 points. So now we could go Feline Swiftness if we want. And we can pick up Well-Honed Instincts. Or improved Stampeding War as well. And now we have 15% more speed. How nice. Right? Amazing. Dun, 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 dun. Hey, El Papito, I already talked about that literally like 5 minutes before you came here. You can go, oh, I remember what I wanted to do now before I started the stream. I wanted to file my fingernails. I'm obviously not gonna do that now, but I'm gonna put it here so I remember afterwards. There we go. Okay. Yeah, this is kind of what we have. And of course, I mean, you don't need to go with these things over there, right? So you can also just remove the movement speed and go with Cyclone instead. Go with the improved Submitting Roar or another Well-Honed Mind. You can go with Heart of the Wilds, Orson's Vigor. You can go with Remove Corruption, you know, like whatever you feel like. Hey, Alchemist, who's Team Liquid Residue I should be following? I'm new to TL. Ooh, I don't think any of the TL healers currently playing Residue. At least not in the raid. I don't know which Team Liquid Residue would be streaming Residue once in a while. I don't think anyone. I don't think there's even many Team Liquid raiders that are healers that are streaming that much, right? Like, I'm trying to think if there's many Team Liquid healers that stream currently. Like, not the raid, because the raid, during progression, they all stream, I guess. But outside of raiding, I don't think there are many Team Liquid healers that stream. Driny streams once in a while, right? But Driny plays Holy Paladin almost always. Yeah, I said Driny play a lot of M+, so I was figuring that he would also stream. Dun, 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 dun. I don't think Nick streams. Does he? I'm not 100% sure because most of the time when the NA people stream, I'm asleep. Because time zones are a thing. Anyway. There's no Moonkin nerf. Boom bait. Or what do you mean? Jennifer, no cut. I'm not sure that's a key. Is that a key? I'm not sure if that's a key. No, the Moonkin changes will not improve our signatory damage, no. Oh, you're talking about the Starfire nerf? Well, but that's... I mean, the reason I said it wasn't a nerf is because it wasn't even live servers, yeah? Like, that's more of a PTR kind of nerf thing. It's not really affecting us on live servers. And the fact that they nerfed it was a really good thing because it was ridiculous. I'm glad they nerfed Starfire, Splash. Uh... We'll add Moonkins to kicks tonight for practice? Oh my god, I hate this guild. I don't even have the new talents yet, and they want me to kick already. I hate them. What the fuck? Thanks, 8 months, Cyan. What's up? Thank you, thank you. Okay, so we're gonna have beam. What are we doing? Naguura beam on breath, going from first to second net. Sure, I guess. Sure, let's do it. Maybe I should play Skull Bash for additional kicks. Wait, what, Kita? I have a 21, right? Because we depleted a 22 no-cut. Yeah, it's 21. Oh my god. I have the deadest key of all keys. Let me actually... Because I was AFK for the weekend, right? And usually when I'm AFK for the weekend, people time a lot of keys and gain a lot of radar IO, and then I'm behind. So let's take a look of what the highest keys are. What did they do over the weekend? Let's see. It's Tyrannical... Sanguine Explosive, this one here. Anyway, 326. Okay, this is SPG. I'm not even gonna look at SPG. Fuck SPG. Let's look at hulls. Still only 125 hulls. And only 8 24s. God, hulls. Hulls is just something else, isn't it? Alright, then let's see. Rubia? Ruby's 325s. Then Temple. 225s. Quite a lot of 24s. And I like how people constantly talk about Temple and, oh my god, you need a Warlock for Temple, or you need a Master Spell. Now look at all of these keys. Not having either of those things. Look at that. Anyway, Asher Vault, 125. Look at defensive. 325s. Okay. No, the reason why the halls aren't timed is not because of Fenrir, it's literally because the timer is too short. That's the only reason. Halls is not that... I mean, yeah, it's difficult, but it's not... That's not the reason, right? People can definitely play halls. Just fine. The dungeon... Execution-wise, the dungeon is not that hard. It's the timer that makes it hard. Looking for 24 SPG. Looking for 23 temple, 23 A. I don't have I have a 21 key. What can I tell you? 23 ruby, sounds good. What enhancement shaman? Yeah, that's not me. Lost my mind. Should I play Solar Beam? I'm just gonna go with no. But we're gonna play this now. See what happens. I don't need the spell. This is all fine. Alright. Beam is still bugged. Yeah, Beam's definitely still bugged right now. I cannot believe they haven't fixed Beam just yet.
The defenders of the Ruby Life Shrine are stretched
Exactly.
thin, repelling primalist attacks.
The DPS
Please,
lost buck.
lend them your aid.
So we're talking about. Beam is still on cooldown. That's what I always say when they ask. Right now, CD is 48 hours. That is actually so accurate, yeah. 48-hour cooldown. Sorry. RP isn't really a problem in my opinion because they're Court of Stars and know that have super long travel or long RP events, and those are fine on timer. Well, I mean, I don't think there's a difference between a 30-minute dungeon like Court of Stars is and a 38-minute dungeon like Halls is while the timer is still close. Like Court of Stars has a 30-minute timer, has RP in that 30-minute timer, and is still really easy on the timer, right? Like in Court of Stars, you can do numerous mistakes and you're still gonna be timing it, right? While Halls of Valor has a really tight timer. It is 38 minutes and it has additional RP, right? So I do think that's a little bit of a difference. Thank you so much for Raid Eyelash. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. Hope you had a good stream. Dance again. Just get rid of the Guess Who at the end. I like the Guess Who. I don't mind that one. If anything, I mind the boat ride. The boat ride is just like, why is it there? It's just annoying. Good night, good night. You like the boat ride? Don't say that out loud. Keep those thoughts to yourself. I mean, Halls of Valor is just... I don't necessarily even think it's about the RP itself. I think it's the fact that this whole last room is boring and takes forever. Like, it's just all of it combined. You know? Like, it's the fact that there's 4 high HP mini-bosses that are just, like, target dummies. Then you have Skovald, which is a boss that is a target dummy. Then you have RP in between Skovald and Odin, and RP between the mini-bosses and Skovald. And then Odin is a little bit more difficult than Skovald, but it still feels kind of like a target dummy. So you have these 3 events with RP in between that all feel like you're just wasting time. And there's nothing that you can do about it. Like, there's nothing you can do to make it quicker. Because, I mean, it's all just single target stuff, right? Like, it's not that you can, like, really min-max your DPS or whatever. Because it's just, like, you're hitting a bunch of mini-bosses, then you're hitting a boss, and then you're hitting another boss, you know? Like, you just, like, press your single target buttons and hope damage comes out. It's not that you can do anything fancy or, like, speed it up somehow or, like, be more efficient. There's really nothing you can do. So that's what makes it feel so bad, in my opinion. It's just you sit there not being able to speed this whole process up that takes like 10 minutes, right? I mean, I obviously know that you can chain with the beer, but that still doesn't make it any more interesting or more, like, you can't... When I say you can't speed it up, I mean you cannot be more efficient when it comes to your, like, damage rotation or to what you can do. Yes, of course, you can pull 2 at the same time with the beer, but that's, like, the only thing you can do. Imagine you couldn't do that. Like, imagine you would have to literally pull them one by one. Like, Jesus Christ. Oops. Alright, let's see ya. What are we gonna do here? More, it's basically the same as Recipe, yeah. We're skipping the fire dude and we're skipping this patrol. Sure. Sounds good to me. Can't believe we're not playing the Shockcasters. What? Yeah, I agree. I love them too. They're my favorite. Wait, I forgot. Are we pulling the mop?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fuck, I didn't see it. Are we pulling them up or not? The guy. Oh no, we're not pulling it. Okay. Then
Alexstrasza charged us with protecting the life pools
I'm
from the
stuck.
primalists. I pray they have not infiltrated too deeply. Ensure the eggs are safe and eliminate any threat on these sacred grounds.
Alright, let's go.
Marked by lightning.
Oh, wow.
Five, 4, 3.
Oh my god, I forgot about thundering for a second there. Haven't played in Plus in a while. Oh! Is our tank okay?
The elements answer to me.
Alright! Looking good?
Marked by lightning.
Oh. Bad timing, I guess?
If only you could have understood the righteousness of our cause.
That is such bad timing. Is this guy not gonna walk back? Ever?
Such
Oh, there
a
he is.
pointless death. I will not allow you to disturb Meladrusa's work.
My allies sacrificed themselves so that I could return these eggs to their natural state. I will not fail!
Ah. They just interrupt my flare, really. Definitely could have cast that spell. Why does this guy never walk in? Shield Weaver just doesn't want to move. Actually, it was the Earthshaper that didn't move.
The elements answer to me!
I've been holding my cooldowns for way too long. I didn't think this would take so long. Not bad.
4,
Melidrusa, I have failed.
I have failed.
You will not interfere! Ice consume you! Be frozen and shatter!
Oh, that's kind of close. Whoa, that hurts a lot. My health!
Consume you!
Imagine having to heal a Moonkin and a Hunter for Rest Druid.
Be frozen and shatter!
The
Wow!
elements answer to me!
Calm down.
But I need your strength, little ones! My chill will
5,
freeze your
4,
bones!
3,
Holy shit, it hurts.
Ice consume you! Be frozen and shatter!
Whoa. This boss is not even half HP yet.
You!
And I'm already dying.
Be frozen and shatter!
Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh. Holy
The
Jesus.
elements answer.
Ice consume you!
I believe I didn't die.
No, these whelps are pure. They will show you the truth. My chill will freeze your bones.
I'm gonna give the healer innovate and hope we survive. Okay, we good?
Ice consume you! Be frozen
Dude.
and shatter!
How long is this boss fight? I feel like I've been in this fight for an hour and a half. It's only been 2:43 though. It feels so much longer. I don't know why. I don't know.
Ice consume you!
It feels like I've been fighting this boss for 4 minutes now.
Be frozen and shatter!
Iron bar.
Thank you.
The elements answer to me!
I got iron barked.
Ice consume you!
For Rest to do it, trying to heal the Hunter and the Moonkid.
5, 4,
Be frozen and shatter!
And chat bubbles, I just generally have
Good
chat
work,
bubbles
champion.
enabled.
Now that you have secured the pools below, I require your aid above.
I watched these commercials and you're still fighting. I think you need to have... Actually, I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
The exposed life pools are in
I think so,
grave
though.
danger. A powerful primalist
But I'm not
is
100% sure if
attempting
you
to
can
burn
just
all the
enable
nesting
chat bubbles
areas.
only for the
You
weaker.
must clear them to get to her.
I
will
don't
keep
know if that
watch
works.
from above while I confront the dragon who is leading this assault.
Quickly, take the eggs. Save as many as you can.
Just gonna use cooldowns here. Okay, looking good. Saving cloak as well, I got. Oh no, we don't have cloak. Ah, never mind. I hate using cooldowns for this boss, for this map, but...
Marked by lightning.
Why does this hunter feel so much tankier than I am? Am I just imagining that, or...
5,
I
4,
must be imagining that, right? Or maybe the hunter is running like versatility gems and stuff. But as an MM? Oh. That cloak was a bit risky. Because the hunter got dispelled and then the rogue cloaked their diva above. Whoa, the Scorchling is just killing me. I'm dead. Ah, I'm alive. Don't worry about it. I'm totally not dead. Oh, no, not a druid. Oh my god. No, Sanguine. Oh my Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm making this sound a lot more dramatic than it is, guys, by the way, but... If they wouldn't have nerfed Cinderbolt and Inferno, the druid would have died like 4 times. Just saying. Like, this Raster druid just had the living bomb. Plus, 2 Cinderbolts were not interrupted
3,
on the druid. Like, that druid would have died like 3 times. If they wouldn't have nerfed
Well
Cinderbolts.
done. You have secured the first pool. Now
That's
see
why I
to
was
the others.
exaggerating so much. Sorry, guys. I didn't play this dungeon ever since the nerf Cinderbolts and stuff, so... I was very worried for the druid's health. But apparently, it's no problem anymore now. Apparently, you just let all the cast go through and it's fine.
The elements answer to me.
The elements answer to me.
five, 4, 3,
Hey, Preach and Peach, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate it.
Keep clearing them out. Do not let the primal.
I mean, I know it's tyrannical, but on a 23, Cinderbolts before they nerfed it still does like a shit ton of damage, yeah? Like, that druid definitely would have died. Like, there's no doubt in my mind that druid would have died. Even from just 1 Cinderbolt, by the way. But 2 went through. while he had the living bomb. Before the nerf, he would have died from one Cinderbolt plus living bomb for sure. There's no way. Oh, nice. Nice knock. I'm not standing that low. We cannot pull this dragon, yeah? Gotta be careful.
You are almost to the master of these minions. Hurry onwards, champion.
Marked by lightning.
Five, 4, 3.
Sorry, I moved around a bit with this debuff, but I needed to knock the caster away. My bad. What's this flame dancer? Nice. Can I just save this proc? Because we're doing boss now, right? We're not doing
The
this
last
pack.
pool is safe. She is exposed. Attack that primalist before she
I'm
can
stuck in the
summon
flowers.
reinforcements.
Marked by lightning.
Ooh, good timing. Wait, why are we clearing it? Oh, I guess we need mana on the healer. Oh, man.
I will honor the sacrifice of my allies and burn through you myself! Erupt with their power! You cannot escape the heat! End to the flame! You cannot
Ooh,
escape
did you
the
see
heat.
that bait? Oh my god. Who is this moonkin?
Be overwhelmed by the flame. Fire, consume my enemies!
Oh wow.
End to the flame! You cannot escape the heat! Be overwhelmed by the flame!
5, 4,
You cannot escape the heat! End to the flame!
Oh my god, I'm dying. Boulder?
Fire, consume my enemies!
Nice.
Erupt with their power! Fire, consume my
Oh, this was gonna explode
enemies!
instantly. Oh, shit.
End
Yeah.
to the flame!
Iron bar.
Yeah, because he made it to the tree, and then they explode when they collide with something.
Fire, consume my enemies! Be overwhelmed by the flame.
5, 4,
Fire, consume my enemies! And to the flame! You cannot escape the heat!
What was that, cheetah?
Erupt with their power! You cannot escape the heat! And to the flame!
Okay, I'm just gonna use cooldown. No! No, the explosive just went through. I pressed cooldowns right before I died.
You cannot escape the heat!
Yikes! Maybe we have to rest a rogue, I think.
Marked by lightning!
Yeah.
Erupt
Fuck.
with their power!
No, that explosive.
You
Fuck
cannot
me.
escape the heat! And to the flame! You were warned not to play with
Unfortunate.
fire!
We tried. We tried.
Don't die. Warhammer.
Everyone's so nice in this key. Oh my god. Everyone is like, what's a good run? Nice try. Thank you for the try. Have a nice day. Nice try. Thank you. GG, smiley face. Can you imagine? Unbelievable. Can you imagine people being so nice? What is this game? Boomy looking for a mate. That sounds... Yeah. Like a mating partner? Let's go home. Wait, what are we doing? Astrovault, right? Oh, what is this tier list? What is this tier list? God, I hate tier lists so much. This tier list doesn't even make sense. Is that a rating tier list? Or an M+ tier list? I think it might be an plus tier list. There's no way there's a rating tier list, right? I'm not even gonna show you. Fuck it. We're not giving this any attention. Actually, you know what I want to do? I want to sim how much better the Shadow Gem is for me. How much better is it? Maybe I have to farm it, but I can't upgrade it anyway, so I have to compare it to a 405 one. Let's see. Shadow Gem. Wait, what is the string called? Ruby? Ruby. Oh shit, what is the string called? I just got a route link that is called Dead Paladin Route. Alright, so we're not playing anything up here. Okay. Then Shrouds. Okay, we do have that. Then we play double pack up here. Then we play the big pull down. Then we do this. Forgivation. So we skip those, do this, and then that. Okay. Seems good. I think he always played frogs, like this whole route without the frogs. I don't think that was a good route. I don't think it was good. I only played it one. Actually, I never played it. I never played the route without the frogs. It also might have something to do with me being a moonkin. So, like, if you have a moonkin, why would you skip the frogs, you know?
Not of my blood as a threat. Their gaze pierces all. If they see you, all nearby creatures will awaken to purge you from the vault.
Usually tanks skip last 2 this week because explosives. Eh? Skip last 2? Use world marker on first boss. I used to have a macro for that at some point. There we go. Whatever this marker is, that's me. Preheat says hi Naguura and hi stream. And Toast says why is Naguura reading Discord while working? Good point. Alright, discard dodgy Geo. Oh wait, that was the wrong thing. Oh, it's an 8, not a B. Hello.
These
Hello.
whelplings perceive anyone not of my blood.
Do you want to build
as a
pulsar?
threat. Their
Nah, I'm good.
gaze pierces all.
All right.
If they see you, all nearby creatures will awaken to purge you from the vault.
Pulsar builders, wow.
I don't know if anyone else is coming on, actually.
I think so.
Psst. Hey. Hey, you. Yeah.
Might be good to have somebody who can kick, because I'm probably
Want to do some...
Yeah,
the
I
person
mean,
that's
if,
the most
no one
useless
else
on voice.
sit here. I'll get someone.
I like that I joined voice and then the Rogue and the Monk didn't.
The stroke then.
Good morning, Salty. What's up?
Let's go.
Okay, we just believe in this
Really
Rogue.
fun.
Right. It's your key.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Is that Stash on Discord?
Be wary, champions. My vault is many things, but harmless is not one of them. These whelplings perceive
Try to
anyone
sweep
not
the
of my
first
blood as a
shard cast.
threat. Their gaze
bloodlust here, by the way.
pierces all.
I'm
If
just
they see
waiting.
you, all nearby creatures will awaken to purge you from the vault.
Marked by lightning.
I'll blind. Wait till I let this through.
And not doom soon. Okay.
Nice. Oh, that's a kidney in...
Don't have enough for that one.
Healing.
Nice. What a beautiful ring that was.
Ah, that tree's casting through the wall. Choked.
Ah, that guy.
Flame have been delving into my vault.
Fasting in the corner.
They do not understand the dangers within, nor the powers they meddle with.
It's slow.
5,
God, we have so many interrupts. This is so nice.
I can keep the green. It's got a cast. Probably dead though.
Yeah,
we
the
good.
mobs cast so rarely. You actually need very few kicks to get a lot of them.
Once, my beloved Malagos gifted me with arcane seeds. I planted them here. A little garden from him.
I feel like this is a Munkin route, because now I'm gonna have cooldowns for the boss. Usually they're already here.
And so you take
And that's
cross,
really
I'll take
annoying.
the last one.
Prune it.
Yep.
Oh, I didn't see that purple thing on the ground. The one that was already there.
The elements answer to me.
I've read debuff.
Probably clear with the aggro.
Thanks for the Prime pin run. Thank you very much.
Get out of melee.
We can do it now.
I'll do next on the first.
Just be back up on Skull, I think. Because I'm the one most
picked,
likely to be out.
Curse.
Alright, fair enough.
Seems like there's no one.
Nah, Asu has that. Alright, you ready?
Yeah, you can go.
The elements answer to me!
Oh, this is gonna hit a lot of them.
Gotta clear quick. Just before.
Purple marker was maybe not the best idea. Just realized that purple marker was probably the worst mark I could have chosen.
Oh yeah, that's not easy to see in this dungeon.
I'm gonna sift you this.
Nice Zephyr.
Let me know if you want stagger.
Oh!
Yeah. I'm fine on this one. Actually, I played with Raz in this dungeon. He played like the short time dilation. It was really good.
Short one?
Yeah, you get like a CDR on it.
Marked by
I don't know what the talent is called. It's like at the start of your thing.
So are you good? I can reach you.
Good.
5.
Need to
4.
clear. Personal.
Ooh, that explosive.
Oh, he's playing. Yeah. That's like some weird though.
It's gonna clear like 2, I think. Oh, 6.
Beautiful.
It's good. We're gonna miss one, I think.
Yeah. We were like 3 people on the other side, so no one was like taking the lead to run over.
Time dilation.
Marked by lightning.
I've gotten dilated.
Five.
Are we good?
Gonna miss the middle one, I think.
Oh shit.
Close. Gonna save you.
Thanks for Prime, Leoniverse. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Kill the boss.
Let's see if we can't get another phase so we get some more padding.
No.
Marked by lightning.
There is no sign of the sun's flame here. Come, this way. The location of my vault was chosen to harness and make use of this powerful ley line.
God, we're all so fast.
While a marvel
Okay.
to behold,
I guess it doesn't matter.
I'm unsure of what effects it will have on
I
your
think the patrol is gonna be
mortal
good if we get there quick.
Do be on the lookout for the growth of extra appendages.
What is this Prot Paladin singletary damage, by the way? Jesus Christ. That's OP. We need Spell Reflect.
You have discovered
if
one
you're
of
quick
my
though.
books of
Yeah, if the rogue is distracted,
translocation.
it's fine. I mean, I'm a
Since
bit
the
slow.
majority of the vault's
Sweep, the first
caretakers are
AoE
flightless,
sleep cast.
I incorporated a means of
I
safe travel
focus the
via
keeper.
these tomes.
Sweep.
Esther was pretty quick.
Yeah. We need a knock.
Mm.
I'm a bad player. At least the big guy's not healing.
Good.
I don't have one more.
I need to, at least I'm gonna heal him. We need to chill. Or ring it. Yeah, I forgot we even had that.
One is healing.
Yeah, I couldn't really find a
That's
good
fine, as long as the big guy isn't.
way of knocking them there.
Right,
So we
we
do
need
the
2
next,
packs. Ah, monk speed up for me, that's the thing.
The elements answer to me!
Need to clear melee.
Someone's gonna sleep.
Esther over here.
I'm asleep.
This frontal needs to be stopped when it comes.
You can do it.
Nice, nice.
I guess we kill this pressure.
Where's the jump hose? Right here. We'll bloodlust next pull.
Shit, I don't have cooldowns. We're too fast.
You mean the ads, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, we're going back. Where's other patrols? Sort of good. Can avoid pulling it.
Thanks for 3 months, Explore. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Can you roar me?
Yep.
Get this kick on the keeper. I'm gonna be out of range a lot of the time.
The elements answer to me!
Oh my god, I just have to cast so many sunfires. That's so annoying.
5, 4, 3,
Interesting. How did it do so much damage? Didn't have cooldowns. Huh. Mungkin OP.
Stagger me as I go into this ball.
Thanks to the Prime, Wundertüte. Thank you very much. Dankeschön.
Yes, yes. So
Yes, yes.
beautiful.
The elements answer to me!
five,
And then
You just try. Ah, the rogue isn't here. Damn it.
Rip.
just finish them before we go.
Yeah, I tried chaining this before. One of these guys like This guards, they always get a knife cut off at me at like the very end and I die. So I stopped doing that. Be ready for a ring here. This boss is hard to move. Ring now. Nice, nice.
Marked by lightning.
It's a clear melee.
Oh, I forgot. Oh, this is... Oh my god. They changed thundering. I just... Wait. Ah. I forgot that they changed thundering. My brain was so confused. Like, multiple times in this key. I had a red debuff. And all of a sudden, they got cleared without it being cleared on me. And I was like, oh, huh? Like, my brain was, like, confused. And then... my brain was like, oh, I probably had the blue debuff, and I just thought it was the red debuff, you know? Like, it must have been the blue debuff then. And now I realized they changed it. That makes so much more sense than my brain being confused constantly. Even though that also does make a lot of sense.
He's asking for repair bot.
Yeah, I have one.
The elements
Nice.
answer to me.
Need 5 ticks, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Drinking.
Quite low.
Am I good?
Alright.
No, no, no!
No, no, no.
It is all mine!
Carl, thank you so much for 50 cents. And it's tier 3. What's up?
Add.
My treasures!
Actually, I have such good cooldown timings for this boss right now.
Slash you!
Like, just generally, this whole dungeon, I have good cooldown timings. I love it.
All the power. Mine, mine, mine!
Marked by lightning.
Oh my. Almost walked into that one.
Me! Take care
Hi,
of
Pedro. Thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate it.
Slash you! My treasures! Me! Take care of them! Slash you! My magic! Shred me! Take care of them! My magic! Shred you!
The elements answer to me.
All the power. Mine, mine, mine!
Slash you.
Man, this boss just has so much health.
Treasures. Me, take care of them. Shred you.
Marked by lightning.
My treasures. Me, take care of them.
Use the buff a bit.
Shred you.
5, 4,
My magic.
Fuck it, I'm just gonna use my cooldowns here, whatever.
Slash you. All the power. Mine, mine, mine.
Oh, why do I have to move so much?
You should come if you get low. Never mind.
Me, take care of them.
Yeah,
5,
nice.
Slash
4,
you.
3,
My magic.
Oh my god.
Poor Azure
Hi, Michi.
I do not blame her. I should have
Je
thought of her
nachdem.
before I left.
Vad spelar alla Horakis? Spelar det sånt level?
Wood blast.
I will expose whatever secret she locked away within these vaults.
Can help with the explosives here.
Talash must not break the final seal. The consequences would be dire. Please, hurry.
Oh my god.
Right, we just need to go to the bottom and line. So we don't die to explosives.
By lightning.
On the corner.
Oh, I'm
Wow.
just gonna...
Nice. Appreciate the bop. I was standing in the frontals after all.
Oh, that's sweet.
Okay.
Ow.
I'm resting. I don't know if we had an explosive go off.
Yeah, it's like 3 I think.
Yeah, that was like... if I would have went bare form for the charge, then maybe I would have survived actually.
We can finish off some of the low HP ones, then we go.
Oh my god, dude, I forgot to lust again. Are you kidding me?
Save it then. We'll just use it on a good time on the last one.
I'm bad with my cooldowns.
it here,
Sucks a bit.
No, we skip, no mind.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth. Better we just time it and get an optimal use.
by lightning.
Eso.
5.
Yeah,
God, Sanguine's so annoying with these guys, isn't it? Oh shit, I just innervate.
Alright, just need to finish the breaker. Just make sure I don't have any hots on me.
I don't. Cock right.
The elements answer to me!
I know.
What is she
I
hiding?
am trying.
That's first thing.
Ah, I get it now. That's why you wanted to do the paladin skip instead of because of explosive. Because you get incumbent with the explosive. Okay, I get it now.
Freeze!
I understand. Oh my god, I jumped into that one.
Every time I play this boss now, it's so weird.
Now you will
What?
pay.
It doesn't do anything anymore.
Wait, what did they change on this guy?
The frost bombs you first get to take after 2 seconds, so you can just you can wait a full second and then walk out if you want to.
Okay, what the hell?
Yeah, it's like they just removed it entirely. It feels.
Well, then I'm not gonna disengage this anymore. I didn't know they changed that. Huh.
Freeze!
The elements answer to
As you try and
me!
stand on the other side of the boss, then you can both hit it. Like, other side of wherever the rogue decides to put himself.
And they save the bonus.
Secrets will be mine. Ice cold. Now you will pay.
I don't save here this, so don't use anything.
Sacking you.
Okay, then I'm not even gonna go bear for him if you step here.
Ice cold. Our secrets will be mine. Freeze!
The elements
Ice cold. Our secrets will be mine. Now you will pay.
Use the personal.
Ice cold. Our secrets will be mine. Freeze!
The time is a bit close, probably just because we took so long on rocks. Healing a lot. And then I died right after I used my cooldowns.
Freeze!
as well during the frog area.
The elements answer to me!
It's a bit unfortunate.
Her secrets will be mine!
Time dilation.
I've gotten dilated?
Now
5.
you will pay!
That's it for you.
Get that again.
Can you I can't
What's
really
the
use cooldowns here, the
cooldown?
boss sets.
Freeze!
2 minutes.
I thought it was long actually.
Her secrets will be mine!
I think we should list them total.
We are too
Sure.
late.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know, depends when we have cooldowns.
No.
We should
I have
last in those
cooldowns now.
instead. Yeah, then just send us.
So you have cooldowns?
Yeah.
I have it in 15 actually.
15?
You ready? Yeah, probably.
My agony is yours! Get them off! Get them off! Marked by lightning! No! I will not go!
I will not go.
5.
Only.
Convenient?
Get away from me!
What? Dude, paladin health is so scary. I know, I just passed the Starfire, don't ask.
No! I will not go! My agony is yours!
5, 4.
All right.
Get them off! Get them off!
See if I can't move us a bit.
No! I will not go! My agony is yours! Stay back! The
There's a crystal far away.
answer to me!
This is gonna just explode, I think.
Gonna go off.
Did they kill something? Okay, that's two of them.
5, 4, 3,
Eh,
2,
fuck.
1.
Oh, that was
I
Oh
cannot
well.
Then
well shit.
Yeah.
It seems the mortal.
That you can get knocked into a vortex.
get in.
Also a bit of an annoying overlap, I guess, with thundering spawning and the knockback at the same time.
Yeah, it's like on this boss, sometimes you get kind of bad overlap, and that's why it's nice, honestly. You can, if you have a lust late or something.
Yeah.
I don't know, do you want to finish it? Or...
Yeah.
I don't mind. I think maybe if with Moonkin cooldowns, maybe if we waited like a little bit before we push, then I have cooldowns for it. Because we pushed it like 2 minutes 55 or something.
Yeah. I just save Lust until we need it then.
Yeah.
Let's just kill.
The orbs are not... Okay, everyone thinks they know how the orbs work, but the thing is they don't all go on the healer. It's just not true.
Get them off! Get them off!
Like, you cannot... There's... People have tried many different things, and you cannot realistically bait them on a singular person. If one person could somehow bait them all, then you would just bait them away from the boss, obviously. But that's just not a thing.
Get away from me! The elements and my agony.
Oh, the heart's at the back. We need damage on it. Oh, we have someone here.
5,
And they also... They don't chase people all the time. Like, sometimes they just AFK, you know? And...
Rest me.
Yeah.
No,
Forgot
rest.
to... Damn it, I don't know. Oh.
It's okay, the rogue is tanking. Never mind.
Yeah, I just know my brain turned off there. Just didn't press a button.
Only you played warrior. You don't have to... You don't need a brain.
No, you still need to press a button.
Okay.
Just one button, though. I have to press, like, different buttons, that's why it gets hard.
You are a fascinating...
I mean, you still wouldn't continue on.
I don't know.
I really don't care.
Nah, neither.
I think we do another key and then you can re-roll it to the to a Shadow Moon.
Sounds like a great plan.
It's how you play the game. You play till you deplete and then you have 5 Shadow Moons in a row. Oh well, thanks for the run.
Thank you very much. Alright, have a good one.
Thanks, you too.
Well, close enough, close enough. Why is nobody tapping learn to play and leaving the group? It's because we were in voice chat and people are shy on voice. If we didn't go voice, they would have tapped it for sure. Oh, I wanted to sim the trinket. What? And I forgot to check what it's called. Where's it? That thing, right? No, wait, it isn't here. Ah, shit. Oh, it's Shadow Moon, isn't it? It's drafts instead of Shadow Moon, doesn't it? Oh. Well, let's sim it. Let's see what happens. Yeah, the Ruby whelping is pretty good. I'm not sure if they now implemented it properly into like actual Simcraft without using like extra text. I'm not sure if they did that. Maybe not. Well, I can't upgrade it. I don't have Valor. So, guess it's not better for now. Next week, maybe when I can upgrade it once or twice. Gamer tank. Man, I would just love a 23 hulls. But hulls just never works out. I know what it is with that key. I'd rather queue for the 23 than the 24. I don't think that 24 is happening. I'm gonna be honest with you. Hey, Never Knew. Thank you so much for gifting a sub to... I don't know who. Who's that? Thank you, Never Knew. Oh, it's Showmaker. Well, thank you very much. And welcome, Showmaker. I don't think they're removing Valor Cap. No, I haven't heard anything about that. Hey, Wooty, thank you so much for Prime. I appreciate it. And there's 223 Nokas. I need them, but they only need a tank or a healer. I really need Nokit and Ruby for some score. Alright, bear back 1 second and then we see what happens. Thank you so much for 10 seconds, Goose. Appreciate that. Damn. Right, there's a go AFK. Welcome to Frosty, Bosnier, Segosh, Psycho, Foot, Kedar, Mick, Sereny, Unwolf, and Aranos. Thank you so much. Welcome, everybody. I got some yogurt. Thank you so much, Goose. No cat in Danish is enough skin. These guys never run out. Dankeschön, danke, danke. Alright, let's take a look. Just 24 Halski. Thank you so much, Evanute, for gifting us up to... The greatest jungle of all time? Who's that? Oh, it's Canyon! Wow. You're saying Canyon is the greatest jungle of all time? I mean, I can see it. Sure, sure. How can she see so many groups? There's barely any 22, 23s when I try to queue. Do you play on an A? You just generally has more high key groups. U is definitely better than an A, yeah. When it comes to high and plus, like there's just more people that play high and plus on EU than an A. I mean, it's true, you can always see it on the cutoff, right? We have data to back this claim up. I'm not even memeing. Like, if you look at the rank 1 title, you can see that almost always the rank 1 title is higher. Like, you need more score on a U than you need on an A. I think it was like that for every season so far. What do you think this happens? I mean, it's probably not that deep. I don't think it's that deep of a thing. It's just like you people just like and plus more, or like, you know, it could just be completely random. Maybe you people are more competitive in M plus. Yeah, we also don't know how many people play the game, right? We don't know how many... Well, not to say that how many people play doesn't necessarily affect the cutoff, though. Because maybe if you have less people that play M+, you actually have a higher cutoff. That could also be the case, right? Like, the amount of people that play is not really necessarily affecting it. It's the amount of people that play and play on a high level in comparison, right? Because it's always percentage based and not nothing else, right? But it is true that if NA has more people that play, which could be true, right? If NA has more players, then I would say it's more likely that the cutoff is lower. Wait, does this make sense? I'm trying to think if this makes sense. Because it would statistically need more higher end people to push up the rating, right? That makes sense, right? So the more players you have, the less likely it is that the cutoff is really high. Because statistically, it would need more players to be in that high level. Right? And the high-end level is the exception and not the norm, right? So the more people you have on a casual level, the more people you would also need on the higher-end level to push up the cutoff. So technically speaking, if NA has more players overall, it might not necessarily mean that the higher end is like worse than the EU side, but maybe they would just need more players on the high end side to push the rating up, which they just don't have. So technically speaking, EU and NA could have the same amount of high end players, but the cutoff for EU would be higher because there's less casual players overall, you know? And I don't know how many people play on NA versus EU, like I have no idea. We have 3 times as many people in EU versus NA. Where did you get that number from? Did you just make that up? Google. You googled what? What did you Google? It's a hunch, a loose hunch. I'm trying to find some numbers. But Radar.io doesn't have like a number. Like this is the cutoff right now for Europe. But it doesn't really say a number. Oh, it does say a number here. Thank you so much for 44 months, Stafix. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Okay, so the top 0.1% is 1,158 characters for EU. It's only 930 for NA. So that means that NA does have less players. Yeah, so that means NA has less players overall. 2886. Yeah, and you can see that the EU people are higher as well, because currently it's 2,886 is the cutoff for NA, and 2,925 is for EU. So EU does have more players, and the cutoff is higher. I think Korea always has the highest cutoff, actually. Okay, this time they're not higher. But then Korea also has like very few people. Like the top 0.1% is only 78 characters. So yeah, they're a pretty small region, but they always have like a high cutoff at the end of the season. Hey, Deadly Skull. Thanks for 3 months. What's up? I know, right? Yeah, better play Moonkin. Everything else too stressful. And it has better things to do than be study tryhards in a video game? Oh, that's some jealousy right there. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Just say if you're jealous, okay? Just say it. But yeah, I don't think it's that deep. Like, I think there's quite a few people that always try to come up with all of these reasons on why it's different between a U and an A. And I'm sure it's like a cultural thing, but I as well. But I'm sure it's like, because the difference between a U and an A is not that big that I think it has like any like super deep meaning. Personally, I don't think so. But like, if you look at the difference between like Korea or something, like how good Koreans are in video games versus like EU or an A, Korea is almost always like miles ahead. And then I feel like then you can like analyze the cultural differences, because I think like Korea, like South Korea is much more different to like EU or an A than the difference between EU and an A, you know? Like, I feel like the difference between EU and an A is, yeah, there is a difference, right? In how you grow up and how society is and blah, blah. But it's not like as big of a difference, in my opinion, compared to how, you know, if you compare Korea to America or South Korea to Italy or whatever. So I do think there's like a bigger difference there. And then as well, people always look at EU versus an A as if EU would be like the same everywhere, you know? Like, I don't think you can really compare EU as a whole to other countries, because it's not that EU is a you know, like one country. Like, it very much depends on where exactly you live. There's going to be very big cultural differences between someone who grows up in Turkey and someone who grows up in the UK, you know, like, it's not that it's the same. Well, when I said EU, I meant Europe. Because whenever people say EU versus an A, they mean Europe. They don't mean the EU, right? That's why I said it. Dun, dun, dun. I think because of the population size comparisons between EU. No, I mean, it's not. I'm not saying that you shouldn't be comparing EU versus NA at all, but I do think that it's a bit more nuanced than that. Like, especially when people say stuff like, "Oh, EU has more higher and plus players because of healthcare." It's like, you know, like, I think that's a bit like, I think it's a bit more complicated than that, you know? Or maybe it's also just not complicated at all. Maybe it's really just like, there's just more higher and plus layers, you know? Like, maybe it has nothing to do with it at all. Calandra. Better internet on EU players. Guys, you're doing the exact thing right now that I said we shouldn't do, because it makes no sense. Like, saying that EU has better internet is also such a, like, stupid statement. It's like, EU where? You know? Where in EU? Because I'm sure there are countries in EU that have really good internet access and distribution. But there's also countries in EU that have horrible internet access and distribution. Like, It's not that it's, you know. And I'm sure it's the same in America too, where some areas have really, really good internet connections and maybe others just don't, you know? It's like... I did have a more interesting topic though. What do you think about the next generations? Do you think they're gonna play a lot less video games? What do you think? I think that comparison makes more sense than EU versus NA comparisons. You don't think so? I think they're gonna play so much less because I think like I have this like the way that I think is like, why do people start playing video games? Because they have a PC, right? And on the PC they will start playing games and then they'll get used to it and I'm talking about video games on PC, like PC games, right? The thing though is like, if you grow up now, why would you ever get a PC? Like, why would your parents buy a PC for you? And you don't know that you need one either as a child. Like, I have a feeling that children and households are just not going to have PCs anymore in the future. Unless you really need it for work or something, right? But most households nowadays, why would you need a computer? Like, what for? You have phones that are basic computers. You have laptops. You have iPads, you know? Like, I feel like they're just so much more convenient than having a whole PC. And without PCs, I'm not sure if people are gonna, like, actually get into video games that are played on a PC. That's why I was thinking that they might play less computer games. Certainly people will play more like mobile games and stuff like that, but like actual PC games, you know? And like, I mean, console games always, because like buying a console is like easier and cheaper. But yeah, buying a whole PC, I don't know. Gaming parents create gamer children? Yeah, but not necessarily. Like maybe some gamer parents would rather not have their children play as well, or they just don't buy them a PC and then the parents occupy the PC and the children can't play. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not sure if I'm not sure if there's gonna be that many people playing still from like, I don't know, that's just what I was thinking. I don't know. You don't build such buy the kid a PC. Parents build them a new PC and hand the old one down. Yeah, but that's what I'm like. You guys are saying that only children are gonna play PC from the parents that play PC, right? So, what if the parents don't play any video games on PC? Do you think there's any way that the children will start doing so? Probably very unlikely, right? Or like a very small chance that a kid is like, oh, I need a PC. And then for the parents to also be like, yes, I'll buy one. Right? There definitely is influence from streamers and YouTubers for sure. That is true. I can see that being a thing. Where a kid is like, oh, I want a PC because I saw this like YouTuber and he is playing this game and it's only on PC, like blah, blah, blah. I guess that's something. Or I want to become a streamer, or I want to become a YouTuber. That's something that I guess would make sense as well. I work at a gaming PC, and I can tell you, we get a lot of parents that know nothing about PCs buying their 11-year-old kid a 1K gaming PC. Yeah, okay, well, but that means nothing, right? Statistically, that means absolutely nothing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, even if you get like 100 parents coming to you buying a PC for their children, that statistically that means absolutely nothing, because you don't have a sample size. You don't know how many people didn't buy a PC for their children, right? Because those 100 parents could be 0.01% of all households in your area or whatever, right? So, like, that's just not, that doesn't really mean much. know. I mean, maybe the influence from the streamers and stuff is gonna outweigh the fact that, because I mean, it's true that when I got a PC, or when I was like younger, and also when people that are like, let's say 25 now, when they were younger as well, I feel like getting a PC was so much more normal because everything else that you had access to didn't have the same things. You know what I mean? Like now, like when I was younger, you needed a PC if you wanted to literally do anything. Like the phones didn't have anything. Like iPads didn't exist. Phones were Nokias or whatever. Hi. So you actually needed a PC if you wanted to like use Word or Excel or literally anything. You need a PC for it, right? But then nowadays, you don't necessarily need a PC for this stuff at all. Or if you wanted to access the internet, you need a PC, yeah. And nowadays, you can have a phone, or you can even have like an iPad with a keyboard, and then you can use Word. You can use like all of these like Office programs as well, and you just need a I guess you could even buy a printer that you have access with the phone with, right? Like you don't necessarily need a PC for anything nowadays. And by anything I mean like normal things that people would need. Kids want to separate themselves from their parents. I wanted a PC because my parents knew nothing about it. I think kids still want to be different from their parents' generation. So if they apparently only use tablets and stuff, the kids want to get into serious PC stuff, maybe? Maybe. I mean, that's also, you know, like, that could be true, could not be true, who knows? Some people also just want to be like their parents, right? Not everyone just wants to be the opposite of their parents. Never knew.
What are your thoughts on AI ChatGPT being used by people in school to write essays and do homework? How will AI affect schoolwork going forward?
Thank you so much for 51 months, Michael. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, this whole AI chat GPT thing is definitely interesting. I don't know. I do think that whenever it comes to school, I think school, in my opinion, should always adapt around what we have access to. So, and I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing either. Like, for example, back in the day, like a long time ago, we would learn how to type properly. Like, there was like official typewriting lessons in school where you had like a typewriter and you would have to put your fingers on the correct letters, and then they tell you which like letter you have to press with which finger. And then you had the same thing for the numpad as well, where because there were these like separate calculators with a printer on it for like bookkeeping or whatever, where you had to press the numbers in like the exact in an exact order as well, like use this finger for this number and this finger for this number, blah blah blah, right? And you learned all that in school because it was important back then, and we didn't have PCs. You needed that during accounting, blah blah blah, right? So you had to learn that stuff. And then when all of the new technology came out, at some point, people necessarily didn't need to know that anymore. And it's still useful, but it's not as useful that you would need like an actual class for it, right? And same goes with other stuff. Like there's so many things that you used to learn in school, and then it got redundant and you just kind of stopped learning it. Like how to read a map, for example. Like people used to learn how to read a map. Do you need to know how to read a map nowadays? Probably not, right? And I think it's the same thing with this ChatGPT, this like AI. Because these AIs might be able to write whole essays for you and a whole thing for you without you needing to write anything yourself by just entering like the subject, right? And in my opinion, if that is like going to be a very like viable thing in the future, because it's not right now. Like right now, it's not that it's... What are you reminding me for? What is going on? I just do this randomly. Anyway, so in the future, I do think that once the AI chatbot is going to be like super reliable and has like 100% accurate information and does this like perfectly, then maybe in school we shouldn't have these subjects anymore that require people to write essays, and maybe it could be different things, you know? Like instead of writing an essay about a certain subject, you could write an essay about yourself and your own situation in a way where the AI cannot write it for you anymore. Because I do think creative writing is still like an interesting subject for school that, you know, that you should probably have, because it's good for language skills, it's good for creative skills, it's good for everything, right? So creative writing, I do think either the creative writing has to adjust the subject a little bit in school to make sure that an AI cannot write the subject for you anymore. So either it's like you have to talk about personal experiences or experiences that you had in school, like stuff like that, where the AI cannot write it for you. Or you change the subject to something that requires similar skills, but it's just not writing an essay. You know what I mean? Because I feel like there's many skills that you learn in school that you can learn in various different ways. It doesn't have to be this one way. Like writing essays, for example. I think whatever you learn by writing essays, you could also learn by doing different things. You know, it doesn't have to be writing essays. And then you just have to, you know, adjust it and make the subject different to make sure that... first of all, to make sure that people don't use Chat GPT to do their homework, but then also, because then at some point the skill is going to be redundant in the future, right? Because if this whole chat AI is going to be super perfectly done, at that point, why do I even have to learn how to write essays anymore? If I'm not going to be a writer. Because learning how to write essays has multiple purposes, even if you don't want to go into writing. Like, of course, if you want to become like an author, or you want to become a journalist or whatever, at that point, it's important for that. But there's also so many other people who still have creative writing in school, and they're not going to become a journalist or something related to it, right? And at that point, if you look at those people, like the people who are not going to do anything with writing later on in their lives, do they really need to have that skill if Chat AI is gonna do that for you? I would say no, right? Personally. So they could like replace it with another subject, or they could even... I personally think it's going to be really important to learn how to use Chat AI. That is also something that that I think they could do. And not only how to use Chat AI, but also how to use Google and stuff in general. How to use the internet. I think that is something that school is really sleeping on. I rarely ever hear about school teaching children and how to use the internet properly, because the internet has literally every piece of information available to you. And I think people are not learning how to use it properly, which I think they should do in school. Because what is school about? School is about learning things, obviously, right? And we have an amazing tool to learn things, which is called the internet. And I think school should definitely teach children on how to use stuff properly and how to get accurate information. And, you know, like make sure that the source is like a proper source and it's not... Because at some point, people just believe anything on the internet, right? It's like, oh, they're saw it on the internet, so it's true, right? So telling children and kids in general on how to verify sources on the internet and, you know, like having quality sources and stuff like that, I think that would be much more important than some other things that we learn nowadays. Because some of the knowledge that people still learn in school, in my opinion, is such a useless thing to do. Ugh, I hate it. I wish they would just like The whole school thing is just so annoying. Ugh. They're just so behind. I feel like they're just so incredibly slow. And I understand why it's slow to update school subjects and stuff, but come on. Like, I feel like some stuff that they still learn in school makes absolutely no sense. Like, even, like memorizing things, for example. I know that memorizing things is important. Because it's like a life skill to memorize things, right? Like, that's just training your brain. And I think that is important. But I think there's like too many different subjects where they tell you to memorize things for no reason. Like in the past, maybe it was important to memorize certain things because we didn't have the internet, right? But nowadays, what the hell is the purpose of memorizing dates for certain events, you know, unless they're very important. Of course, it's really important to know when like the world wars were, you know, like the dates for the world war or something like that, right? But do you really need to memorize the dates on when a certain king was ruling? Like, is that really that important? Because you're gonna forget about it anyway. And if you forget, you're just gonna look on the internet and you're gonna know within 2 seconds, right? So I just feel like all of these things that people have to memorize nowadays still in school is so outdated. It's like... And I also think it's really demotivating children as well when they are aware that the internet exists. Like, for example, because this was already something that discouraged me when I was in school. I was already, like... I sometimes didn't see the point of memorizing something. And it demotivated me because I was thinking, it's like, what's the point of me memorizing this? Like, I don't get it, you know? Like, why do I have to know this? And because of that thought process, I was demotivated to learn it because I felt like this is going to be useless later in life. I'm going to forget about this anyway. I can just Google this, you know, like it just made no sense to me. And then I had a lot less motivation to learn it. And I think it's just getting worse. Like nowadays, I'm sure children know exactly what kind of access to information we have. So when children have to constantly memorize things for no reason, then it's just gonna demotivate them more, right? Like, I don't know. I think it's weird. Memorizing things helps with keeping your brain strong. You don't use it, you lose it. I mean, does it? Do all the people who are not in school anymore, are we all stupid now? Because we haven't memorized things anymore after school? You know what I mean? Like, as soon as school is over, you stop memorizing things. Unless it's like incredibly important information you need to memorize, like pin codes or whatever. And are we all stupid now, or? I don't think we are. Like, I do understand training your brain or whatever is important, but I think it's more important to have logical information, because memorizing something for like absolutely no reason is something that you will not keep. Memorizing or learning things that make sense logically, I think that's a much more valuable thing to do, because then you will actually keep the information if it's a valuable kind of information, right? If you understand, if it's something you can understand. And I'm not saying that people in school shouldn't memorize anything. Like, that's obviously not what I mean. I'm just saying that there's a lot of things that people have to memorize nowadays that make very little sense with the current day and age and the access to the internet, right? Like, I'm not saying that memorizing in general should just be completely gone of school. Because, yeah, I do understand it makes sense in some regards, but yeah. I'm just saying it doesn't make as much sense anymore as it did in the past. Because in the past, before we had the internet or whatever, you literally had to memorize these things because it was a really big chore to look it up, right? It took you quite some time to look up some things. And some things you couldn't even look up at all unless you went to the library or whatever, right? But nowadays, that's obviously not the case anymore, so... Raw on the surface memorization doesn't help your cognition, whereas comprehension, memorization, effective application, that's a cycle of memorization that can help you biologically. Yeah, but that's also not... The thing that does help you are the things that I am not saying are useless, right? I'm just talking about pure on the surface memorization. I mean, there's different things of memorizing something, right? But it's just purely memorizing like a piece of information, like a date, a date or a name or a poem, you know? Like that's what I mean. Yeah, I think everyone has been through that, and we all know that we don't know any of this anymore, right? I mean, like, I'm pretty sure 95% of the things I had to memorize for school, I forgot all about it. Like, I mean those useless those useless things. Like dates and like all of this stuff that, I don't know. But hearing about it or something makes sense, right? Just knowing things. But then it's just that useless information that we all know are we gonna forget anyway. Like, you literally know you're gonna forget about this as you're studying it. You know what I mean? I think you all know what I'm talking about. Like, I can see it in front of my eyes where you have like a text about any subject, doesn't matter. And you're reading the text and you're like memorizing it as you're reading it. Just understand, because you're not memorizing it word for word, you're just understanding it, right? So let's say, oh, this, they invaded this and this and this happened, and you're reading it and you understand it. And you memorize it because you just read it, right? But then there's some things you have to like perfectly memorize. And that's when it gets really annoying, right? Because just understanding what's going on, you can usually do that by just reading everything like once, you know? Just like the pure understanding. And I think that's obviously something that makes sense. The fact that people have to understand things, things that happened in the past, or like just general like understanding of something makes sense. But as soon as you have to not just understand something, but also memorize it on top of that, like a date or a name or, you know, all of these things, then that's when I'm like, why? Because it takes up most of your studying time. At least that's always how it was for me. I'm sure there's people that are different. But for me, I would read like a page of my book, and I would like understand it. Let's say it's history, right? So I'm understanding what happened. It's like, oh, blah, blah, blah. This happened. They invaded there. This and this happened. This king was ruling, blah, blah, blah. And then I understand it all. And I was like, okay, cool. But then I see there's like 10 different dates written on this page and like 5 different names. And now I have to go and remember all of these dates. Even though I understood what had happened, like understood what went on, but I cannot move on. I have to go and remember these dates, you know? And that's where I'm like, how does that make sense, you know? Why are you guys discussing this anyway? Good question. Oh, we were talking about if children are gonna be using... We were saying if the next generation is gonna play a lot of video games on PC. Because I was basically suggesting that nowadays with access to phones and tablets and all that, maybe there's no purpose for parents to buy PCs for their children. And then I was wondering if people are going to play less PC games in the future. And most of the people in chat disagreed because they said, you know, like influencers from YouTube and like streamers and whatever, they're going to influence like younger children to also play video games on PCs and ask for a PC. And then we talked about school stuff. Yeah. My university psychology exams were multiple choice, and the questions were about when a theory was created and by who, instead of questions about the theory. Yeah, that stuff is what I hate. Oh, it's the absolute worst. And that was in university? Oh my god. See, that stuff is just so stupid. I hate it. Or whenever, this happened to me recently, is whenever people have these presentations about like specifically presentations about like esports or whatever, and then they start with all the way back when PCs were invented. I swear to God, this has happened to me like on 4 different occasions. On 4 or 5 different occasions, I've heard like presentations about like esports or about streaming or about content creators, and they always start with the creation of PCs. And I'm just like, okay, I guess it's interesting to hear when PCs were created, but in what world does that interest me when I just want to understand how esports works? Like, yeah. Why do I want to know when PCs got created? Like, what? Man, there are no keys. Where are the keys? No wonder we have to talk about school and teaching things when there are no keys. Unbelievable. Say less emphasis on minor details and more on a broader spectrum of information. Yes, exactly. That was basically my idea, yeah. So you can learn more, and if you need to know details to learn to find the proper info. Exactly, yeah. That's what I mean, right? I think teaching people on how to get the information and how to like access stuff like the internet and chat AI is much more important than learning these detailed information pieces that you're gonna forget about anyway. And that you're spending so much time on memorizing and learning. Also, what do you think about learning languages? Like, I just feel like that there's so many languages that you learn in school that you forget about because you're not using them, which is totally normal, by the way. But it's like, I mean, you do learn other skills as well by learning languages, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't think it's very important to learn other languages, but then at the same time, if you're never going to use the language, then you're just going to forget about everything, or most of it. That's why, you know what I thought was very interesting? When I learned Latin. I think Latin is incredibly interesting to learn because I think Latin is probably like it's incredibly complex, and if you learn how Latin works, you have like a basic understanding of how almost all languages work, because most languages are easier than Latin. And it's like the roots or like the initial language of like a lot of languages, right? So if you understand how Latin is built and not how the words, not memorizing the words, like the words themselves in Latin, there's no reason to learn them because we obviously don't use them anymore, right? So the actual words, the Latin words, I don't think are useful, but understanding the Latin language, like how the sentences are built and how things work within the language. I think that was very interesting. Yeah, the logic of the language, yeah. I thought that was very, very helpful when I learned, because I only had Latin for like 1 year. But I learned so much in that 1 year about languages in general, where it's like, yeah, that, oh my god, like that makes so much sense. So I thought that was very interesting. The one thing that I always hated about Latin was memorizing the words, because we had to do that. I thought Latin was incredibly interesting on how like the sentences were built, but we also had to like memorize pages and pages of words. And I was like, why? Like, why on earth do I need to memorize Latin words? Like, how does that make sense? Alright, so we're doing courts. Court of the Stars. Banjo. Probably not. Yeah, Lucas Graham only has good songs. Where is he from again? Is he like Swedish? Or Danish or something? Where the hell are you? Like in real life or in game? In game I am in Suramar. In real life I'm in my house in South Tyrol, Italy. Hey Joey, thank you so much for 29 months. What's up? Yeah, I lived in Austria for a while and in the UK. Dun, dun, dun. Apparently we need some gamers for this Kia. Why male troll? Male troll has a much better cast animations than female troll. Also, Israel, are you playing what gender is your character, Israel? I'm gonna take a guess and say you play a female character. Tell me you're male in real life and you play a female character. Tauren male spirit to all other races? Absolutely not. I hate Taurens. In every shape or form, Taurens are horrible. Their cast animations are so clunky. Oh my god, I hate it. It's the absolute worst. no way. Oh my god, have you seen this? Must be a joke, right? I got kicked out of an Orchid Offense group because I didn't want to use dragon riding. Honestly, I'm not a fan of dragon riding. I prefer the old flying mounts. I used to fly past and not get offensive to travel between bosses. I got kicked right and plus because of it. Anyone else prefer to fly past? There's no way. This is not a joke. Oh my god, that's hilarious. I can't. I can't even. Thanks for 7 months, Raven. What's up? Thank you so much, Raven. Thank you. I didn't even know. Honestly, I'm not sure there are flight paths at all in that dungeon. Like, I think this is just made up, right? I don't know. Are there flight paths? There are? Actually used them one time thinking I was already outside the dungeon and wanting to do another song. Really? Oh god, there are fly paths. That's hilarious. I love that. I can't wait for MDI to break up the flight paths somehow so they become meta. Ah. Okay, listen, I do like Taylor Swift, but this song is not my favorite. I know, I don't like the song that much. There's other songs I really like, but this one, yeah. Hello, friends. Well, I guess I'm out of here. Goodbye. Hey, Therica, thank you so much for 3 months. What's up? Yeah, the reason why... Okay, I do think the lyrics are great from a Taylor Swift song, but I think sometimes... Like, the lyrics just don't rhyme enough. So the song sounds more like she's like explaining something that doesn't like fit together. You know what I mean? I don't know, sometimes I feel like it's like not smooth enough. The song. I'm not saying that things always have to rhyme, but sometimes if something really doesn't rhyme, it doesn't fit together, it just sounds wrong. Yeah, conversational lyrics, yeah. Yeah, that one especially, Kathy Lynn. Yeah, that part, because I mean, I did think that the sentence is like a cool sentence, you know, but it's really like I don't know, like in the song, it's like it seems so out of place, you know, and that ruins the vibe to me. Because to me, I'm not a person that like super listens to lyrics that much. People like music for different things, right? I do enjoy when the lyrics are nice, but it's not the most important thing for me for music. So when I listen to music, I'd rather just like have a vibe going on, and like the rhythm and the music being good, and the voice being nice. You know, all of that stuff is really important to me. And I can really like a song even though the lyrics are horrible. You know, like even if the meaning of the lyrics is like doesn't make any sense, I'm still like kind of like the song in the end if everything else is nice. So to me, the lyrics are like, it's nice if they're really good lyrics, but I'd rather have the song be really nice and fitting and awesome than the lyrics being great. Like I prefer that over the lyrics. Exactly, Kuros. That's why I listen to songs from other languages. I don't even understand the text, the lyrics. I don't even know what they're saying. Well, like this song, for example. Yeah, and the lyrics even are really cool. I just heard like a breakdown of this song, or like the meaning behind the song, and I thought it was really cool. It makes the song even cooler. But apparently this is some sort of reference to like to another song from Bruno Mars. And apparently that song, the Bruno Mars song, was like written by or dedicated to her ex-husband or something like that. What's his name? What's her ex? Like Hemsworth? Isn't it one of the Hemsworth? Liam? Right? And apparently the song lyrics are like referencing to that Bruno Mars song, which is really cool. I didn't know about that. I just heard about that yesterday and I thought it was really cool. Yeah, exactly. Bruno Mars, the song When I Was Your Man. You cannot hear the music? What do you mean? You should be able to hear the music, right? I'll show you. Give me a second. Yeah. So this is the Bruno Mars song When I Was Your Man. And he basically sings that I should have bought you flowers and held your hand, should have gave you all my hours when I had the chance, take you to every party because all you wanted to do was dance. And she sings, I can buy myself flowers, I can hold my own hand, I can talk to myself for hours, I can take myself dancing, you know? So it's like word for word, like responses to like this chorus from the song, which is kind of cool. Not that I would notice that, I just heard about it yesterday in a random YouTube video that I opened. In fact, I didn't even open it, it was just like randomly starting. It started playing randomly after I had finished watching another video, so... But it's really cool, I thought. When I was your main, it's like a breakup song between a World of Warcraft class and the player, or like a League of Legends champion. Like, oh, when I was your main, we had such a good time together, and now you're cheating on me with this other champ. No, I know it's not between Bruno Mars and Miley. I know it's Liam. Yeah, it was like Liam Hemsworth, like it was their song or something like that. So it has nothing to do with Bruno Mars. It was just that the song was like one of their songs, or like Liam had liked the song and played it on her wedding or whatever. I don't know, something like that. Thanks for 14 months, QC. Alright, we're actually playing video games. Can you imagine? Oh my god. Video games on this stream? Well, I thought we only talk about AIs and what people should learn in school and song lyrics. Thanks for the Prime, Melissa. Thank you very much. Welcome, welcome. Really lucky? Oh my god, just roll a dice and play whatever. I think the choice of what you're playing is really not as deep or important. One thing that I always recommend people to do, honestly, when it comes to their main, is maybe you should main a class if you like watching content and guides. Like, if you really cannot decide what to play, then I personally would say just play a class or a spec that you know you have a lot of content creators or people or guide writers or whatever that you like to follow, because then that will be easier for you if you care about that. You also might just be a person that doesn't care about guides at all and just plays the class however you want. Then that's maybe relevant. But if you do like watching streams and you like learning things and you like, you know, reading guides and maximizing your rotation, DPS, whatever, then I personally, and you really don't care what to play at all, well, then maybe play a class that you know somebody plays that makes a lot of guides and you like watching them or whatever, you know, because then I feel like it's easier for you to get the information and to be better at that class or spec. We have a night elf. We can just have the rest of druid do it, right? Yeah, exactly. If you really like following Kalamaz's video or you like Kalamaz's content in general, then playing Warlock would make sense. Then you always have content to watch and listen to, and it's gonna teach you how to do things. Do we have an alchemist in this group if we don't have a rogue? Yeah, we're gonna have to play the first guards. We don't have any true CC in this group. But we can just drag it up. I mean, I would just play something like this. I would just play the guard with, Oh no, not this pull. I would just do this. Oh, and I hate this route. Ooh, this is one of... This is this horrible route we played the last time. Oh my god, I hated this route so much. It was the absolute worst. It was such a bad route. Alright, this makes sense. This. This, that. And then the druid pulls. We do this. Yeah, this is fine, right? Just play this then. Yeah, I think this route makes more sense, because the Restaurateur just needs to go through. And even if the Restaurateur dies, it doesn't matter, right? Like, even if the Shadow Melt doesn't work. Yeah, you need to use your liquid plus points. Good point, good point. Make sure you don't let them expire. Shit, I'm out of flask, I just realized. Let's use Glacial Fury instead. Actually, you know what we're gonna use? We're gonna use Elemental Chaos. There. You already bought a pizza for the liquid stuff? Really? I want a pizza too!
5, 4, 3.
Thanks for Prime, Doxon. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. I tried your vinegar and pizza suggestion, and now my friends all think I'm a weirdo. I love that. Did you like it though, or nah? You're just really good at like vinegar to begin with, but there we go. Perfect. Yeah, in reality, I just all wanted you to look weird in front of your friends. That was the whole reason why I said you should try it. Alright, let's do it. This time it's happening for real.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I don't put it on any pizza either. I usually just put it on pizza that doesn't have a lot of stuff on it. Like if it's a margarita or whatever. I put it almost on all frozen pizzas because let's be honest, they're missing a little bit of taste.
Tonight the nobles
anyway.
have gathered in honor of the Grand Magistrates.
And I just enjoy. If there's like a million topics on a pizza, toppings, then I usually don't put it because the point, you don't taste toppings anymore if you put vinegar on it.
Away from her source of power. We'll take a side entrance to the grounds. Too many eyes are watching the front. This is your best chance.
Alright, so we're gonna have to pull this guy up.
Good luck.
This guard. Just need to not die to the frontals while it's moving.
It seems the Dusk Watcher charged with keeping order during the party. Might I suggest the hidden approach? Along the way, you'll want to disable
the elements answer to me!
5, 4, 3.
Oh my god, there's somebody who doesn't have a weak aura, right? I feel like I didn't see a weak aura there. I don't like it. These guards really don't want to die. But moving them along is probably also a bad idea, because then they're just gonna heal again.
The elements answer to me!
We're not doing harbor, right? Oh, I guess we do the harbor after all. Yes, we have changed our minds. What's the sentry? No one has aggroed it so far. Didn't last.
The elements answer to me!
I guess at this point we're saving it for the boss. We can also just leave the sentry. We don't have to play it. Watch the construct. Oh!
Marked by lightning!
We're not in combat with this yet. With the sentry. Can I spell reflect the torch, by the way? Is that a thing? Oh, I walked into that. Okay, we didn't pull this sentry either, but I guess it's fine. Don't necessarily need them. At this point, we're gonna go through together anyway, I guess. Because we did the harbor already, so at this point we might as well just like walk through.
The elements answer to me!
Five, four.
I will go and disable this stuff.
No trespassers allowed!
We're also not pulling the trash either? Okay, so now we missed quite a lot of trash. But I mean, I guess it's fine. We can just play more later. Yeah, we're missing 2 sentries. And this guard and the worms. I think this guard pack over there, unless we pull it in later somehow.
Marked by lightning!
I need reinforcements!
5, 4.
Oh, I forgot that I have the blue one. Woo! I forgot that they changed the thing. Yeah, yeah. Oh no. I have blue. I need to. So weird they changed. Oh shit. Into that tank. Guess we can unk. Jump! Oh my god. Oh, nice spell. It's so weird that the mate. Like the fact that a tank only has one. Like, has always the same one. That makes a lot of sense. But the fact that they changed it from 2 blue, from 3 blue to 2 blue, I guess it's some like weird coding thing. Like maybe it was just not possible to give the tank always blue. Yeah, always blue. Like maybe I guess that was just not the thing. I don't know. Maybe with some spaghetti codes thing. I don't know.
5, 4.
Hey, Ethel, thank you so much for your sub. Appreciate that. Welcome.
This will
Hey, Mythalore as well. Aw, thank you so much for Prime. Appreciate that. Wait, we are playing this now, though, right? And we're not going back. Because we've already played the harbor.
The elements answer to me!
Five, 4.
Yeah, breaks my brain a little bit as well. But we'll see how it goes. I'll get used to it eventually. You're struggling to break 50k sustained DPS on single targets? Reflect, let reflect. Reflect.
I've heard tell of a demonic council that draws strength from one another. This bond must be broken. Explore the area and find a way to separate the council members. Divided, they cannot stand against you.
We don't have reflect. We don't have reflect. We don't have reflect. Can I reflect the shadow slash?
By lightning.
Does anyone know that? From the mistress? Just don't go in combat. Don't go in combat. By the way, I guess some people don't know this. Like these imps, if you have a warrior, these imps are literally so easy if you just let the warrior reflect them. And the way that works is that the tank has to be the only one in combat with them. Like, you need to make sure the tank is the only one that is in combat until they start casting. Once they started casting, everyone else can go into combat as well. But yeah, I see people always do this wrong, and they always like go into combat immediately, and it makes the imps infinitely harder for no reason. Because if the tank just reflects the first cast, they're already like half dead. It does so much damage to them. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I was slow.
Marked by lightning.
Poor healer.
The fires will come for you.
We'd have to Starlight Brew that the monk can use. Not that we need it, but... Even with Solar Beam, you still want to have the Warrior Reflect, in my opinion, because Solar Beam is such a long cooldown, right? Sometimes you kind of want to pull imps back to back, and then Solar Beam is just literally not ready. And the imps also just walk out of the Solar Beam. Like, they'll literally just walk out of it, and then they're spread out. Which is not great either. Because, I mean, Reflect also does damage, right? It's a damage gain when you let the Warrior Reflect. Like, it literally makes the imps die faster. So there's absolutely no reason to not do it. See, now... they all lost like 30% HP, yeah? You see that? I know where everyone else is. I will knock this. Yeah, I don't know where they are. What the hell happened? Where was the monk and the shaman? They were just gone. I'm confused. We didn't let him reflect again. Whatever, I guess. Alright, we only have the healer. What the hell? You only have one summon. That's so annoying. I don't think we can click any of these things here, actually. No one can click the book.
What are you waiting for? Check out that
I don't think anyone can click the orb either, right?
The elements answer to me!
Guess we've gotten a little bit unlucky with the toys. We've lost. I guess we want to last the second boss. We just have so much trash.
Marked by lightning!
Five.
I'm stuck. running into the pillar.
The fires will come for you. You have a look over there.
Great to see 10 thank you for 9 months. What's up?
Marked by lightning.
Did he die too? Oh. The shockwave wasn't
5,
casted.
4,
Yeah, my nameplates go off screen, yeah, which makes them overlap less. This is something that can be good in some situations, and then in other situations not good. Like the fact, if you want your nameplates to be going off screen or not, that's something that you have to try and like decide for yourself and like test out. Because you might like it or you might also just not. The reason why I have my nameplates go out of the screen is because I don't want them to like all clump up at the top. Now the thing though is that you can also prevent the clumping by being aware of it and then moving your camera down. Because the only reason why your nameplates are clumping up is because they don't have space at the top of your screen. So what you can do is, like, whenever you notice that the nameplates are stacking up at the top, you just tilt your camera down like this. And then they should have more space and spread out again. I personally, if I move my camera down, you see I only see 3 nameplates now from the imps. If I move down, I'll see them all, because mine go out of the screen.
It will amuse me to watch you melt.
Yeah, that's something that you can decide for yourself. Interrupts? Woo!
The elements and
do we have nothing there, like stun or anything? I mean, I can.
It will amuse me to watch you melt.
Can you imp roar? That's just so many globals.
I'm feeling positively radiant.
This druid has so much mana. What the hell? 95% mana. Where did that happen? We have to fail once. I don't want to be the one that does that.
Blend in at the party. Speaking with I'll enhance your disguise, infusing it with latent magic, avoid drawing attention to yourself with wild accusations.
Oh, the brew gives you mana. I thought it's only movement speed. Huh. Oh no, it's the health restoration and mana rest. Ah, I see now. Okay, mail potions, no gloves. Dark vest. Oh my god. It's this guy. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Oh yeah, we're timing this. We don't have last, but I think it should be fine. The last boss dies really fast. Did somebody fail once? Because I didn't. I hope somebody failed, because otherwise we're not timing this. I really hope someone did that. We had to fail once because we didn't.
Answer to me.
Ooh, do you think that thing with Court of Stars can be a TikTok, Crows? I think it could be.
5, 4.
Anyway, if you don't want the long RP to happen on the last boss on Court of Stars, because there will be a Lysand that comes and talks to the last boss to advise her Melandris, and it's like a little bit of an RP thing. And there's a long version of that RP, and there's a short version of the RP. You prevent the long version from happening if you do one of, let's say, 3 things. Either you do not deactivate all of the beacons on purpose,
excellent,
which causes an ad to spawn in the first boss, but it's not the end of the world because you can see it, or you can interrupt the cast and you can just cleave it down and it's fine. Number 2, you fail the spy game on purpose, so you talk to somebody that is not the imposter, and then you get ported out. Or you do not activate all of the clues, because there's 5 clues. If you only activate 4 or less, then it's also a short RP. Or if you walk into the spy area without taking the costume. So without talking to the NPC that turns you into one of these, like, night elves or whatever they are. If you do one of those things, then you get the short RP. You only have to do one of them. You do not have to, like, keep a beacon up and fail once or whatever.
You can't count. The elements answer to me.
And then in addition, if you either have a Demon Hunter or a Prot Paladin with the Transmog, the Legion Artifact Transmog, then you can speed up the spy game as well on top of that. Demon Hunters have spectral sights that will see the spy, but only if you have talked to all 5 NPCs that give you the clues. So you have to do the NPCs.
If you blink, you bleed.
First, and then you press spectral sight, and then you'll see the demon or the imposter. And then the Legion Artifact Shield from Paladin.
I will speed you towards your demise.
Will show you which group of spies or groups of NPCs the mob is in. And this one works even if you have not activated all the clues. And you can use the Transmog as any spec. You can use it as Prot, Paladin, Holy Paladin, or even Red Paladin, because you can change your weapon inside the dungeon. So if you're a Red Paladin, you can also do the Transmog, as long as you have the Transmog, obviously. But you can just have the Transmog ready, and then you equip it in that area. Then it will work.
Bleed for the Grand Magistrates.
And if you see the group, the Paladin Shield, then it will be a lot easier, because usually you only need a few clues, and then you already know which one it is.
Slices to the bone.
Rallying cry.
Which is really nice.
I will speed you towards your demise. I will speed you towards your demise. The wind slices to the bone. If you blink, you bleed.
There's just so many tornadoes everywhere. Only have 20 seconds. Make sure everybody does some damage.
Bleed for the Grand Magistrates. Death by 1,000 cuts. I will speed you towards your
5,
demise.
4, 3.
No way! I can't believe
If
we
you
just
blink,
depleted a
you
coat of
bleed.
stars! Nah, yeah.
You can't counter what you can't see. Another victim of my artistry. I will
Feels bad.
spare some. Forgive me.
We may have missed our chance at the Grand Magistrix tonight, but her time will come. Sooner or later, we'll find another way to settle the score.
My party frame is grid 2. Oh well, oh well. Do you think Horn is better than Ruby? Well, sim it. The thing showing the move spell sphere. Move spell sphere. Oh, that one is a weaker, yeah. You mean the CD of the spell? Yeah, that one is a weaker. Alright, what's the time? When are we rating? 50 minutes. Oh, are we playing another key or are we just chilling? What do you think? I think we might just be chilling for a little while. Is it true Bill Gates is trying to acquire Twitch? First of all, you assume you mean Microsoft and not Bill Gates, right? And I don't think so. Or do you mean World of Warcraft? Because Microsoft has already acquired it, right? Or at least they were thinking about it, and then there was like the question if it was like an issue with like monopolies or whatever. I don't know. I forgot. Twitch is owned by Amazon. But yeah, I haven't heard anything about Microsoft wanting to buy Twitch. Haven't heard anything about that. Deal isn't done yet? Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, guys, I'm gonna go. I'll be right back for approximately, let's say 7 minutes, okay? Okay, let's say 8. Maybe 10. I'm gonna go AFK between 10 and 15 minutes, okay? I'm gonna be back at before 7. Okay? You can start the counter as soon as I'm gone. Alright, you counting? Be right back. All right. It's not so. I was actually pretty good on time ish. Man, I tried to put my car because it's snowing. I tried to put my car somewhere where it's not snowing, but all of the parking spots where it's not snowing onto the cars were occupied. Feels bad. I guess my car is just gonna be snowed on. You have parking spots where it's not snowing? Well, yeah, parking spots in the shades, yeah. You know, like under trees or whatever. But all of them I guess all the other people were smarter than I am and did it earlier. And I knew it's gonna be snowing as well, but I forgot about it. Cause I follow this like I follow the weather person on Twitter. And the weather person said it's gonna be snowing today. And I was thinking, oh my god, it's snowing today. I'm gonna put the car somewhere where it's not gonna snow into my car. Haha, and I was thinking this today in the morning. Today in the morning I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna put my car somewhere where it's not snowing. And then I completely forgot about it. And then I remembered. But now it's too late apparently. So it is what it is. By the way, I also remembered to do the engineering thing, so let's do that now. But I think it's Shadowlands engineering, not Dragonflight, right? Okay, get rid of this.
Can I lighten that coin purse for you? Goblin product.
Do you have to go and learn Shadowlands engineering? Shit, what is it called again? Thanks for 3 months, Pilater Pit. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. What is this thing called? What are these shoes called? Momentum redistributor boots. Hey, Morsel Ghost. Thank you so much for 19 months. What's up? Shadowlands Engineering 1. Okay, Shadowlands. Let's go to Oribos. How does that work?
We serve once more.
I like the song.
What do you seek? Obey the
Oh wait, what? Oh no. Oh, convenient.
Tell me what you need, my friend.
Okay.
Come back if you need anything.
Do you need to buy a recipe somewhere? I need 65? Oh, god damn it. Oh. Oh my goodness. Alright, well, what do we craft then? Guess we craft this or that. See whatever's cheaper. 2 silver. 1 gold. Still one's cheaper. Probably have to buy this other ore anyway. Whatever. Anvil. Oops. Probably need a lot of these bolts. Oh my god, it's green now.
How may I assist?
How may I assist?
It would be my pleasure to help you. You honor me with your attention.
What is this? Polishing abrasive. Where do I get that from? Oh. Oh, I can craft it. No. Hey Roku, thank you so much for Prime. Professions are pretty complicated. It is true. I need more ore.
Please, do see me again.
I don't see it. Or wait. Or la, something with la. There we go. Just bad injury boots from auction house. It's too late, I'm committed. It's too late. Oh, I need a hammer.
I live to serve.
That's the wrong guy.
Walker.
Walker.
I know our endeavors will prove profitable.
Wait, I need a hammer? No, I need the other thing, alright? Whatever, we're buying it all.
Attention.
We'll figure it out, don't worry. Need more flex.
It is clear you deserve only the best. Fortune and wealth to you.
Huh? Okay, this is taking longer than I thought. Maybe we buy it anyway. I was very committed. What are they called? Man, I thought I'm gonna crash a momentum, something. Momentum. They cost 1,000 gold. Okay, fine. Next to plan B. Plan A, I guess. I can put this an addition, right? Oh wait, what? Oh, I thought they were boots enchant. Oh, they're not a boots enchant. You literally just have to use them. All right. Well, fine. Does it reset when the boss resets? Very committed for 3 minutes. Dude, 3 minutes is such a commitment for me, okay? 3 minutes is a long time. That's forever. Alright, so apparently you have to run... Oh my god, what to even do here? To do this? I guess so. Have to do this, right? Yeah. Actually, I could get rid of Elun's guidance. No, I mean, I don't know. I actually want to sim this, just to see what happens. Okay, wait, what are we simming? We're simming... Copy. We're simming this. What else are we simming? This. What else? Did I do this already? Whatever. I'll sim this. I want to see more. See what happens with this one. At what level do people stop caring about failed keys? I think people generally always care about failed keys, no? Or what's it mean by not caring? And this makes sense, I guess. I guess we do this then. And as we also play this. Oh wait, I forgot the... Wait, what is it today? Oh, it's Monday. Okay, now we're good. If you saw someone with a failed 25, you wouldn't think to not invite them, but if I have a failed 8, you would lol. This is like the second time that I hear people say that people care about like a depleted key and to not invite them or something, but I've literally never, ever seen anyone care about that, no matter the key level. And I really don't understand where this is coming from either. Like, why would I care if someone depleted a key before? Because for multiple things, this is useless to care about. Number one, there's 5 people in a group. So the reasons for depleting that certain key might have so many things to do that has nothing to do with the person that depleted the key, right? And it could have been anyone's fault to deplete it. Doesn't have to be the person's fault that you're looking up, number one. Number two, just because you depleted a key doesn't mean that you're going to deplete the same one again. In fact, wouldn't it help you to know to not do the same mistake again? Right? Like if let's say, I queue up for plus 20 Code of Stars, and I see that someone else has depleted plus 20 Code of Stars. If anything, wouldn't it tell me, oh, this person has depleted a key before, they probably, you know what went wrong, and maybe don't make the same mistake again if it was their fault, you know? Because, like, making mistakes and depleting keys is just gonna give you more experience, right? In what world is it, like, a negative thing? Unless you know for certain that that person depleted it, and they were the only reason they depleted it, and you know that this person, like, played horribly, but how would you ever know that? Like, that's just not any kind of information you can gather from knowing that they depleted a key. Unless you know exactly, unless you played with them before, and they gave you the impression that they weren't good players, or that they don't care about the key or whatever the hell, you know. But without having previous experience with that certain person, a depletion of a key is not going to give you any meaningful information, right? At least not in negative sense. Thank you so much for 59 months, Dashu. Thank you very much. See, I don't know. I think this makes no sense. In any shape or form. Yeah, if anything, it would be a positive thing, right? If you're gonna look at a depleted key, if at all, it would be a positive thing. Because number one, you know that they have experience with this specific key level. And number two, you know that they finished the key without leaving, right? Which would be a good thing, you would think. Because other people might just leave the key and then it doesn't show that they depleted it, but they still depleted it. Just because they didn't finish it. We're doing Raszageth, and that's why I have the boots. I'm not even sure it's a good thing to have it, honestly, on the blue side, because we have a bunch of ramping classes. So I honestly don't even know. I'm not even sure if this is like a good thing to have, but we'll see how it works out.
Tierhold has fallen under siege.
By that same logic, I would be wary of people having nothing but perfectly timed keys. Yeah, you should be. Yeah. I mean, that is good logic. Like, if there's a person that is like, I don't know, 2.5k score or something, and then you look up their raid area and all of their keys are in time, like all of them, then in my opinion, that's a bad thing. Because that's kind of mean that this person just leaves all the time, right? If you don't have a single depleted key on your, like, raid area page, that's like a bad thing in my mind. Yeah, or they paid for a boost. That would be the other. Yeah, either they leave all the time or they paid for a boost, right? Because somebody that pays for a boost, they will have high score, but they will have barely any depleted keys, I guess. All of their highest keys will just be in time. Because they got boosted. Right, so... I don't care about people depleting keys. Leavers I hate with passion, especially if we have like 5 minutes to finish and been there for 35 and they leave because it's a waste of time. Yeah, I don't know, like, I personally, like, understand why people don't want to finish keys if it's depleted, if the only thing they care about is, like, the radar IO. But I think people should just use the group function better. Like, they actually gave us this tool and no one's using it. Which I hate. Because we now have this function. If you start a group, I just can't do it right now. But if you open up a group for M+, you can select finishing the key, doing it in time, and all that stuff, right? Like, there's like multiple different things you can select now. And in my opinion, if you don't want people to leave the key, then just make sure you put it in the title that this is gonna be a finished key. Like, you want to finish the key, right? Because I think if you don't do that, and then people leave, then honestly, it's kind of your fault that you didn't give them all of the information, right? Because it is true that it is a waste of time to finish keys for some people if they're depleted. Because some people don't need any items anymore from end of dungeon chests. They don't need Valor. They don't need anything for the vault. They just want the score. Like, that's their only goal, to get score, right? And if you don't specifically type in your title or you don't select the option to say that you want to finish it, then can you really blame people for leaving if it's depleted and they don't get anything out of it? And you didn't specifically say that it's for finishing, right? Thank you so much for the sub, Matty. Thank you so much. Because at that point, it's like they have nothing to gain anymore, right? Like, what they came for is gone. Not to say that I think everyone should always leave keys, but I'm just saying that when you make a group, you should make sure that you specifically say what this group's plan is, you know, like what your goal is. Like, either your goal is to finish the key no matter what, or your goal is to do it in time, right? And if people still leave when that option is checked, well, yeah, then it's obviously, then they're assholes, right? If you aren't willing to complete the key, you shouldn't apply. I disagree. I very much disagree. If the only reason the key is up is for timing it, like, for example, let's say you're queuing up for a 22 Shadow Moon Glory Grounds, right? And there's no specific information on what the key, like what your goal is. Like, it doesn't say weekly, it doesn't say anything, right? Well, at that point, in my opinion, this key is for radar, for score. Because what else would you do at 22 for? Because at 22 is higher than what you need for the vault, right? Vault is maximum 20. And end of dungeon chest loot is maximum 19. So if you do a 22 key, for example, in my opinion, that's for score, for getting actual score, right? For increasing your Mythic Plus score. So if you didn't specifically say in the title that you want to finish this key, then I wouldn't blame anyone for queuing up to the key and having in mind, okay, if we deplete this, we are gonna leave, right? Because what's the purpose of doing the 22 in the first place? There's no gain from doing, because at that point the person could have just lowered it to a 20 if they want the vault, or if they want loot, right? Finishing a key is sometimes more score even if it's depleted. Yeah, but if it's okay, I understand that, but then you have to emphasize that in the title, in my opinion. Because, like, for example, let's say there's a person that has a 21 timed, and you queue up at 22, and you yourself only have a 20 timed. If you only have a 20 timed, then a 22 depleted is probably score for you. But the person that has a 21 timed, they probably don't get score from depleting a 22. So at that point, if you get score from depleting the 22 and you want to finish it, I would put that somewhere in the title, right? Like I'm just say finish it, or finish, or whatever. And if the person leaves then, well, then they're the asshole, right? But if you don't specify it, then in my opinion, you have to kind of... In my opinion, you just can't complain if you don't specify. Is all I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying that people are not assholes if they leave. But I'm also saying that you, if you want people to not leave, should make sure you specifically say that. Because, like, you can compromise, right? That doesn't mean that if you specify it, that people are still not going to leave. Because it's still possible that you specifically say, oh, I want to finish it, and then people still leave, right? Like, that's obviously a thing. Okay, cheers. But yeah, I'm just saying that people should use the tools more in the LFG, you know? I don't apply to completion keys. Yeah, see, there you go. And I am also not doing that. I personally also don't queue up for depletion for completion keys. And the exact reason why I don't do that is because I don't gain anything out of it, right? So if I see somebody queue up and they say like completion, then I will probably just not queue up. Because I care about score, I don't care about completing the key. I already have my vault, I have everything, right? And that's specifically what's supposed to do, right? Like, for example, this one is a weekly no lever, right? I would not queue up for this. But it's good that they specifically say what the keys, like what their purpose is or what their idea is. Because you can see no one is actually specifying. People are not using the tool properly. Like you can see if you scroll through the LFG, no one has anything written. Like everyone is just like the key level without any specific mentions of completing it or timing it or whatever. The only key that does this is this with the weekly no lever. So just be a bit more specific, in my opinion, with the titles and stuff. Because then maybe you get less people that leave. I think that some people should be responsible to either do more lower keys for dungeons to learn mechanics or put in the posting that they don't know the dungeon. I don't always have time to teach people in higher keys. That's also a thing, yeah. Because sometimes a player gets like a high key because, I don't know, they did like an SVG last week and now they have a high halls. And if you don't, like if you're not really comfortable doing the high key, you should make sure that you like specify that, or you ask for completion, like, or say weekly no lever or whatever it may be. Because I think a lot of people, and don't get me wrong, like, I'm not saying that this is something that you do, but some people specifically don't say that it's weekly no lever because they want good players to sign up. Basically, they want to be carried. Because we all know if someone puts weekly no lever in their title, then there's going to be quite a few people that don't queue up. You're probably going to get more people that are lower score that queue up, right? And a lot of people don't want that. So they don't put it in the title. But then on the other hand, if that's what you do, then you also cannot complain if people leave. Right? Because at that point, you specifically withheld information on the group finder because you wanted higher scored people to sign up. And then you don't have the experience, and maybe you were even the one that made mistakes, or you don't have the damage, or you don't know the route or whatever, and then you deplete it and then they leave. And then you're gonna be angry. And at that point I'm like, okay, at that point you don't have any at that point you're not allowed to be angry because you specifically did this on purpose and invited higher end people on purpose, right? Is what I'm saying, right? But that doesn't mean that there aren't any other players that leave either way, right? Like, it definitely is still true that people leave even if you specify it.
You get from the buff during intermission.
I cannot hear you, Emissy. You're like...
What if I want both? I want to time and complete.
Fine, he's like, he has no voice from the nerd screams from
No,
World War this
Well,
weekend.
then you can specify that
here.
too,
No,
right?
I'm in here.
Oh, you mean you're saying you want to time
I love
it?
the 8-hour raid I did. It was,
But
it was
if it's
fucking-
not timed, you still want to complete it?
Hours,
Well, then you put that in the title too, right?
Oh,
Like,
I
it's,
8 hours.
you can write whatever you want in the
I
title.
love doing hard modes, which are nearly unkillable.
You just
It's
have to
great.
specify what you want
Unkillable.
with your key.
The hardest.
It's your key, right?
Someone...
And you just
No,
need
we
to be
spent,
specific.
like,
You,
an hour and a half on XP.
you can just
No
say,
one's killed it yet. In the
I
world.
want to time it,
That's just a
but
gear
if it's
check,
not
yeah?
timed, I still
mean,
want to finish
you
it.
just gotta
Or
do a bunch of
trying for a
damage to the
timer,
heart.
yeah.
Exactly. But
Trying for a time.
no, it's just
Seems
not
like
really-
But
a
finish
goof
if
to
it's
try
not, you
and
know,
try
like
that before you
stuff
get
like
the gear
that.
for
You
it.
can always,
Yeah, they were
you can
pretty
always
stubborn
be
about
more
it, yeah.
specific.
It is on the
I
TV
know.
talking too.
You hate to see that.
So, I think if my insider boomkin sources are correct, is that Beam is not a big damage loss next week, correct?
You have to take beam.
Yes! Great to hear. Take Beam now, and we'll learn that phase with Beam now, and then we'll get big damage next week. I think other than that, we're not changing anything.
Can't believe I have to play with Beam.
Okay, we are changing one thing, I've lied. Whenever we get inversion in phase 2, we're going to run to the other camp. But other than that, we're keeping everything else the same.
I want for the right side, on the last breath we get, on the last ads, we just keep on moving forward. Because it's gonna be 9 out of 10 times the shorter distance.
And I think we should get a rain grief torch on second and press mass grip.
Okay.
Yeah, make sure to use your grief torches on left side as well.
Oh,
Yep.
so you want Rain on second instead of who?
But instead of first. Nobody.
Yes, Savla.
Hold on.
Okay,
I'm
he's
just-
using it on third now, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Or you just want me to swap him and...
Completion
Lava.
also in first timing if possible usually. Like, you would
both
never
on
try not to time on
Because
purpose.
we only have
Yeah,
both
exactly,
on
yeah.
that one.
Like, I
The
think
first one just
people
sure.
specifically
gets
don't want to
destroyed.
put completion
And, I mean,
because
if you want to clean up the sheet,
Right,
they
then it's
so you
think
wanna do
that
this?
people wouldn't sign
No,
up.
I think you keep shade on the first.
Because they think you're
were
not
you
gonna
popping
time
on
it.
the first shade?
But I
or-
think that's just like a
We
stigma,
don't
like
need anything on
why...
the first.
I don't think we need
Yeah,
it.
why would anyone
so
try
it
to
looks- so it
not
looks like-
time
leave
it
it
So
like
it
that.
looks
on
like
purpose,
this.
right?
Of
course, you always try to
first
time
ad
it,
and put
so-
Kuppel on second ad. And Zaxi, when are you popping?
I'm on first ad as well.
Yeah, okay.
That's
Like
just
this?
how it has to be, because we
No,
have
Nox
2
is also
minutes.
first.
You just
Nox
have to
is
be
also
honest
otherwise we don't
and
get 2
Right.
uses of our
your goal
CDs in
shouldn't be to be
P2 on
carried.
I wasn't
right?
obsessing over this because people are just kind
just
of
because
figuring
you
it
do your
out.
own
Yeah.
key doesn't
So-
mean that
That's
you
fine, though.
should only
Naguura
invite people at
beam
2k
on the first breath,
score higher than
and
you.
then whenever we're moving between first and second ads, and then like from beam on the breath, and we're going from second and third ads, and we'll see how useful that is. Okay, great.
I posted the CDs in the
Alright,
boss
let's do some
channel, if
Raszageth. I'm
anyone needs some
excited.
personal
This
help.
boss is so much
Those are still
fun.
the same, right? Or
Are you excited,
Yeah,
guys?
it's still the same, but some people
Let's
just need their personal help.
go.
Oh,
Will
yeah,
you
okay.
import this playder one?
Scripts?
No clue yet, if I'm honest. It's a mod, not a script.
Mod.
Is there there's like a scripts thing or something in Plato that you can just...
Okay, I found it. Thank you.
I can't believe they put me in the healer group again.
No worries.
Why can't I
Every
see
time.
You might have to enable it.
I will
It
resend
is
the right
enabled.
note in case.
The man with infinite problems.
It
You have
is
both the
enabled.
note and the personal note enabled, and you have
Yeah.
in settings
Yeah.
everything as well.
Yeah, but I've not changed anything, and it's all the same.
Is your note just completely missing?
Yes.
Have you typed /ERT note?
Yes, I have.
Do you have ERT installed?
Yes, I checked that too, because I'm checking in settings.
Try to stream.
Did you leave your note in ODR? Are you ready?
I mean, put down things.
Yo.
Yeah, it's true. I think one of the...
like
I already talked about this many times. But I think one of the big reasons
We'll see how it goes.
why
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Mythic Plus is very difficult, especially the reason why there's such a big meta.
2, 1.
Yeah.
What is the word
Begins.
that I'm looking for? Like, people are very like only inviting quote unquote good classes, right? Like mainly damage dealers. And I think a big reason for that is the fact that we
If for stream content, you
have
wouldn't
a lot
understand.
more damage dealers available.
1.
Are we always using externals on the first set?
Yeah.
Well, that was one of the ones we didn't.
Yeah, no, that is. But I'm 3 and 5.
Then there are tanks and healers. Tanks, I guess, is like okay. Healers is like okay, but tanks, we just have a lot less tanks available compared to like the healers and damage dealers. And that's because when you look at raiding, especially when you look at mythic raiding, but also heroic raiding, you only ever need 2 tanks. But you need like, I don't know, 12 damage dealers or like something like that. So it's like 1 for 6 in comparison, right? 1 tank for 6 damage dealers.
4, 3, 2, 1.
The elements answer to
But in plus you need 1 tank for 3 damage dealers.
Marked by lightning. Die, mortals. Nothing will be left standing.
And usually people play the same spec or the same role.
4, 2, 1.
In the raids and in plus. Not always. Like, it's definitely also true that some people switch roles.
In the back on the left side.
But mostly they don't, I feel like. So because the ratio is so off, you just... And I guess you can see that every time, like when you queue up a key, like an plus key, then you can almost always see that you get 1,000,000 damage dealers signing up, but like barely any tanks, right? You can literally see it when you do a queue.
Stopping soon.
This is a gateway. It's the last
And
one.
then on top of that, tanking is also just much more difficult.
More mastery.
5,
Stop.
4, 3, 2.
In M+,
1.
because you just have a lot more responsibility.
The elements answer to me.
There's spam purchase here. Yeah, good job.
Holy fuck, that was clean.
Yeah, best pull off the night.
So,
Pick it up. Hold on. Don't damage.
Okay, start tapping.
I'm not saying the tanks are
Send
generally
off.
harder to play.
Send her home. Nice.
It's the fact that people expect the tank to do
it's
everything in a plus key.
Forget NG boots.
Because they have to, if no one else does it. Right?
My evil bind's not working?
4, 3, 2, 1.
Just like the aspects did
People on the wrong side or am I high?
Oh, don't say that.
I hope you're high.
Get your focus. We're kicking them moving on our side. Shield.
We're baiting here on blue. Okay,
There was
we go.
nothing for me to beam.
We're gonna bait on our side here. Range prepare that. Go. Don't forget we have 2 griff torches here for these ads.
Slam the zealot.
Get your focus. We're getting shield.
Move. Kicks.
Now.
kill the ruiner before we commit to the next step.
Mass grip.
There we go. Ranged bait here, ranged bait.
Yeah.
And we just keep on going on our side. And we're gonna dodge forward when we get this
through.
Get your focus. We're gonna kick and move forward here. While getting shield.
We're getting breath soon.
Creeping here. CC after
We got the breath on us now.
Our tank died.
Fix.
Right?
We will break their chains and restore the glory of dragonkind.
You're done.
Restore the dragonkind.
Spots.
The markers and positions.
To witness this new age.
Or I don't know where the markers go.
Love to hear it.
No, use the markers.
My power surges.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5.
I do
4,
see if I have inversion,
3,
right?
2, 1. 5.
I hope I have a weaker
4,
for this.
3, 2, 1.
I guess my circle will disappear. Okay. I have a weaker.
And
Okay,
people are just moving too slow.
Yeah.
We cannot fuck up.
Alright.
That
No, that
mechanic.
was a really good pull, but like, we have wiped this mechanic literally every single time we've got to the shield, and I posted like 3 different weak ores, and it is not a complex mechanic.
Healing is the hardest role? No, I 100% agree. If you're packing, tanking is by far the hardest role.
If you die to that and you don't have an air horn on it, just add an air horn to it. I think that'll be the easy
The
fix.
reason why it's
You can get
the
big wings to
hardest
set a
is
countdown as well.
because, as I said
Well,
earlier,
people know who fucking
you have almost all responsibility
Yeah,
on you as a tank because no one else feels
I
responsible.
do not recommend putting a
And as a
countdown on
tank, you
mechanic, 'cause
have to
mechanic
make the
is cast every, like,
decisions if
3
no
or
one
4
else
seconds.
does.
It's just permanently counting down.
Not to say that this is always true. Like if you're in a
Just having something.
if you're in a set group with friends,
Robbie, go
the
to,
responsibilities can be divided
settings.
among players, right? You
Yeah,
can
show me
say
the personal note.
one of the damage dealers creates the
what's up,
route, one of the healer, like the other damage dealer calls
Don't
interrupts, the other, like the healer does auto marker or whatever the hell, you know, like you can
Did
split
you update
the
your-
responsibilities.
Yeah, I'll
But in a pack group, no one
I mean,
really
somehow I did
does
pretty well
anything.
without it.
And if you're the tank, then you have to
Oh,
make
yeah.
the decisions.
Let's keep getting
You
there.
literally don't have any other option, right? If the damage dealers don't post a route and they don't tell you what to do, and they don't assign markers for interrupts and they don't do anything,
What'd you say?
at that point you have to make decisions because you're the one that pulls, right?
Closing the distance between red and blue.
So you have to decide, and that's why
Yeah, I think
the
blue
tank usually has the most responsibility.
I mean, it
in-
doesn't
in-
matter as long as every single blue stack is in melee range, so melee can hit. It's fine, yeah.
Yeah, we can have like red here and it'll be completely fine, right?
Well, that's very tight. I think you just
Yeah,
want
do-
red a bit under. I mean, yeah, sure, I guess.
Sure.
I don't think
A
there's
little
anything
bit.
wrong with what we're doing. People are just very slow.
But
Yeah.
the distance shouldn't make a difference.
And usually people
Well,
also
it
expect the
makes it-
tank to
it
assign
It
interrupts,
depends. It makes
to
a
assign,
difference
like
if
have
you
an auto
please
marker
the person
add-on,
that you're
blah
walking
blah
through,
blah.
but
Like they just kind of
that's not
expect
what
the tank to
has
do
been happening.
everything.
So it shouldn't make a difference for the life stream
I'll
having.
like that when we get there. Again.
Sure. That is true, but
Yeah,
based
so
on
what? Just
what
because
I've
you're
seen
at the
so far,
mercy at your
doesn't
group as a
look like the
healer
distance is an issue, but
doesn't mean that that's
we can-
hard.
fuck, we should.
But it's also
Like,
like,
what's the hard part about
that?
that?
It's pretty free, right? It's better for like healing rain or things that are like that, but not from a resto shaman.
I'm not saying that healing is
Yeah,
not
also
difficult.
we were like miles out on that shield, even with people dead. Yeah.
I'm just saying when
I mean,
you're packing,
I'm not assigned to send my 2 minutes
tanking
there,
is
but
by
I
far
saw
the
people
most
die, so I
stressful,
sent them, yeah.
most
'Cause I usually
responsibility,
pop after the shield.
most like
Because they come
everything.
up mid-shield.
Most of the time, people even blame you if you do something wrong. Like if anything goes wrong in the key, it's like the tank's fault. It's like, oh, the tank has the wrong route, or
I don't
this was
think I developed
inefficient,
anywhere
or
to it, so.
oh my god, this didn't get interrupted. So, oh my god, did you not see that
I have
that
no
I was
idea
over
what you have
there and
done
you
to
pulled
your-
anyway? Like,
I
blah,
haven't
blah.
touched
Like
it.
you need to have all of the
Oh,
overview.
My Robbie.
And if you do
Hey, Darren, come and
anything
fuck with your
wrong, or the
4,
group does anything wrong, then it's like your fault. You know.
1.
The age of the incarnates begins.
And I feel like that's. I have a feeling that's why people don't want to tank in M+.
Marked by lightning.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The elements answer to me!
Or mastery.
These winds peel flesh from bone. Die, mortals!
Die, mortals.
Die, mortals! These winds
This is gateway.
peel flesh from bone.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The elements answer to me!
It's resecking? Oh my.
Marked by lightning.
Sacrifice.
Die, mortal!
Thank you.
Nothing will be left standing.
When it comes to pagging, DPS can be the easiest.
5,
It
4, 3.
it depends a little
2,
bit, but
1.
usually it's the easiest, yes.
The elements answer to me.
When it comes to pagging. Whenever we talk about like a set group, then I wouldn't say anything is like the easiest or the hardest by default. Because it always depends on like what your role is in a group. You know what I mean? Because you can be like, for example, the best example would be Moonkins. Moonkins at the moment don't even play Solar Beam. Like, we absolutely have to do nothing. Technically speaking, we have no responsibility. But that doesn't mean that you cannot take on responsibility if you want to, if you're playing in a set group, you know? Like, if you play with 4 other people and you do high keys, and you as the Moonkin are like the shot caller, you tell the interrupts, you say the route, blah blah blah, then at that point you have a difficult job, right?
3, 2.
So it just kind of
Rallying
depends.
cry.
For pugging, usually the damage dealers don't have any responsibility by default, other than like normal interrupts.
Die, mortal!
Okay, you can start hitting.
Doesn't mean that you cannot have responsibility,
These winds
but
peel
people don't
flesh
necessarily expect it from you, I
bone.
guess.
You think the Titans brought order to this world? No!
Like, no one's gonna expect a Moonkin to call interrupts in a pug, right?
Does
Without
somebody
having
have a
solar
vehicle
beam.
for this? So you don't forget to use the boots?
Same as they're also not gonna ask the healer to interrupt.
Nope. We use boots.
Nice.
That like counts after the storm.
Get your focus. We're gonna kick and move.
Okay, HP's on us.
Have to rest Bob in a second.
We're gonna bait.
I think I got a search on me right before I
Go.
died, right? Not a search, a cast, like a... Or did I not?
Get your focus.
Must have.
Echo.
A Stormbolt,
Getting
yeah.
shield.
Yeah, a
Forwards.
Stormbolt.
Cause I
Kill the ruiner before we go on.
Take some mass grip when we move.
I've used it already.
I'm roping that guy. Kill the thing in the back.
And rip.
Other side.
Ah,
Quick wipe. Go next.
Why? What happened there? I'm gonna gas the shields on top because Luca died. Or.
It was very
Oh,
close.
no, Luca, or sorry, Bob, I meant.
No, the shields.
Wait, we get
I
the
mean,
shit we're not supposed to get?
If you mess up as a healer, people
Oh,
die.
yeah,
Not
right.
really. Like,
Also,
that's a little bit of
Might not have. The small
like
healing cities
saying that
happening,
if you
or
mess up as a healer, people die. That's
I'm gonna
a
restart my
too
game,
generalized
so-
statement.
Really annoying to play with.
Because that's not necessarily true, right? You can do
were
mistakes
you
and
saying,
people
Bob?
still
I was
survive.
just asking if we didn't have all the small healing cities happening, because we kind of just were taking
It
down.
depends on the
where the
situation,
land is.
right? Sometimes the healer you can make many mistakes and people still
Range
survive.
is standing super far.
If the damage dealers are good, then they
not in the
use their
same spot
defenses
as well, so
properly and they use
kinda
their health
shit
zones
to
and their
heal.
heals. Like technically speaking, a healer can make a lot of mistakes and people still don't die.
One guy who's allowed to not be on the
Technically
boss.
speaking,
And
right?
every single range is getting touched by our orbs or breath.
So
or any
saying that
AoE.
a healer makes a mistake and people die, I don't think that's a true statement.
Yeah, the only range that should be out is me.
Same for damage dealers. If damage dealers make a mistake, doesn't necessarily mean that the queue's depleted, right? In fact, I'm sure damage dealers make mistakes all the time in M+ dungeons.
10 seconds. That was
Because
very
otherwise
unlucky.
everyone will be doing perfect DPS, right? Surely the damage dealers press their rotations wrong many times. And make
Also,
other
say,
mistakes
please
too,
don't the
like
big guys
movement
when the
mistakes
series
or
drop the new one.
utility mistakes or whatever.
I did. It's just a bit awkward because they get to pump it while I just.
The tank, on the other hand,
Okay.
tank can also make a mistake and not die, but
I mean, you
for
should probably
tanks,
just taunt them as soon as
it's
we're
usually
there
a
and
bit
not before
more
that, right?
difficult.
I guess you
Because if a
taunt it
tank
from
doesn't
range.
hit their defenses properly, their mitigation, then they're probably
I
gonna
mean,
die a
it
little
was
bit
first time it
easier
happened,
than other people. Also, let's say a healer made a mistake and a damage dealer dies. Is the key over? Probably not.
From the winner?
Does the tank make a mistake
what?
and die?
Oh,
Is the key
I mean,
over?
Moxie got the
Maybe
clap.
more likely, right?
Yeah, we're a little bit faster. I didn't have MD when they had spawned.
Yeah, I don't even think this is a discussion, honestly. Like, to me, it's so obvious that the tank has the most difficult job in that
It
pack.
should be fine if Shade is just
Like,
taunting
for
as we run into
multiple
them.
different reasons.
And not in range because the guy is not
If
doing
you disagree
anything
with
until
that,
we move there. right?
fine. But I don't,
Yeah.
I don't think this is
It's
even
just
worth
the
a
one in the middle as
discussion.
well, 'cause I'm
Like, to
hating
me,
when
it's
you're
like
also
the most
paying.
obvious thing.
Oh yeah.
That tanks have the hardest job.
I just get used to feign deathing it.
5, 4, 3,
He said
2,
emote.
1.
The age of the incarnates begins!
It's him, the man from the meme.
Tanks are precious, and we should protect them at all costs. We already have so few of them.
5, 4,
Robbie DN, mate, what's up?
2,
I had
1.
Yours
back.
said back?
Yeah.
Yours said back. Mine said back.
Elements answer to me!
Oh, Robbie. One in front.
Will be left standing.
We've been in Classic, that's why.
I don't think that would affect it for some reason.
Robbie doesn't have a note that this will do out, right?
Make sure to delete your Aldo recovers.
Oh no, he hesitated, it might be true.
I guess some people are offended
Are you
because
saying you're not
they
using them?
think that their role is like.
That's why you guys can't tell XP.
Obviously, when I say that the tank has the hardest role in a class, I'm not implying that the other roles are necessarily like much easier, right? I think that's why some people are maybe like offended or something.
5, 4,
But
3, 2.
that's obviously not what I'm trying to say, right?
The elements answer to me!
One in the bar back.
Oh.
These winds heal
Oh my god.
from both. Die, mortals!
Oh my god, I literally just got right.
4, 3, 2,
Oh, this is bad.
1.
The elements answer to me!
I'm gonna have to be here.
Probably really fun though.
Die, mortals!
This was the worst ride call I've ever gotten.
Die, mortals!
Okay, stop.
Get we.
Nothing will be left standing.
More mastery.
5, 4, 3,
Rallying cry.
1.
The elements answer to me.
I think it's more accurate to say that the tanks have the most weight on their shoulders, but it's not necessarily the hardest. But what else would you say is harder then? Because I mean, not only do tanks have the most responsibility, they also have the same jobs as a damage dealer would, right? Like they have to do a lot of damage. It's not that they don't have, like they have to think about damage too, right? The tanks have
Not yet, Robbie.
the most responsibility because they have to make the routes, they have to figure out what to do.
I'm
They
on the
usually
wrong
have
side.
to do auto markers, they usually have to
Personal vehicle.
figure out interrupts, blah blah blah, right? Then in addition, they have to interrupt as well,
Use them now.
just like a melee would.
Get your focuses here.
Time dilation.
And they also have to use their utility the
Fix a
same way
move,
as a
fix a
melee
move.
would as well, right?
And shield.
So they have the same jobs as a damage dealer,
Okay, move.
except on top of that, they also have all of the
We're baiting on our
responsibility.
side.
Plus they have to figure out the route. Plus they have to survive and not die. If they die,
Slam the Susan here.
then it's much worse than if any damage dealer dies. Because
Get
if a
your
tank
focuses.
dies, it's much worse, right? Obviously.
And we're getting shield.
Move.
You can stun ready.
Nope. Oh yeah.
Kill the ruiner, kill the ruiner, kill the
We
ruiner.
move and mass grip.
So yeah, I feel
Kill
like
the
it's
casters
like...
off.
It's not even... I don't know. Like, to me, it's not even, like, a question. I don't see how...
We keep on going our side, and we will dodging forwards. We need to break this shield fast, a bit behind.
And pump the ruiner on this side.
Focuses here. Dodge. Nuke the shield. Sleeping here.
Move,
CTs now.
Brad. And we big kicks.
To kill the Steelers.
Kill the zealot, kill the zealot, kill the zealot.
Oh, it's pronounced salad. Oh, like the salad that you eat.
But you will not survive.
Positions.
To witness this new
You know where the marks are? Because we should place them.
I can get Big T to place them up with full.
Yeah.
My power surges.
5, 4, 3,
What?
2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2.
The hell happened
1.
there?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Guess there's a wrong person again. Whoops.
So I just keep on playing and looking at the face, whoever's on alive.
No, just white. 2 DPS slide.
The might of
Or...
the storm.
I guess the tank's gonna then place the marks.
Careful cleaving
Let's go
this.
get them.
So we had two people slow again. Or...
Devastation spread.
5.
What was
4,
the priority in
3,
moving between
2,
positive and negative? Who
1.
moves sort of first or
Negative moves.
You both.
negative?
You just move, yeah?
I feel like
No,
people...
no, but
Oh, you
I think
meant
the
when we get
healers
them,
just...
yeah.
Yeah.
I think the reason why healers think they have the hardest job now is because Dragonflight is like
I'll jump down and do it now.
more like there's more damage incoming in Dragonflight than we had in Shadowlands and maybe even BFA. And the healers got a bit used to that maybe. Like you're basically saying, oh my god, I have to press my buttons and that's hard. Like that's honestly what healers are saying right now.
And I was like,
And I'm not saying that it's easy to heal some of these keys because it's not, right? There's definitely some keys that are hard to heal.
fuck it, just go around.
But that's literally what a healer does. They heal. And having to manage your healing cities and whatever, that's like a standard thing. Like that's not... I'm sorry, but that's not... Just because you have to manage your healing cities and there's a lot of incoming damage, doesn't make it like the hardest job. Because all the other people have to do that too. All the other people have to manage their cities too. Like the tanks also have
Did
to
I
manage their CD,
reinstall
otherwise they
it,
die,
or
right?
is
Like
it
it's
gonna be a problem later on if I don't know when to press my cooldowns?
healing, like CD management.
This guy,
Maybe
man.
it's more important in
Every
Dragonflight than it
fucking
was
I
in
don't know.
like
I
Shadowlands,
don't
but
know
that
how you
doesn't
can consistently
mean
have
that all
like
of a
technical issues.
sudden, just because you have to manage your
we can't do anything
CDs,
about it, right?
you
Like,
have a harder job
you
than
need to
like
figure
all
out
the
what
other
it is and
people.
solve it.
Like I don't know.
The
I think
infinite
maybe
died last time, so I wouldn't say it's exactly.
is healing harder than it was in Shadowlands? Yes. Does that mean healing is the hardest job all of a sudden? No.
Yeah, robot, dig your own fucking cables.
I don't think
come
so.
on.
When it comes to pugging, right? I'm always talking about
Do we have a
pugging.
repel?
Big T kaput Chisix, let me know when you are ready.
Sorry,
I
yeah.
am ready.
Repair
Let's get some
behind.
health and then I am ready. I'm ready.
Kaput. Nice.
It's harder than DPSing? I mean, yeah,
And keep
probably.
on getting there.
Also depends a little though.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The age of the incarnate.
It always also just depends on what people do. Like, I think that
Oh, slack build.
sometimes a damage dealer can literally have a harder job than anyone else, depending on what their role is, right? In a pug, healing is very likely more difficult than a damage dealer, yes.
Nice one. Do you have a note?
3, 2,
Oh, you do.
1.
Do I have a note?
Yeah.
Elements
That's
answer
fine.
to me.
I just noticed the Bob had.
These winds peel flesh from bone. Die, mortals! Marked by lightning.
Summoning stone is annoying me.
Sorry.
Certainly
Let
see
him
your
up.
other play stones. I can't see my Kotak because he's so small when he's standing behind a closet.
Man, I just love this face.
This is Gateway?
I love not playing my class.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The elements answer to me. Die, mortals! Nothing will be left standing. Die, mortals! Marked by
5,
lightning.
4, 3, 2, 1.
The elements answer
Monkey
to
in the back button.
me.
Sorry, back right.
Die, mortals!
I feel like I haven't played my character this whole time.
Die, mortals!
This whole phase I've just been AFK. Sitting in bear form or in cat form or whatever. Oh man.
Die, mortals!
Can we get Stellar Drift back, please?
Winds peel
That'd be nice.
from bone.
More mastery.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Rallying cry.
The elements answer to me. Marked by lightning.
Did I... How many of these am I getting? It's a disaster.
Go. Go, go, go.
Winds peel flesh from bone.
That's you know what to do.
You think the
I?
Titans brought order to this world?
Left side at your feet.
Use belt.
Using hit.
But it's also like this whole discussion is also a little bit of a pointless discussion because it's difficulty in the end is always subjective anyway, right? Maybe for one person something would be really difficult, but the other person it's not. Right? That's also it could also be true.
I'm gonna kick and move our side again and shield.
Move.
We're baiting on our side. Go.
Slap the Susan.
Open
We're
your
gonna
abs.
need to move during these ads.
And shield very soon.
Move now. Kill the casters on the ruiner before we move on.
Getting breath here now. With mass grip when we move.
Okay, run. Range, get ready to bait.
And we just keep on going our side. We're gonna dodge forward after this.
Oh shit.
Get your focus.
Res me.
Shield very soon.
Stagger me. Res D3 as well.
DCs.
Need to move, go forwards. Kill the zealot. Kill the zealot, kill the zealot.
Try.
Restore the glory of dragonkind. But you will not survive to witness this new age. My power surges.
5, 4.
Don't forget
3,
pots as well if
2,
you don't use it.
1.
Should be used.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Shit, my trigger just barely isn't ready here.
Red.
So now it's wave first, right?
The might of the
Yeah, so I have to confirm this.
falls upon you.
Red again.
Let devastation spread.
5, 4, 3,
Oh my.
2,
I'm dying.
1.
Oh! Heal me!
The elements answer to
I'm just so little behind.
My health!
Okay, nice.
The might of the storm falls upon you.
Keep playing the next shield if you
I'm
can.
not showing later, are you?
Probably Kevin maybe.
I don't think so. No. Because we're not beating the next shield regardless, I don't think.
5, 4,
Yeah,
3,
Steam, really.
2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Rallying cry.
Good progress at least. Did we have all 3 freedoms
5,
on that first set of marks?
3.
I did instantly, yeah.
I freedom mine, yeah.
I was like pre-baited out and tried to dodge the side, but I just still got
Don't ever pre-bait out. That's just asking to kill someone. You will survive because you're warlock, but you're just gonna bounce it back and forth forever until the person dies.
Yeah, we can't have.
They'll never get it back though. I mean, they can always move out.
I got it back every time from you. What do you mean?
That was not from me, yeah. That was somebody else.
We had 2 cleave. That's what I'm wondering. So
Yeah.
one person got a freedom but got out fine, but then cleaved him rally because he was out. But then the other one I don't think got out far enough. No cleave did you freedom?
Freedom a bit late. I tried to hover away, but still cleaved someone, I think.
I don't think I got freedom, but I shapeshifted. And I think there was somebody too close to me, even though I felt like I was pretty far out.
A lot of people got hit. When I take a look.
Everyone else needs to like push in because they do not like the people who get the marks do not have very much time to get out.
You basically get one GCD to move out, and it's just whatever direction you dash in, that's where you're going.
The whole who got the first marks or the first what are the charges on that? Just type one in chat.
I got one of them.
Okay.
I Tiger Slash the preheat instantly.
I got
Okay,
it. I
so
instantly got
preheat,
freedomed, hovered
Naguura,
out, and then cleaved to death.
And Luca, you were the last one, right? Or
Yep.
okay.
I had freedom on Luca.
I don't think I got freedom, but I mean I
Oh,
shapeshifted,
just checking
so
logs if I actually got it off.
the thing is I can't do like I don't
Just
have
a,
that
just a
disengage
quick,
ready, right?
quick Thomas drug check. You do know you're the third freedom, Noxie? Just checking.
Yes.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah, I didn't see anything light up on my road frames. I don't know if that week or is what the status on that was, or if it got it working, or it worked for anyone else. Or
It worked for me, and preheat had blue popping for me.
What's it called?
I have no fucking idea.
One second,
I
I'll
just
tell
searched
you.
blue.
Fulminating charge, is that it?
I mean,
Does it not
Kentucky
register
just
for
share
hunters
his
or
week
something?
aura and change it to 3?
This one.
Yeah, it's that one. And then you go to custom option and you just choose number 3 for you.
Also, I guess the healers know that it leaves behind a big dot that does a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, you can see we're talking about it in the party chat.
Oh, I'm not reading party chat. What the hell?
Oh my god, you're not
Oh
even.
my-
you
she
can
is
see it.
so toxic.
She's in the healer party.
No,
You
no,
just
no,
in the
it's
healer
not
party? Oh, that sucks, actually.
That's
I feel bad for
honorable.
you.
Whenever you're in the healer party, you respect their privacy and
Exactly.
put a
So,
piece of
yeah.
duct tape
Whenever you're
over
in
your
the healer
chat box.
party, you accept
Post
death.
it note over
We just
one
need
of them, so-
to... Like, I know it's the first time we got the sparks. They're just important that we get more stacked and stuff like P1.
Yeah, one thing that's worth mentioning
Yeah,
is you
make it
cannot
consistent.
stay in it, yeah? Like, no matter what, it cleaves, yeah? It hits everyone inside the circle. Because, like, a lot more people got hit there than what it seemed like. Yeah, we had, like, 10 debuffs.
I will have cleaved on people because I was out of position.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Because
gonna
what's supposed to
even
happen is
regrowth
that,
myself.
you know, 3 people get out, even if you're stacked with the
Frenzy
other guy was
regen,
Oh, that
regrowth,
mechanic.
everything.
Okay,
the
never
end of
mind.
the
I was
world.
talking about a different mechanic.
We're talking about the fulminating charge. It's not the end of the world if the 2 people with fulminating charge hit each other, right? Because at the end of the day, we have externals for them, so they'll probably be fine, even if they get 2 stacks or 3 stacks even. But if you cleave like the entire raid, we're just gonna die.
Yeah, also just try to make it a habit. After a mechanic has happened, just go back to your original spread position. Because we need to spread all the time in this phase.
That is correct.
Yeah.
So you know where to find your spot
Yeah, I
instantly.
mean, you can look at phase 1, the first picture. That will be the marks on that platform. We have to spread like that.
Yeah.
We have a picture of our spread position, yeah?
Yeah.
Scroll down.
It's
What?
shown
There's
in
a
P1.
sheet? What?
5, 4, 3.
Alright, maybe I can do a bit more damage. Actually, it doesn't really matter how much damage I do in phase 1. Also, I couldn't do that much damage in the intermission because I literally had to like rest 2 different people
Good.
and rebuff Marketer Wild 2 different times. I felt like all I'm doing is press buttons that don't do damage.
Are you okay, Oppo?
No.
Yeah, it's COVID.
He's been awake all weekend, excited about the incoming buffs.
Did you have
He just got that he couldn't do Uldor on release because he was sick.
Hold on, shut up. Did you have back there previous?
What? I didn't have any assignment just now. What do you mean?
Oh, whoever the evoker was.
I did you?
Looker? Okay.
Oh, I
I
think
also
it-
had back.
I'm not sure, Eddie.
No, I checked it inside of play, like 100%.
Okay.
That was just, like, I just took a bad route.
I can't believe he just mixed up the evokers. Wow.
My pre just saw a DPS not
They're
moving
all
and he
their
just assumed it was
individual
you ready.
people. They're
Don't
not
take it
just.
personally.
They're not all the same. Wow! Wow! Wow!
Oh no.
Can't blame him, I would have done the same thing.
50% Warlock. Oh, this is Gateway.
I'm not moving.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The elements answer to
Went
me.
to the back. I'm gonna solo it.
Oh, wow! Are you soloing it?
How's it going?
We did it. It was much pain.
Without love.
These
I realised an interesting issue in the spec is that I can actually run out of mana while spell stealing. Huh?
Oh?
Tried stacking spirit.
Yes,
idiot.
You idiot.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The elements answer to me!
Oh my.
Sparks on the left.
Die, mortal!
Another thing I wanted to mention about difficulty, though, is that I guess sometimes when you have these discussions about difficulty, people think about different things.
Time dilation.
Because whenever you think about difficulty, you could define it differently. Because I guess it also depends on what you think is difficult. So sometimes people might disagree just because the words that they're talking about is being defined differently in their heads.
Yeah, stop.
Or a master.
So even if something might seem obvious to me,
3, 2,
and it makes sense when you think about it with that logic, but maybe another person has a different logic and defines the word differently, right? I guess that happens with a lot of discussions. Not just this one.
This is very low.
For example, I guess the best example I can find when it comes to difficulty is that sometimes people say that certain dungeons are easy or difficult, and then another person completely disagrees, said, what? No, that's not difficult at all. But then one person thinks about the key timer, like the timer of the actual dungeon being hard, and the other person thinks about like the actual execution of the dungeon, right? Because there's two different difficulties in that regards.
Be kicking and staying.
A lot of kicks are going through right now. Careful.
It would be go right. You go forward to next
Okay, there we go. Bit. Okay, now go.
Oh my god, that's just so far.
Okay, next
We're
thing
not
here
gonna
now.
make it.
We're gonna be moving with this very soon. Now, and we mass grip.
Yeah,
We got it. That's really bad.
Just whatever you have.
Fall back.
Move. Kill the runner.
Yeah, fuck.
We're gonna bait here on our side. Bait, come back.
It's GG.
Go.
I think if this bait happens...
Yeah, were we missing anything
Well,
because
I
of
was
the
spamming my
timings?
macro. Oh, go ahead.
I think my
Were we missing anything based on timings there?
We were missing my beam. It channeled and then it didn't
Thanks
go
for
off.
Prime Fiji
I was
player. Thank you
still
so
spamming
much.
my beam macro and it just filled up and
What?
then went back to 0.
What's our plan? Because when we bait us ranged, it's not guaranteed to go on us, right? It's either us or melee.
No, you bait together.
It'll be on the biggest group, which should be us. But if somebody's in melee, it'll go on melee.
Okay,
Which
well
could
then
go on us, but
we have to
won't
make sure
always
it
go
is
on
on us, right? Because it's I don't know, like this time the breath wasn't in the melee, right? And then we have to move so far, and we're not doing damage to this zealot there at that point. Or at least I did a lot less because I had to move.
No,
Right, but
that one
on-
would have
on that-
died. It just missed my beam. That's it.
On that pool, like the entire group is basically together, apart from me outside on the first ad and ranged outside on the third ad. Like on the second ad, we're basically all stacked anyway.
But isn't on this order we should bait the breath in between the ads, no? As ranged.
Yes, but we bait it whenever like we're moving there.
Yeah, but it didn't happen. It went on the melee.
Okay, 1 second. Which I don't think there is anything wrong with breath up pull, but I'm gonna open a VOD to check.
The breath was
I
on
guess
melee,
so.
right? Pretty sure. Like, I had to walk all the way.
The first set of ads was bad breath, but the second set was fine. I thought.
No, but that was because we got the first breath.
Summon stone to the side.
Yeah,
That's the first time tonight
Two
we've got the
homies.
first breath, which
My
is why.
Yeah, it was the first set, which was fine anyway. So.
Right. Is this the last one?
I think
So
you
which
need to
breath do you think was wrong? Because I'm pretty sure all of them were fine.
The second?
It'll be third breath.
Oh, third, I guess?
Yeah, it's third of the fight, second of our platform.
Oh, yeah. Second of our platform, yeah.
Oh, never mind. My beam did go off.
But
we
is-
were just super off, I guess.
So say, wouldn't the thing that makes sense, right? I don't know if the bait was wrong, it felt fine to me, but wouldn't it make sense to maybe not hit the Ruiner as much if we have the rotation?
This
That also makes sense, I guess, yeah.
I'm looking at the mod. That bait is completely fine. The bait is on in between the first and second ad, and it's not over the Ruiner.
Yeah, but wouldn't it also make sense to like not send the
I
Ruiner
thought the
as
beam was
fast?
strong.
Because then we'll have more time to get in position, right? Which will fix the issue. I guess.
I think that makes sense, yeah.
So you're saying that
we were already in position, because if you weren't, you would have died to
I
the breath.
wasn't. I mean, I wasn't, because the Zealot spawned while we were dodging the breath, basically. So obviously everyone was moving.
So basically, we popped a shield once the breath is like happened, not like as the breath is happening. Is the ideal timing for blue side on the second Ruiner.
I'm watching the VOD, and at the very least, the shield is breaking a quarter of a second early, and a preheat has this thing on this. This doesn't matter. So I think
I looked it up. I think I actually had it. I was mistaken. I did have my beam. Unless the logs say otherwise. Detail says I had it.
No, yeah, the log said you bumped it with your beam, yeah?
You did.
Okay, cool.
700k or so.
I was confused because it was so far off and I was having technical issues that whole pull, so I just assumed it was me.
Mentor has said that he fucked his damage there, yeah? Just...
Right, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
right.
I pressed half the damage like a meter out of range, and it was real fucking awkward.
Lalio, we are pulling.
How much damage did I do?
Lalio, we're pulling.
I should have checked logs as well.
4, 3.
No,
2,
it just
1.
reset into reload, and it suddenly appeared after the reload.
At least I felt I did like no damage. And I thought it was because I was
probably on the
moving.
screen all the time, you just can't see.
One of his unlocked UI
And I also thought the breath was
hiding
being
it.
baited on the ads. I mean, I was just like, did that not happen? Man, I should watch the VOD as well.
5,
To me, it looked like the
4,
breath was on the
3,
actual ad.
2, 1.
The elements answer to me!
But apparently it wasn't.
Nothing will be left standing. Die, mortal! Die, mortal! These
Gateway.
winds peel flesh from bone.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Gateway didn't go.
The elements answer to me!
Bye.
Marked by light.
Time dilation.
Die, mortal! Nothing will be left standing.
Wow.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The elements answer to me!
Eh.
Die, mortal!
They spawned behind my my typhoon, apparently.
Die, mortal!
Noopsie, no!
Just jump off.
Okay.
Wipe.
I think the American from latency is giving you longer life grips or rescues.
Yes, it is.
It's
I have to
actually
time
sick.
it like super specifically though, or else I'm out of
Last
range.
comment
so
on
it's, like,
tanks, but didn't someone tank
exploding
at quarter
with
stars
danger
plus
with
15
doing it
naked or
too
something?
long.
Yeah, but for me it's insane, yeah, because I'm
I
just
mean,
flying.
there's also people who have done really
Yeah,
high
so I
keys without a
basically
healer,
time
right?
it one GC
I don't think that means
after
anything.
the pushback, and it's perfect timing if I do it that way.
It's just really weird because when you grab me, it's like my character just stands still for a second. When the Frenchman and Robbie grab me, I just fly instantly.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
would say all the time. Chiz experienced some life-changing shit when I was lagging.
I think if I ever do this fight on NA, I'm gonna have a different fight. Honestly. There's like a lot of weird shit.
If you ever decide to progress
Halls of
this
Valor is by
twice,
far the
I
hardest
feel
timer
that.
in,
Fuck
by
that.
the way. Because that's how you just talked about Halls. Halls is by far the hardest timer.
But yeah, the pushback with latency is quite strange. It does. I don't think it works normal.
that is repair better.
Like I get pushed after it finishes too. Like I'll just still be sliding.
It's very, very close.
Can't wait for them to add an accessibility ramp between the second and this platform, so I can just like slowly walk back.
Also,
gonna be great.
Astrovault is a close second. I think I looked this up, and if I remember correctly, it was not Astrovault. I think it was some other key. I think was it Temple?
5, 4.
That was
3,
second hardest.
2, 1.
On the timer, I'm always talking about timer.
Begins.
I don't remember. I think it might have been Temple.
Time dilation.
5, 4, 3.
Let me just
2,
run all the way
1.
to the other side, because I can.
The elements answer to me.
Because I love this game.
These winds peel
Perfect.
flesh.
I didn't want to do damage anyways, Cam.
Die, mortal.
I think the biggest problem with Astrovault, I think, is the fact that the most efficient route
This is gateway.
These winds peel flesh.
is a bit complicated,
5, 4.
and most
3,
people don't want to do it in
2,
packs.
1.
I think that's the biggest problem with that one.
The elements answer to me.
Like, especially when it comes to lower pack keys. Because that kind of information, like when it comes to efficient routing, just sometimes doesn't carry over to pugging as well. If it requires you to skip things or to jump off places or whatever, then that kind of stuff doesn't carry over too much into lower pack keys. And even if it does, like, people have a hard time replicating that stuff. And I think Astrovault is one of those things where there is a pretty efficient route, and people
5, 4,
are just not playing it,
3,
and then the key
2,
seems a lot harder than
1.
it actually is.
The
Timer-wise, at
elements
least.
answer to me.
Not to say that the key is not hard, because it is
Present.
very much hard.
Die, mortal. Die, mortal.
It's just like other dungeons are like a lot more straightforward, and then it's easier for people to figure out a route. Like, for example, if you think about Temple, in my opinion, Temple's timer is really hard, but it might not be as hard
That's 67.
because, like, the biggest problem with Temple is that you cannot increase your efficiency that much in that dungeon. Because
Once
in
you get the,
Temple, you have to
the
almost kill
intermission
every
one
single
thing
mob,
and stuff.
right?
5, 4.
Like, there's
3,
no way to make the route more efficient.
1.
You just have to kill every mob, right?
The elements
So it doesn't matter if you're playing in a plus 15 puck group or in a plus 24, you're gonna do the same thing. While if you do an Astrovault, people figured out many ways on how to make Astrovault more efficient. Like, they jump down there and they do this and then they
They
skip
start
that and blah blah
popping a
blah,
bit.
right? And all of a sudden the timer doesn't seem that hard anymore, right?
Wait.
These winds
Okay.
peel flesh
Yeah.
from bone.
But yeah, then you have other keys where you really just can't do anything more efficient. It's just you just have to play every mob, you know.
First thing, my shoes.
4,
What
3,
they could not
2,
control,
1.
they imprisoned. Just like the aspects.
All right, let's do
into
this.
us.
Focus.
First one's on us.
Kicking, getting shield here, we're staying. We will move to next ad here.
Okay, range, try and bait the breath here.
Focus your ad and we're getting kicks and shield.
We're definitely gonna get this again.
Just white.
DCs, and we move with
This
mass
time we
grip.
had a death damage dealer though.
Play a bit cold anyways. Just jump.
That was better though with the mass grip.
Yep.
Temple is easier on the bosses. Oh, it's the opposite for sure. Temple bosses are much harder than Astral Vault bosses, right? Like Astral Vault bosses do nothing. They're literally just target dummies. Most of them. The last boss is a bit more difficult because you have to kill the shards and stuff.
Southhouse got meleeed, and then we're not gonna. If we have anyone die, we're not making the shield. Or like the push before the shield.
I'm not really sure what can I do about that because I'm doing the same thing every time, and then sometimes
about
it's
Temple
not
is just
fine because
dodging and
this
dispel?
happened previous, right? Like
Well,
twice.
no.
But then let's say the other 30 tries, it was completely fine.
The left boss, like the first left
So I
boss,
don't know.
one-shots you with like almost every ability. So you have to be very careful. The
I'm
first
gonna
boss is
restart my
very,
game.
it's
It's
very
on
easy
the
to
hour
die on the
when
first
we're
boss,
starting.
I would say.
Yep, I guess
Then the right boss I wouldn't say is that hard. That one is pretty.
I don't
that
dare
one's
restart
fine.
in game because I get the stupid shit where
The
that's
third
the initialize
boss
and update literally every time, man.
Absolutely annihilates tanks. The third boss literally like takes the tank,
Can we save the restarting for break in
Slams
future,
it
by
on
the
the
way, unless
floor.
it's like unplayable?
spits on him, like stomps on him. Like that boss is just insane.
It's literally 20 seconds.
Like every time
That's
I'm on the third boss, I'm
well,
just like
it's
I'm not even a
it's
tank or a
as
healer,
long
but
as
I
the
look at my
longest person is.
rate frames and I'm
4
just like,
minutes.
please, please, please don't die, please don't die. And I'm literally healing sometimes too. Like I'm
Thank
sitting
God
there
Angel's on
spamming
here.
regrowth on the tank, trying to get rid of that
Never be able to play again. if you
absorb shields. It's insane. I don't know. It just does so much damage. And then the last boss is honestly insane too. Like the last boss, if you don't have a dispel, which most groups don't really have unless you specifically go and invite somebody for it,
log or whatever.
then it's insane
combat log.
on damage,
Yeah, okay,
right?
that's automatic though, I think.
The magic debuff does insane damage.
as long as you have
The
the log
boss
tool
in
open,
general
you
does
should
a lot of
never-
damage,
does it.
and whenever the
think
ads
about it.
spawn,
Yeah.
it's a shit ton of damage. Like,
That's why we could cut when we suddenly
yeah.
can do ready checks because apparently that's what starts logging.
Oh, right. Yeah. Pull timers, I think. Not ready checks. Yeah.
Yeah, pull timers. Yeah.
It's literally just, can your healer manage
I have
this?
it set up through ERT as well. So now I should always log.
I would more say that it's about. I mean, yeah, your healer always has to heal the debuff, but tank is the one that has to mitigate the damage. I mean, the healer and the tank. I would say on a really high key, you need the healer and the tank to coordinate the third boss.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
If you don't coordinate the healer defensives with the tank's defensives, then you're probably just not gonna make it.
Time dilation.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The elements answer to me!
War Master.
Nothing will be left standing.
Gateway here.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The elements answer to me!
Oh, wow. And I'm always talking about high keys, of course, yeah? Because in my opinion, when it comes to like lower keys, doesn't mean that bosses can't be more difficult or less difficult on lower keys as well. But when it comes to lower keys, it's mainly like whatever is holding you back is usually just not understanding. Right? Like I think that's always the biggest problem on lower keys. If a boss is complex,
5, 4,
like has lots of different mechanics,
2,
then that's usually when lower keys fail, even if the mechanics are not that hard, but like people lack the understanding of the mechanics, and that's what is hard then. But is that really hard just because people don't understand the boss? You know what I mean? Like, what the hell? I'm bad.
They're bad. They're bad. Do you press all of you?
I pressed the gateway, but it wasn't cooldown.
Didn't work. Can we res her?
Nope. It did not work.
Alright, just jump off, jump off, jump off, jump off, jump off.
It did indeed not work. Man, I still don't understand why the disengage doesn't work though.
No.
I swear, whenever I try to disengage, it doesn't work.
4, 3, 2.
And I am not sure why.
End was inevitable.
To this day, I don't get it. It has happened to me like 3 times already. Maybe 4 times. Raszageth is shiny because we're using like the spark item on it. So it's like a little bit see-through, so you can see through the model because there's like the swirlies in the ground, and if the model is covering it, you can't see it. Drunk keys usually are the best kind of keys. Let's be honest here. If people are drunk, they just always play better. That's usually what alcohol does to you. You're gonna increase your capabilities. Remember when you got to eat while you were on your phone? I do remember
5,
that.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I still can't believe that happened. Well, the thing wasn't even like the fact that I was on the phone was like whatever, I guess. But the fact that I literally had like 5 FPS, right? And I somehow killed the boss. Like I had 5 FPS the whole time. That's why I was on the phone, right?
3, 2, 1.
The elements.
Stays with 37. Ali, what's up? What's up?
Nothing will be left standing.
To be fair, also has 5 FPS in this boss. I guess that's just a new normal now. Imagine back in the day when I thought it's normal, so it's not normal to have 5 FPS. And now you just have 5 FPS in every boss. Thank you, Blizzard.
This is gateway.
Oh my god, this is gateway, okay.
5, 4.
I'm pressing
3,
it.
2, 1.
The elements answer to me.
Time dilation.
Die, mortal. These winds peel flesh from bone.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The elements answer to
Okay,
me.
what's that?
Live Bloom, no. Oh, I appreciate Live Bloom. You know why Live Bloom died now? Because I died the previous pool. that was very nice of Live Bloom. Making sure that the Moon Kids have the same death count.
Stop.
Oops.
Nothing will be left
This one's gateway.
standing.
Warrior
5,
Mastery.
4,
Or a
3,
mastery.
2, 1.
I'm dead again.
Rallying
No!
cry.
The elements
Just jump off.
to me.
I don't know why. And my disengage
Fuck, I don't have
doesn't
another
work.
40,000 channel points to redeem for another Don't Die Forehead. What do I do now?
But somebody actually needs to explain to me why my disengage never works.
Your end
It doesn't do shit on
was
this fight.
inevitable.
Are you
Wait, so yours
disengaging
doesn't
the
work
wrong
either?
direction?
Well, I just don't use it to,
Don't
to,
die,
to
don't
do
die,
wins.
Warhash.
I'll do it to get back from the wins. I'm getting knocked
Don't
down.
die,
It doesn't do
Warhash.
much. It kind of just keeps you in the same place for about 1 second, and then
It's the same with every displaced though. Goblin Jump as well doesn't do shit.
Oh, okay.
it's not a very big leap, really, considering how strong the wins
I
are.
thought it's just like not working at all.
No,
No, it works.
It
It's
works.
just, it's just
Charge.
horrendous.
Too much.
It's just horrendous shit.
And Boomkins be avoided.
I don't hear
Asking for a friend.
Oh, you're a bear from charging, right? Just
Yeah, it's just when you're out of range of the boss, then the only thing you can do is disengage, right?
Yeah, it does nothing.
Don't you human form while charge another person?
Yes, technically.
what do you expect it to do? Play?
But I don't think anyone's, because usually you only have to disengage. Like
You're
if you
about to
use,
fucking die.
because you
and
almost
then
always
they-
charge, right? But if you use the gate, or you expect to use the gate, and then it doesn't work, then there's nothing you can do other than disengage, right?
Yeah, once you miss that gate, you're fucking gone.
Yeah.
I've tried. You can do an optimistic disengage, like right on the edge, but it just doesn't work.
Yeah, I think if you have a chance to live with disengage, you need to do it like when you're off the platform, and hopefully do it after the wins if possible. If you can't do that, then you're just dead anyway.
I guess I can try that one, or just
Yeah.
click the gate.
Like if I miss the gate on second for whatever reason, then I can goblin jump while I'm off the platform and still make it.
Yeah, I think I did that once. I think once I used disengage while I was already off the platform, and it was after the wins. So I thought all the other times it just didn't
LFG.
work at all.
Just
Because
fucking
if you do it
logs or
after the
something.
wins, it actually
That's
does work. So that's why I was thinking, because the first
you for
the
your
first time I used my
approval, Saxon.
disengage, it was off the
Yep, no
platform and
problem.
after the wins.
I also approve
So
of
for some
P2
reason I
this
thought
project.
that all the disengages afterwards
One.
just literally didn't work.
Well, I think I'm
When
gonna
I
see,
think they did work, but
Nah, that's too early.
they
Let's
are
settle
just like
for two
really
now.
bad.
Okay, alright. I guess 2 will do.
I guess.
Yep.
Which is horrible, but
Time dilation.
but at least I know now.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
But yeah, that makes sense, I guess.
The elements answer to me.
I don't know why disengage just wouldn't work though, or why it doesn't do what it's supposed to do. I wonder if that's it must be bugged or something, right? Surely that's not intended. That disengage is just not a viable spell for the wins. Just doing absolutely nothing.
Didn't notice we haven't forgotten the barriers yet.
Was that Danish or English?
He hasn't
No, whenever,
barrier at the
whenever,
This
whenever
is gateway.
you're doing everything right, people don't think you've done anything at all. The old saying goes.
5, 4.
I'm pressing the
3,
gate. I'm pressing the
2,
gate.
1.
I did it, guys. Are you proud of me?
Hold on, Bob. Keep it up. Damish.
Good comms, Bob. Keep it up.
I feel like that could have been non-verbal communicating.
These winds
Nope.
I actually just love it when my Havoc DH kills my demon.
They'll use the bitch, yeah.
Keep up, Rain.
It always top targets to yours first for some reason, and it's I'm absolutely fucking seething over here.
Well, I can't one-tap mine, so I'm liking this.
The elements answer to me! Die, mortal!
Oh my.
It just kept getting further and further, mate.
Here, Rain. It's your time.
I love this song. Why am I right again?
Time dilation.
Stop.
Maybe the instant it's pressed, the winds override it. Disengage, you mean? I mean, maybe?
5, 4, 3,
Not allowed.
2,
Honestly, don't know. Because all the other things seem to be working just fine, right? Like charge works, fell charge works, bear charge works. Leap works. Blink works. Like everything seems to work outside of
Stop means stop.
disengage, and I guess thing also doesn't work. What did they say? Goblin jump. Goblin jump also doesn't work for some reason.
You think the Titans brought order to this world?
Dudes. Dudes.
I've fallen off.
Pudding?
Yeah, it's true that they have a defined endpoint, yeah. Like I do understand why it doesn't work, I just think that it should work, you know?
Focus.
I think it would make sense if it actually would work, you know?
Kicking and moving.
Oh, the casters in the
We're
Zala.
gonna bait before range prep our second runner. Oh.
I'm gonna get breaths in.
They're getting shield here.
Move forward. Another runner. Before going to the next ad.
Moving. And we're just turbo yeeting to our next one.
Bait the breath. Right, forward.
Oh god.
Gonna be able to move during
That was
this.
so close.
Get your kicks as well here. Move.
We're getting breath on us soon.
We did it, let's go! This time I actually saved my trinket. I think it makes sense for the shield.
Pots as well.
Not survive to witness this new age. My power surges.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Please, what? I mean...
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Our positions.
Does anyone know if you can get inversion twice in the same shield?
You can.
Yeah.
The might of the storm falls upon you.
Freedoms.
Whoa.
Let devastation
Out of range ready.
spread.
5,
Yeah, that's that range.
4, 3, 2,
Mark positions.
1.
The elements answer
Take my
to
solo,
me.
Robbie.
Or just back. Nice. Next
Whatever.
word.
The might
Yeah, just
of
right
the
on.
storm falls
Don't take until after the wave.
you.
Right, then
Oh,
we're
rest Bob,
seeing
rest Bob, rest Bob.
I guess
We
can
have two,
rest
we have
Bob.
two.
That position.
Please spread positions.
My power surges.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5.
The blue people need to
4,
make space.
2.
Like, I don't know what they're doing, but there's no space.
5.
Like, there's like 3
4,
people in a row.
3, 2.
Makes it very hard to move in.
I mean, we are 3 melee standing on yellow where I'm supposed to be.
5.
Yeah, I'm even trying to
4,
remind people to just go
3,
back to your spot.
2.
This was
1.
definitely the blue people's fault. Because, like, there was somebody
answer to
standing, like a camp of people standing to the left of Star, and then a camp of people standing on Star, and we tried to go in between because people didn't move. And then somebody ran on top of us. I mean, there was just no space to walk, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we were too many people in like a line. I had 3 people in a row in front of me running in, which is just not supposed to happen.
I think
Like-
it's what Tratnos was saying in the video. They had like a priority, just kind of let red go through because they kind of need to go forward. If you're blue, just wait a bit.
Sorry, what did you say?
Basically, if you're blue, just try to let red go through because they're gonna need to go towards the boss. Give priority to red.
Just
over
always
blue.
give like right of way to red people to getting to the center. Yeah,
Thanks,
is what we're
18
saying.
months, Maximus. Thank
If
you,
you're
thank you.
blue, get out of the way of red people so that they can take the quickest line to the center.
Can we just go over P2 spread positions again? Because looking at the replay, I feel like 80% of the raid was not where they were supposed to be on the sparks.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm checking both right now. I mean, going over spread positions again, like they're exactly the same as Fizz one. Like if people are in the wrong spot, it's not because they like don't know where they're supposed to be. It's because they're making like personal mistakes, right? It's not like it's like an execution, not like a knowledge thing, right?
Again,
What time's
you can look at the
Mark's
clip
at?
that I sent. I think on that one it was literally just like one person moving to the left or something. Because I guess
Yeah, I mean, blue people should let red go through. Yeah, like it's always like that.
but then maybe I guess they could have spread a bit more as well because they were kind of close to each other, right? Like
Yeah,
the
like
two
that was
blue
why we
camps.
needed the 2 camps to be slightly further apart and like so that like small wiggles like that don't kill us all. Like we had the right of way thing. It was just a case of being too close together, the 2 blue camps.
Also on, so like the spread on this mechanic, the range should be on the same. Like I guess you can't really have like X and Y axes here, but like the same like
I
left
think I was
right
in the correct
axis,
spot.
so that there's no like, there is no like in front or behind, if you know what I mean. Like if like the ranged are spread out further along the semicircle, and they're like left, right to each other, then you won't run into this issue, which is how we're supposed to be spread on that mechanic.
I think we're just not spread enough leading into it. I think that's the problem. We just gotta spread out just slightly more and do everything else like we said.
But actually, what were you saying about moving back more?
Also, looking at my clip,
No, but I mean, I have time to
I think people
move
were
to
not
where
in
the
the
range
correct
are
spot
for
either.
that. But my Tiger Slot is still only 20 yards, yeah. So I will not be able to cover all the range anyway, yeah.
Also, don't take the bombs to the front of the boss, please.
Behind
Yeah,
boss.
yeah. Bombs like should always be in like the 180 degrees on this half, so to speak.
I mean, even I was in the correct spot. I should have been to the left, right?
Like a health sense.
Yeah, one sec. I mean, are you sure you don't still want to be like swapping position, or is that because that's your bait spot, I guess, as well for the?
Yes, I do everything.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's fine, but like I can't move when I get cleaved, and I can live a little bit longer than other people because I'm a warlock, but I have to pop every defensive, every health stone, and every health pot.
One more thing for the blue
really
people that stack. If for whatever reason there's like 3 or 4 blue people that are together already and not on the marker, should they still move to the marker or not?
3, 2, 1.
What marker?
Well, the star.
Unironically.
The success he has to be at.
There is no marker for blue people.
There is no marker for blue people.
Alright.
Go together, but they can't.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
His face is so fucking funny, man.
Angry, I love it.
Having a blast.
Right, Lifelum. You're like in our spot.
Oh, that's hot actually.
What? Yeah, I
Oh
feel
my
like there's space.
You're gonna have to take that slower, yeah, he is a moonkin.
I just didn't hear him. What did you say though, cunt?
He didn't have a fourth either, but didn't want to tell him.
There is an issue.
You have to move more right on the spark spread, because you're in our spot just now.
What did you say, Big T?
Which phase?
Just then, you're right on top of us. And the first one.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Or at least you're very
Oh wait,
close.
this is where I used to gauge usually. Oh, whatever.
Like, I'm always staying here, what the fuck?
Where is him?
Mercy.
Nothing will be left standing.
Oh, that's starting soon? Oh, that's today.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Nice. So if you guys get bored from watching me wipe on Raszageth, which I will not blame you for, then you can watch the TL Liquid Women in Warcraft. I just said liquid twice, but whatever. How to get into esports seminar.
Oh no, my dad.
Oh, nay. Are you that?
I'm not.
I'm looking at my
At least
frames.
not. At least not to that mechanic. Might be dead to these bombs.
Nah, you have cauterized him. You're chilling. I hope at least.
That's a fire mage spell and Arcane's meta, right? So he won't move
How broken is the cheap death, right?
This is a gateway too. We're DPS stopping soon. If we could actually be needing damage, I think.
Yeah, we're on.
I'll the stop.
4,
Team.
3, 2,
Stop.
1.
Rallying cry.
The elements answer to me! Marked by lightning.
Marked by lightning.
You can start hitting. You can start hitting.
These winds peel flesh from bone.
Oh.
You think the Titans brought
Something shoes.
Oh god, no cap on a stack, for real.
Tie your shoelaces.
Why can I not use a flask in combat?
Done something horribly wrong here.
1.
The hell?
Fire mage.
LOL. Focus. Hicks and moving here.
That's on us, move.
We will be baiting. And go. Focus. And kicks. And shield.
Move forward.
Die, mortals!
CC.
Kill runners and casters.
Mass grip.
So bait first, bait first, bait
We just
first.
keep on going here.
Die, mortals!
Focus. We're gonna move forward. Get kicks and
the runner
shield very
here.
soon here. Move.
Okay, we're getting breath on us soon. We're going backwards. Move.
We will break their chains and restore
You get clean on the
Tyler, thank you so much for Prime. I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
I don't think in the air, but they will go off on the opposite side, so you need to time it.
But you will not survive to witness this new age.
Right, you need to be moved to the right.
Just save this.
Yeah.
Proc?
Then create it.
Probably not.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
Red.
So go to your spread position and you just go there like anytime there's a mechanic coming out. Just try and stay as close to it as possible like the entire phase.
Robbie, let's swap.
Yep.
The might of the storm!
After we skip the waves, they float-ish.
Let devastation spread!
5,
Like you need to make an
4,
effort to move too.
3, 2,
You need to
1.
move to the front of the boss set us.
The elements answer to me!
Behind still, nice.
Wave.
Yep.
The might of the storm falls upon you!
Okay, spread positions again. Cryo to Reb.
I'm just gonna... Actually, I'm just gonna use Glance here.
My power surges!
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
No! I was just about to use my health pot. Fuck me.
Rallying cry.
I guess we just took a bit too long for the shield, maybe?
Just see as much as possible.
5,
Sparks in.
4, 3, 2,
Into waves, be
1.
fast.
The elements answer to
Need
me!
like extra purges on this one.
The might of the storm falls upon
Stupid
you!
dot also does so much damage.
Make charges again. If you don't get targeted by the charge, you need to move in front of the boss.
Let devastation spread!
Let devastation spread. Hey, Lucid Disaster, thanks for 20 months.
The might of the storm
Wave into sparks.
on you!
Oh, you know why I died? Because my
Yeah,
flask
this is
ran
the
out.
last set of sparks, so we need to be super
5.
fast
My
because
flask
we need
ran
to spread
out.
for the last
3,
shield, yeah? So that's
2,
the entire phase, yeah?
1.
Okay.
The elements
What
answer
did we
to
do?
me!
Was it marks or damage?
Yeah, no way, you can't
It
use
wasn't.
flask
Sorry,
in
it wasn't
combat.
inversion, right? It was literally just.
I actually
Yeah,
don't know.
I died to damage.
3,
I literally
2,
got 0
1.
healing the last 6 seconds before my death.
Oh, about to ask, Robbie, did you get a full ram buff?
Yes, I did. I had about 12, 13 targets. Well, the burden. I can try. Should be able to get more though.
Yeah,
I
you
think I
you
might
should be
hold
able
it.
to get more.
I might hold it for a little bit longer as well.
Who got the
I'll
first
later.
conduit?
No,
there?
one thing at a time, Pete. Like so, like are you changing something because we had 8 people die to healing? So
No, I think I will ramp about 2-3 seconds later, and then I'll heal when it's more damage coming in.
Yeah,
That's
you need
slightly early.
to ram 8 seconds into that. So 8 seconds into the shield is where you want to ramp.
Man, I'm bored of this boss. Can we do a different boss?
I don't know if you had ramp at the beginning.
Did the shield, like, was that a normal kill time?
It died right after everyone died. Yeah.
As I say,
No,
it
but I mean,
wasn't too bad.
did it die fast enough? I mean, is that like the normal amount of damage we're supposed to do?
Fairly. It was maybe 2 seconds later at most. Like it's gonna be around that time.
With the route breaking, for example, in that pool there, where Toe, you were like on the opposite side of the room to me.
I can proc Taros with my guild for me if you want.
Preferred call
Ooh,
there, like
actually no. Moonkin is way too bad on Taros.
You don't have time.
That would be
so
depressing.
If I can get out myself, then I'm just going to do that. It's more for like if someone can't get out themselves.
Which
But
classes
if someone
can get out themselves?
Mages can do it.
Mages,
Druids
hunters,
can do it.
druids.
Hunters.
So as a rule of thumb, if it's on one of those classes, don't bother.
It's more like if you should use it if it lights up and they're in range. But it's like if someone can't get out of it, it's like their responsibility to make sure that they're in range of the freedoms.
Yeah.
Whereas like I don't care because if I get out of range and I don't get freedoms, like I don't care because I'm out of range because I blinked out.
Does it work? The first conduit with me on that.
The first what now?
The first one where we have to go out the big fucking circle.
Is there a repair down?
Let me think.
Can I just check?
Fully in charge.
I know we're not wiping to it, but I feel like a wipe is imminent with what we're doing. I think there is a fundamental misunderstanding of spark positionings.
Yeah, I agree.
Because
I had a boomkin next to me.
If you are if you're like on blue side on this platform, like where we are now, if you are this side of the boss where we are now on this platform, then you are on the far side relative to where we are now, yeah?
I was out of position on that one.
So like you need to like don't know what any of that just meant.
Are positioning on this platform, on the next platform, yeah?
Yeah, it's like you're positioning relative to the boss. If you're on the boss's left wing, you're still on the boss's left wing.
Yeah.
Because yeah.
Like the room's a circle, the boss is your point of reference.
Like in raid stuff, like me and Shade are in the right place. Zaxi is in the right place, but Kaput should be on top of him. There's no one in the spot next to him, but there should be.
Yeah, that's because I have one, so I can't get back into position if I get rooted twice in a row.
Sure,
but
yeah, because there should be a major.
As long as you're aware. No, I'm not there because I don't stack anymore. I'm like outside.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm the only one who's between Kaput
I
and
shouldn't have life bloom behind me, for example.
Yeah. Isn't the marks opposite as well?
The logs are showing the marks different to what they're like on that platform, which really isn't helping.
Wait, now I'm confused.
Well, I mean, you can see where Big T is, right? It's like the.
Everyone understands it's the same as phase 1, right? Like the last set we do on phase 1, it's the exact same.
No, it isn't. Because it's mirrored, yeah.
Well,
no, I mean the room's a circle. It doesn't matter. Like the only point of reference you have is the boss, and that makes it exactly the same as phase 1.
Yeah, but the boss is facing.
Yeah, I was about to say, what do you mean it's mirrored? It's not mirrored.
It's just
it doesn't matter where the boss is facing. The room's a circle. Like it does not matter where the boss is facing.
I mean, I fully understand this, but clearly people don't. Yeah,
but right. But if people aren't understanding it, I think saying it's mirrored is just going to confuse them more because it's not complicated.
Like yeah, like if I'm standing, so to yeah, okay, it's
If you're confused, just run here and look at the platform now. Yeah.
It's literally
but also. We have more CCs than we need for a reason. Like if someone is out of position, like you can see how scuffed it is in phase 1 sometimes. It's as long as you don't like the most likely way that you cause a wipe on sparks is cleaving people.
Yeah, but it also like the faster we get rid of them, it's more boss damage, and it's gonna be the determinant.
I understand that, but they are going to get cleaner as we go along, and I'm just saying the most likely way to kill someone
people just want to fix it early. I guess that's why.
So, okay, so I do get it, but like the other spread position that we have for the wave, or I guess for general spread position, has both the moonkins like right next to each other, and that makes no sense, right? Like if Life Bloom, if Life Bloom needs to use the spark and put the spark on the complete other side.
Yeah, it should be at like no position at 20, kind of.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And I probably should be at 12.
I think you want Noxie.
Actually, 13 is fine.
Potentially to be closer to the middle, anyways, because he's gonna be gating. At least waves, anyways, like 2 of them.
Well, I have been
Where is
disengaging
Noxie?
them, and it's felt okay. I'm 20. I'm like,
Yeah, but
right,
I'm telling you, yeah, like you want to gate them and you want to have disengage for the if you get the charge on you, it's so much better. Or if the charge is near you, you just disengage out because you got cleave twice as well. One time it didn't jump to you, one time it did. But that's just like you could just disengage out if somebody with a circle is on you, and it's so much freer.
The easiest
Here, by the way.
swap to make with those assignments
think,
is to
'cause this is
swap
me,
Life Bloom
I think
and
Life Bloom and
Preheat.
Noxie.
'Cause
Yeah, I'm
Preheat
the
wants
furthest
to-
also.
Yeah, Preheat is really far from
Oh,
where he
sure.
wants
He's
to be.
18, yeah.
Yeah, so if you
So
swap
I'm
Life
doing that.
Bloom and
It's fine, I
Preheat, then
guess.
it's
It's
minimal.
So where's the
okay.
gate?
So the thing you have to understand now is that you will not, you people or like them, you're not going to like spawn on the side you're supposed to be. So like whenever you come out of phase 2, the first thing you have to do is like eat over to the other side.
If you're looking at the sheet, Noxie, it's position 16 to the middle. Like it's exactly on position 16, right to the middle of the platform. I can move the gate, by the way. Like I've seen other people put it further out and then not to the direct middle of the room. It kind of just depends what we need, but that's I don't know. That's just what I'm starting with
I'm
now.
staying at 20. Some miles away from the gate.
Any chance of a repair bot?
That's gonna be
Where's your
horrible.
stack? Where's your stack? Yeah, I mean your stack spot is also nearer to the gate normally, so I think Noxie should also be like around wherever like the middle is, where 15, 16, 17 is. Honestly, just swap Life Bloom and Noxie as well. Put,
I move
like,
fucking
while you're
miles
at
all
it.
the time to get into position, and then moving across the platform.
Sure.
again.
Yeah,
It's-
exactly.
It's just I don't.
Sure.
Yeah.
So Life Bloom is just all the way furthest person, closer to where he plays everything, and then you play a little bit like you play on my left. You're relatively close to the gate then. And in general, for the gate people, I don't know what order it usually is, but I think most people gate like first and third wave, from what I've seen. If they are like gate enjoyers, let's say.
But the people who have to use the gateway, like everyone figures out the wave on their own, right? Like the people who have the gateway to skip, like know, like how they're doing it. Like that's not like a raid thing.
Well, no, it's a raid thing insofar as that you do want to still have like a priority, because I think if you go at the same time, you still cleave each other. That's the only
Yes,
thing.
you do. But that's what I mean. Like that's why it's not like a. How to say this? We have very few people that need to use the gateway. I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah. But if you are a gateway enjoyer, coordinate with the rest to make sure you're not all taking it. At the same time.
I'm not moving the numbers right now. I'm changing which people are assigned to which number. So
Who's actually using the gateway, so we don't just cleave each other and die?
So it should be. It's what Bob, Chiswick's.
Well,
who
what
else?
about me? I don't need gateway.
I think it was just Bob, right, when we were talking about it like a few days ago.
Yeah, but Bob uses
was
it the
Roar
opposite way, I
last.
think.
Yeah, I used it the opposite way. I used it to get out with fulminating charge.
So
that's
on
fine.
the first wave, nobody's taking the gateway.
No, so that's like, I mean, again, you can, multiple people can take it on the same wave, just so you know, but like, it's just that you don't take it at the same time. But you could just take it on the first.
I don't need it at
Let's
least.
go with that then. On the first one, I'll just run over and gate. See what happens.
Yeah. And if, Bob, if you need it to be, like, cause just, like, if you look at me quickly in game, like, it's roughly in game right now from where I am to the direct middle of the platform, if we're talking about P2. Is it? Because then you have to stand in the middle of the platform, yeah, to take it out?
That's fine.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Man, can
If
we
you want
just
it
go
further away.
straight into
Or I just
intermission?
stay
Why
in
do we
middle.
always have to
That's
play
like
phase
either
1?
or.
Yeah, sure.
5, 4.
We've done phase
3,
1 enough.
2, 1.
Can we just skip it?
The age of the incarnates begins!
Time dilation.
I keep accidentally running over these brains, so that's strange when I pull it out.
5,
So,
4,
No, you're not a Volpera anymore.
1.
taking off.
The elements answer to me!
Dude, I got Mechano Murder, that was okay.
Jimmy Newton in the flesh.
You're lying if you say that's okay.
Die, mortals!
You guys hearing voices again? Just like Big T sounds like Sko, yeah?
Die, mortals!
Gateway soon.
Nothing will be left.
Oh my god, this is a gate. Where do you think I can click it?
5, 4, 3.
Oh, that was actually kind of close. I should just never use this gateway ever again. Of course.
Time dilation.
I've been dilated.
These winds peel flesh from bone. Die, mortals!
Oh.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The elements answer to me!
One back middle.
Oh my god. Well, that hurt a little bit. Balanced Druid uses Incap Roar, Typhoon for sparks. And I guess you could use Solar Beam for interrupting one of them. Don't do that. I mean, you might as well do it if you have it, but...
These winds peel flesh from
More master.
Speaking of stuff, man.
5,
That one needs
4,
to stop.
3, 2, 1.
Like hands up keyboard. Pure DPS.
Elements answer to me!
Oh no.
You got
Marked by lightning.
Tank after the bombs.
Anchoring into the frontal.
No!
Stop.
Healing you D3, soothing you.
Stopping.
Feeling soothed.
Nothing will be left
Okay, hit.
standing. You think
Does this actually work on the right too? You mean Incap Roar and Typhoon? Yeah. Yep.
Oops.
4, 3, 2, 1.
You know what hasn't happened to me yet, and I'm just waiting for the day where it happens? That I go onto the wrong side.
Focus.
Like, it's gonna happen once for sure, that I go to the wrong side in the mission, right?
Okay, person's on absolute.
Mine's needs
Like, surely it's gonna happen.